To all our new guests from across the timelines, I welcome you to the Hellfire Gala. Welcome one and all to Krakoa. This living island may be a sovereign mutant nation, but tonight, our home is yours. Honored guests, I propose a toast to Krakoa. Here, there are no rivals. Man and mutant
will be exterminated. You all belong to history.
To me, my X-Men! This is a fight for our survival!
Then try to stay alive just long enough to see my way as the Age of Ultron begins.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear.
Mind crush!
You were beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing. That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Neo peasants!
Blast off!
Jerry!
To all our new guests from across the timelines, I I welcome you to the Hellfire Gala. Welcome one and all to Krakoa. This living island may be a sovereign mutant nation, but tonight, our home is yours. Honored guests, I propose a toast to Krakoa. Here, there are no rivals. Man and mutant
will be exterminated. You all belong to history.
To me, my X-Men! This is a fight for our survival!
Then try to stay alive just long enough to see my way as the Age of Ultron begins.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear.
Mind crush!
You were beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing.
Kneel, peasants!
That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine!
Thousands of teams signed up here across Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, hoping to be forged into champions under the pressure of this crucible and the rising heat of greater ignition rounds. But Lunny, thousands have become only 3 in each of our console and PC brackets. Over on PC, we have All Business, Luminosity, and waiting upon their throne, watching the gladiatorial combat, is the greatest team in the world in Virtus Pro.
Yeah. Is Virtus Pro going to make it? We will see. Most likely, yes, but they lost a few games. That's super interesting to say. They are not undefeated yet since Marvel Rivals Invitational, to be honest. But you have a chance today, All Business, All Luminosity, and I can't wait because we'll have a lot of match today. We are not going to start directly straight with the lower bracket finals for the PC, but we're gonna watch a little bit of console games, but we will have a lot of actions. 2 best of 7. That's gonna be massive leg, and I can't wait to see because we've seen quite interesting team. Like All Business, they did, if I remember correctly, top 32 in the previous tournament. So we didn't really cast them, we didn't really speak about them, and right now they are in top 3, which is quite massive. So yeah, they are quite a surprise.
Yeah, we've got what's the French? An aperitif, an appetizer from the console bracket finals. It's gonna be absolute slobber knocker. Of course, we have had a lot of kind of exchange, I'd say, between both console and PC here at Marvel Rivals esports scene. We have a bunch of top players who love to play on controller. For example, TTK over on 100 Thieves, in OG here in EMEA. Enzo plays on controller as well. So any of these players could transition to the PC pool if it does indeed suit them, and we've seen that happen multiple times.
Yeah, no, that's really cool to see so many people performing this way, especially that's not quite easy. We had also DRP from Supremacy. Unfortunately, they fall into top 32. So a lot of new faces, a lot of new names. That's only the beginning of esports in Marvel Rivals. So in a couple of months, even if we know that Virtus Pro is maybe the best team right now in Europe, maybe in a couple of months, there will be another team, other players that we not thinking of right now. So I'm quite excited. That's only season 1, and season 2 is just around the corner with Emma Frost and a lot of new things coming up. I'm pretty sure you are all aware of this, and yeah, I'm quite excited. Like that, we are bringing back the leg Looney duo, and I'm quite happy about that. So happy to cast with you again, bro.
Yeah, old classics for all the closed beta heads out there who missed the oldest of tournaments that we had here in Marvel Rivals. Tranquilla currently awaiting in the grand finals for the European console bracket. Hulk Smashers and We Own This are going to have a best of 7 slobber knocker in the lower bracket finals to try and get there. But first, how about a slobber knocking out some fantastic looks here with both Veronin Hawkeye and Thor's Lord of Asgard skins. You got to embrace the present and grow stronger by claiming control of Asgard as Thor, and with Hawkeye's Ronin costume, take chances and make your move forwards towards glory on the battlefield. They are already available in the game, so make sure that you're logging in right now to pick up these brand new costumes and moving across the battlefield in style.
That's really 2 good skins. This is the problem, I would say. This is not a problem, of course, but every skin I want to get them. And of course, we also got one for Moon Knight and for Black Panther. Attain glory by any means necessary. Seek your revenge with Moon Knight's Feast of Vengeance and Black Panther Thrice Cursed King costumes. Embrace the fury of Dracula's curse and use your yearning for vengeance to ignite the battlefield. These skins are also already available in the game. Go get them because they're amazing. There is no other words than that. I'm not a Black Panther player at all. I'm pretty sure I got less than an hour played on this character, and still, I have this skin because it's absolutely amazing.
You know, I assume you picked up the Moon Knight one. If I remember correctly, you're a bit of a Moon Knight demon.
Yeah, and I can't wait for season 2 because a lot of changes are positive for him. And of course, I took this one.
It's going to go wild.
Oh, yeah. And also, I was playing a bit of Scarlet Witch, so with the new team up with Doctor Strange, quite excited also. So that's going to be good to see. And a lot of more skins. We got a new battle pass coming in season 2 and other cosmetics that will unlock during the 3-month season. And don't forget, starting season 3, we will move into 2-month season with leg 1 character every month. This is massive.
That's going to be a crazy pace of release. If you're interested in seeing what's happening in the future of Marvel Rivals, check out the Marvel Rivals website. They've got all of the info there. There have been stream events as well. with content creators playing on the newest patch on the preview server, so you can see Emma Frost in action as well. Was going to be the first hero released for Season 2. And of course, there are sources around the internet that have been showing off all of the things on the new Battle Pass, etc., like those classic X-Men costumes. For those of you who are a little bit of a cartoon fan, maybe Psylocke in particular does tickle me. I do enjoy the Psylocke one.
Yeah, no, definitely. I really enjoy also, not a Hulk player, but like the new Hulk, Joe Dixit, if I remember correctly, like the Bruce Banner. Really amazing, and yeah, can't wait. I had the chance to try it out, and a lot of content creators also had the chance to try everything out with the early access stuff. So yeah, that's gonna be good. But today we will have more action, more esport action, and yeah, to be honest, we don't know too much about console meta. That's going to be interesting to see also what are they going to do, because we are used to have a lot of Namor, a lot of Luna Snow, Winter Soldier, Groot. We got a lot of picks, so that's going to be interesting to see what is the meta in this current game. And we're also in the top 3 in the lower bracket finals for console players, Earth Smashers. Beyond this, we're gonna start soon and go into the draft. But before, let's take a quick look at what is going to happen today.
Yep, here's our schedule as it has shaken out thus far. 3 weekends of competition all of our teams went through to get to this final round on April the 6th. And well, it's been hard fought for some of them. For others, it's been a little bit easier. We talked about Virtus Pro earlier. They've been dropping some maps, Linium. They've been dropping a map here or there, and definitely looking a little bit more assailable than previously, but they yet to drop a series over in North America. Spoiler alert. 100 Thieves, no longer undefeated, but still alive in the bracket. So North America's full of surprises. Maybe we can be the same in EMEA, or maybe we'll still be a one-horse race.
That would be cool. And yeah, as you mentioned, that happens in NA, so why could it not happen in Europe? So we're gonna have the answer in a couple of hours, but we got other match before. What are they fighting for? A total cash prize of 14k on $500,000. This is the same, different cash prize from different regions. So Asia, Europe, and North America. And we will have $6k for the champion. That's going to be crowned today. Last match is a lot of pressure also on the players, because you're in the top 3 of the best competition that you have right now in Marvel Rivals. So a lot of stress probably on some players. Obviously, we know some names. They have been used to doing some competition in other title, so they know a bit the pressure, how to prepare. They probably did some scrims today, so they are aware of it, and they are coming prepared. So yeah, that's going to be exciting. I would like to see some secret pocket pick, but I'm not really sure, like in this state of the tournament, you don't really want to bet on like just a lucky pick that you could get and try some comp.
Yep, lower bracket final coming up soon for the console segment. Of course, the here we go. There's our matchup graphic, and of course that prize pool, Lunny, is duplicated for both PC and for console, so it's not going to be split between them. We have a separate prize pool for PC and for console for all 3 of our regions, so plenty of prize money is being thrown around every single season at Marvel Rivals Esports, and you can try and get yourself a little slice of it if you want as well, because you can join these tournaments by creating a faction as soon as you hit gold in competitive play. If you dive into competitive, you get to gold, you get together with your friends, you can form a faction and try and make it to the precipice, where you get your name called out by Lilium. And that's more important than 6,000.
That's definitely more important, I would say. But yeah, that's only the Season 1 tournament. You bet we will have Season 2, Season 3, Season 4. We will have a lot or more tournament coming in the future. The game is only 4 months old, has been doing amazing already for... Yeah, a lot of players are playing the game and enjoying the game, so this is not too late. Even if you started gold, as like they mentioned, you can do your first tournament. Yes, that's gonna be hard. You're gonna face off some Grandmaster players, some Eternal, and top 500 players, and that's gonna be rough. I can tell. This is what happened to some friend of mine, but you are still progressing and you can make it to the top, because meta, it's shifting a little bit from time to time, and you can adapt from a season to another, and yeah, that's gonna be cool. Form your team, as like they mentioned, and we want to see you next tournament.
Yeah, because there have been plenty of surprises, people coming out of a rough in terms of like Royal Beamers and All Business in particular.
Yep.
I don't know about you. Like, for you, Lonnie, you had some knowledge of these players from prior competitive scenes, but these players were all new to me. And I was like, where did these guys come from? Going into a bunch of battles against teams that we kind of recognize from, like, the Marvel Rivals Invitational here in EMEA, some established org names. We're like, okay, these teams are probably going to get stomped, go down to the lower bracket. Maybe they can really show some vigor down there. But real surprises coming from Royal Beamers and All Business, and although Royal Beamers have been eliminated, I think they're one of our standout breakout teams for the end of Eternal Night Fall season when it comes to Marvel Rivals in EMEA.
Yeah, that's really cool to always see new teams like this. Of course, we had a lot of names that unfortunately fall right now, but we can think of 0%, a former Fnatic roster from the MRI. They finished in the top 8, which was still a good performance, but they will need to practice a bit more. I love this team also, especially Black Soup, very good player, very good player. Former pro player on another title also, which is quite amazing. And yeah, of course, Line Pro, like with the special Line Pro boop from Invisible Woman, he has been quite popular with this one. So quite good. But yeah, as you mentioned, new players, new faces, and that's going to be the same probably from a season to another. And yeah, honestly, I love Virtus Pro also, you know, but for the history, I would like them to maybe drop the title, drop the crown, please. Like, let some other people have some fun.
I mean, Virtus Pro, they're not keen on like Virtus Pro kind of money farming right now. There's no other way to put it. Like, yeah, between MRC and other tournaments, Virtus Pro are kind of money farming in EMEA. They are domineering fairly efficiently. If there's one place where I feel like maybe Virtus Pro have a small weakness, they've dropped a couple of domination maps so far, which could turn out to be a little bit of a kryptonite. I remember in MRI, they dropped 2 to OG in a 4-2 series. I believe both of those were domination maps. We'll be able to get into our console lower bracket soon. So we are going to be able to see 3 best of 7s today. And we talked about how it can be a real test of endurance, Lenny, to have to go through 2 best of 7s, through that lower bracket finals, into a grand finals as well. So we're expecting a lot of stamina out of some of our gamers here if they want to get their hands on that $6,000 first prize.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, like, we got the lower finals, and the team winning this one, they still got another one to do. So when you are basically already in the grand finals, you are prepared. You can just analyze what the other team is doing and prepare for the pick. But for now, we are going to go into our lower bracket final between We Own This and Hulk Smashers on console EMEA. We are banning on Hulk Smasher the Ela. Ela has been a strong pick throughout the whole competition and even in season 1.5 in general. So that's quite logic. We want to remove it. And on the other end, we want to get rid once again of the Wolverine.
Yeah, Wolverine, one of those main Vanguard disablers that we've seen across, well, essentially the meta of both the first and second seasons of Marvel Rivals so far. I suppose Season 1 and Season 0 going to be a standard ban here. Question is, a Captain America. Hold up, rise up, Liberty lovers. America is here.
That's cool. I've seen some players in console tournament. I've been watching a little bit of Iron Cat Pro player plays. And yeah, Captain America has been played quite a lot. So I'm really excited to see. Teams like Yeah Welcome is playing him. We are saving the Winter Soldier. We know how strong this pick is, especially if you combine it with a Groot. With the combo is quite good, but you don't even need it for the Kraken Impact. It's such a good competence, such a good ability that you don't really need someone else, but that's still better to just have the perfect combo. And we decide to remove the Doctor Strange. This is not a pick that we remove quite a lot. Usually we want to secure it, even if we are not picking the Doctor Strange, which is a strong pick with the Eye of Agamotto, with the good damage also, and the big shield. We want to keep it for the teleport, and you can get back into the point quite fast. But this time that's not going to be possible, so that's going to be interesting to see. And I really want to see this Captain America, because what can he bring to the team? He can bring a lot. Basically, his ultimate ability is another support ultimate, I would say, with all the bonus HP he can bring to himself and the entire team. So yeah, that's going to be cool to see. We're going to be on the Jalia room. This is a convergence map, and we will have Hulk Smasher in attack first, and We Own This in defense. Quite excited for this match, to be honest, and especially when I'm seeing this compo, if it's not changing, and it seems it's not, we got a Jeff, we got Captain America. What is happening, Leg?
Yeah, that's all the noise I've got. They're not even using a team up on the Jeff either with Luna Snow. So it's the first unassisted Jeff we're gonna see. We have seen a little bit of Jeff from OG Esports. Tanuki likes to play it on Royal Palace as like a flanking duelist kind of.
Yeah.
With the ice bit of a chilling charisma, I should say. I've not seen an unassisted Jeff before.
And the thing is, like, both teams are running a Jeff. I'm quite surprised, especially when Luna Snow is being banned. You don't have the team-up ability, which is quite massive in a triple support composition with Jeff going on the flank, as you mentioned. So that's going to be good to see. We're starting the offense with the thing, with some smashing. We're trying to ward him out, trying to punish him, but that's not working out. We're going to move on the point. And can we forcing? Yeah, we are forcing the lamp, which is quite an important CD from the blue team. And we are putting so much pressure. On the side, we can see both Jeff are fighting. I don't know what this is happening, but this is basically a 5v5. And the Groot is falling down. That might be it for Ult Smasher already.
Honorable Jeff Tool does indeed mean that Groot's going to fall through the cracks. Tricky trying their best to disengage. And it's a little bit dangerous for the thing to stay in here, so the web slinger gets caught out elsewhere. Finally, the Honorable Jeff Dool is finished. We own this. Will walk away with the W on that one. And that means that now there's big control off this flank coming through from the Jeff on the other side. That's going to be a cracking impact. Ready to go, of course, going in towards the Loki clones. Just easily resetting off of these. Continuing to have that threat towards the back line. Tricky fell low, so we'll be able to continue their reign of terror. It's just going to be spittle for days popping out of the Jeff and keeping everyone healed up after giving away 75%.
I'm really confused on what happened with both Jeff at the very beginning. They charged 75% of each ultimate just by fighting each other. We will have the Strangling Prison that can be quite big and interesting. We also got the covering time. We are blocking him. Can we focus him? That's not possible. Good shielding from Magneto, good healing, and we'll probably try to fight there. Strangling Prison, can it work? Unfortunately, it's nice going block into the block of the Groot. The Kraken Impact, can we make it? That's gonna be the first reset, but nice Jeff ultimate there. How many people do we have? We have, oh my god, is he doing it? Yeah, he's nice. That's quite cool. You got the Groot, you got the Loki, but you got the Assemble now in defense from Yawel, and they can defend probably, but Kraken Impact reset, quite annoying. Captain America is a bit alone on this one, and they might fall off, and the point has been taken. They tried their best. Captain America couldn't resist more, but that's still a good timing. Only 4 minutes right there. They had a good defense, to be honest.
Isn't he glorious? He runs away so fast. And of course, it's a very quick cap here. Once again, it's going to be with Jeffs going up against each other. This time, Eggster's going to walk away with a W.
Much better.
Eggster. We had good Jeff ultimate. That's rare. I can tell you. That's quite... Oh my god, nice one. That was a nice grab there on the Groot. And when you remove the Groot off the payload, that's quite hard. We are removing also the Captain America. And both of your tanks are down. And this is quite... That's going to be quite easy for Ult Smasher there. They can push the convoy quite easily. You are putting 1 person or 3 person on it. And in terms of resources, we only got both Lokis. We got also Tricky with the Kraken Impact. So that might be a fight that's not going to last too long, because we got not that much resources. So individual skill will be important there.
God of Mischief already popped. That's going to give up the invisible boundary. That's obviously copied off of a million. Going into it, Tricky still thinks that this one's winnable, so he's going to be using the Kraken Impact, inflicting that culling onto multiple members. But nice to get them beyond that breakpoint to try and find the resets, but the invisible woman plays behind their own Guardian shield and presents themselves with a little bit of defense. Coming from the top now, started with a Blaster Barrage. That's a little bit too much damage to try and bear. Only 1 clip, but it transfers between 2 for final hits for days. Yarrow got exactly the entry that they needed, swapping over from Captain America when it was least expected.
Yeah, I was not expecting it, but you needed to change something. It was not working out, and especially in this part of the map, when you cap the first point, that is hard to do anything. We can hear a Jester with the ultimate ability. Will he manage to do anything? I don't think so, and he's gonna just get destroyed there by we own this. And that's quite hard, honestly, especially in pro plays, to do efficient Jeff ultimate, because you always got a good focus, and this is really difficult to get something out of it. But we got new resources, we got the other Jeff ultimate. Did he manage to get anyone? I am not sure about this. Is moving away from the rest of the team, so it might be the case, and we're gonna try to win this fight because we are in superiority right there.
Unlikely to be able to find environmental elimination. Hallowed, I believe, blocked the incoming Meteor M. Clobbering time, though, onto two squishy players. Means eliminations are forthcoming onto Rash. A lot of healing and cleave is gone now with that Invisible Woman being taken off the board momentarily. A well-placed hook here onto Tricky could be everything. And indeed, it's grabbed, followed up with a Trooper's Fist. It's a 1-2 punch combo from a Winter Soldier to get rid of their counterpart and gain even more space here for We Own This in capping second. Or rather, Hulk Smashers.
And we want to rush them, we want to get rid of this support, and this is what is happening. You want to delay kill them. Once again, Jeff versus Jeff, that's gonna be Edgester winning this one. They are basically playing tennis, you know. At one point, one is winning and the other one is winning after. That's quite funny to see. And we are going into the flanking. We are trying to... Yeah, you just need basically to delay every one of them. Both support has been delayed, so the rest of the team from We Own This, you need to regroup, you need to wait. Right now, they're gonna push the payload for free, yes, but you can't really do anything else. And Aya no Koji, this time taking the KO, and we might have another ultimate quite soon. That can be quite interesting, especially for the final push. Can we get this Loki? We are trying to, maybe one other hit, nice. Yes. And Loki, I am not really sure why he tried this, because the rest of the team maybe was winning this, but Tricky with the Kraken Impact reset. They are pushing a bit too far. Don't forget, We Own This, you're in defense. This is their spawn, and don't do mistake, because it can go quite fast after that.
Guardian Shield is such an important utility to consider here, coming through from these Invisible Women. It's so good to try and block incoming Bionic hooks, as well as Meteor M as well, because it could just eat all of that burst in a single moment. So look for that to try and counteract Rio's ult, as it is going to be coming up here for Hulk Smashers.
This is something we have been seeing quite a lot with the Magneto. Oh, that was nice grab. Nice one. We're seeing a lot with Star-Lord in Magneto, so he can basically have his ultimate quite fast. We got both Loki doing the ultimate, preparing it. They want to wait the last moment, but here we're with the good KO there on the Invisible Woman. They are removing both of the support, and that's going to be another win fight from We Own This. We got probably one more good fight from Hulk Smashers, maybe two, but don't forget, you don't have the Doctor Strange portal, so you can't move back on it. Unfortunately, the Loki, he has to pull out this Invisible Woman. Like, that was the last timer. And yeah, unfortunate to lose it, but you had to do it. That was still something you need to save in case for the previous fight.
Well, Eggster for now is leading a merry band of chasers around the back to try and find something. In comes the Meteor M. Tricky doing their best to avoid charging it up, but it has taken a considerable amount of damage. I believe that's a mid-air impact there onto Yabble, who manages to survive it, possibly by using their Stellar Shift for a momentary bit of invulnerability. Playing inside the invisible boundary now, Vermilion is instantly destroyed. And we're floating in the air for about a moment. It's, of course, gravity is the greatest foe that Hulk could ever face. Tricky, still in here, though. Back on Terra Firma after the gravitational laws have been reapplied to the midst of this battle. Loki taken out of stealth, found out. Rotterstern will finish them off now. Rash is under siege. It is going to be Jeff Falanchak in the back, being constantly annoying, being that flanking pressure against a 4 versus 1, though. Survivability probably not on the cards.
No, Jeff, but we have the last touch for the overtime. We are 5v6 for Hulk Smasher. That might be complicated because the Invisible Woman is getting destroyed by the Star-Lord, and we got only one support. They are trying to get rid of them. The Thing taking a lot of damage also. That's gonna be a bit complicated. We still got a good Jeff ultimate, and on the other end, we don't have anything. So that might be it. Hulk Smasher with the good KO then on the Star-Lord. And that might be maybe the next pick to have. Unfortunately not, because We Own This. Even if the clobbering time is coming, seems like we are not securing any other KO. But here comes the Kraken Impact. We got the first reset. We are forcing ultimate after ultimate, but that's an again and an again. And that might be it. We Own This is going to defend, but that was still a really nice attack phase from Hulk Smashers. We are going to have a winner after this game, because sometimes, yeah, in this kind of map, you can just have a draw, especially at the very beginning, but they did good, and quite excited to see what they can put up in defense.
Damage overwhelming again and again from Tricky. So much value off that primary fire with Rotterstern. Still for Hulk Smashers, you're fairly comfortable with the amount of progress that you made. This is probably the hardest point in the game to take in terms of completion rate for Hall of Jalia. That initial capture objective, the mission area. very hard to get through. We see a lot of full holds here. So Hulk Smashers, they're going to be aiming to try and put this down very early on that first point. Holding on second, also very viable. If you get to third, you don't really have the space to work with, so then you'll be in some real danger.
I really like all these pro players doing the lineup from the Penny Parker. Note that I did it once, and it worked. And unfortunately for the admin team, the Psylocke, that was too much for her, so she decided to leave the game. So that was a win for us. So quite happy I managed to get one KO with this technique once in my life. But yeah, of course, Penny is not really on the line. Maybe in Season 2, this is a character that we might see with all the changes that she's going to have, especially the fact that she can crit now, which is quite amazing. Are we changing anything? Rio is moving on the Star-Lord. We had only Yawel before, but that's going to be 2 Galactic Legends. That are really important, especially when all the ultimate ability are being used, like the defensive one. And we will run a free support strategy, but this time that's not going to be a Jeff, but an Adam Warlock to bring some more damage and also the Karmic Revival that can win a fight in the best moments.
Yeah, allowing Rio to get a little bit more aggressive, knowing that second life is on the docket, can be a real changer of dynamics here. For now, Loki just going to play it conservatively, keeping their duplicates up. Remember that there's no Jeff to try and keep Ayana Koji in a box, but Rio's going to be the one to just pack him into sushi for now, turn into some expensive Japanese cuisine.
Yeah, Jeff didn't work out there, trying to get some pick on the flanking. But right now, what we're trying to get is ultimate as fast as possible to get the advantage, the economy advantage of the game. Sekos, we've already 70% on the Magneto, but Olod almost 80%. I didn't check this one, but usually not playing really aggressively with the Magneto. You're waiting for another ability to be used, especially like Galactic Legends. This is how you counter it. But you have to take care of this Jeff because he's quite an annoying guy and you don't want him to be free poking. And this is what happened, especially in other games. Oh, magic pick from Tricky. That's quite interesting. This is a pick that we've seen a few times in the Asian tournament, but seems to work out quite well with the double right here, forcing some ultimate ability. We are going in. Can we do a good combo? The again is coming with the Kraken Impact. Buff Legendary seems to come, and we are forcing the Invisible Boundaries. We have to fight in it. Web Slinger not managing to get the reset because of all the healing. That's quite unfortunate there. We are managing to make him survive at least. And the Assemble is coming from Yawel again.
The order to assemble, heard loud and clear. Ayana Koji is going to be very close to getting those environmental frags. If only they are going to be able to grab them. Actually, just hold on for a second here. Make sure that those respawns not going to be up in time to get a recontest towards the end. Circles is going to be the one to fall. And it seems like somehow Vermilion may well have survived that initial spit. Not going to be back in time to contest this, though. And we own this. We're going to grab the mission area.
If I'm not mistaken, they took the exact same amount of time to capture the point. That was 4 minutes 11 seconds. That was the exact same. For we own this. Really nicely done. Ayano Koji managing to secure 2 good KO there. Going on the flank. What you want to do with Jeff right here, this is forcing the Loki to use the lamps. Like this, you got on 25 seconds CD on the spell. But this is such a cool and really strong spell that you want to get rid of it before the fight can start. Clobbering time not being able to be used because you are only at 30%, so you need to charge it up and you will need maybe to go in, especially with this Kraken Impact. The first again is eating. Can we get the reset? Yes, because we got all this Loki clown. You want to get focused. He can die. Yes, that was such a good pick there from Web Slinger. We are not facing death anymore with this Kraken Impact, and you can just push out this attack.
Still brawling for now. The AoE from Ayana Koji is actually going to be a little bit troublesome in the back, trying to get rid of those Adam clicks as well. Remember, his healing is cooldown based rather than resource based. So if you could force that one out early, it really will create openings for the remainder of the team. Yarwo just in time. Metallic Bulwark given over to save that Captain America from a briny grave. Hallowed still looking to try and put down this Meteor M. However, early use of the God of Mischief here, is going to... Oh, what a Metallic Bulwark! Oh, that was almost a direct hit into the midst of all this. Nice right-click for Stellar Barrage. Too much for Ayano to try and deal with, even after eating up various members of the Hulk Smasher's defense. And while Sparta may well have a nice view from up here, it is going to be just a view of a glittering graveyard that is the remainder of this team.
We are forcing the lamp once again. We will have the advantage on the other side, so that might be the time for Ult Smasher to once again win this team fight. We have some actions coming from Yawel with the assemble there with the Captain America. He is really hard to get because with all this bonus HP, he's just going into the backline, and on the other end, Sekos is just alone with the thing, and he needs to get some support also. But right there, the focus is quite good. Nice one from Rio there. No, guy, you are coming back into our backline, and we're gonna kill you there. Really nicely done, and we got only 1 minute 45. But we own this. We need to think of, we'll get the Asteroid M from the Magneto. We still got the Invisible Boundaries from Rashed, so we got some resources that could help, and especially with Tricky, with the Kraken Impact, we will need to be really good on the execution side.
We've come to expect big things from Tricky thus far. Metallic Bulwark given over to let that Blaster Barrage farm it up. Yawa's already down. So much is demanded of Tricky right now. I don't see any culling debuffs applied to Hulk Smashers though. Maybe it was a miss. Maybe it went awry. But in the end, it seems like Hulk Smashers are just smashing through the investment that we own this through into that fight. And that's one major tool that's gone now, Lunny.
1 minute to make it happen, to secure the first map in this best of 7 lower final bracket. This is a spot for the grand final. If you're winning this one, you get the chance to lift the crown, to lift the trophy of the Season 1 Marvel Rivals Championship on console EMEA. We still got a load with the Asteroid M. You need to secure it for support ability, especially from Vermilion or Chibuke, with both Invisible Boundaries. We are trying to charge also the Galactic Legends because Yawel is quite far from it. He just moved back from the Captain America into, once again, the Star-Lord. And you need to use your Galactic Legends when both of the support ability and the lamp are being down. And you need to wait a little bit. We also got from Ayano a Storm. You don't have the Wrath of the Goddess, but that can still bring a lot of damage. Can we smash down? Unfortunately not. It's just right there with some damage, and we still got the Karmical Revival. Galactic Legends coming in. Tricky with the good arm and dangerous. Can we secure another one? He is not finding anyone else. Can we? No. Magneto is not going to fall. Nice grab. No, that's not gonna work. The Rez is coming. That might be one of the last fights.
Crazy headshot right there. Rio's been returned by the Karmic Revival as well. Webslinger just doing their best to return. Oh my goodness, what a claw bring time. Oh, it's just decimation here. And now just coming in from the top with the Kraken Impact. You better believe it's reset after reset. There is no mercy here for the Webslinger, but he's far from what Uncle Ben envisioned. I thought I told you never to use guns, Peter, but with a Rosser Stern in his hand and a Kraken Impact at his back, the Webslinger is finding success after success, and Hulk Smasher should be able to smash through this offensive effort, and they'll hold strong on Hall of Jalia.
What a game, and once again, that was a clutch from the Winter Soldier player with the Kraken Impact. Such a powerful ultimate ability. You manage to get one KO, can get the reset, and of course with the Loki Clown, that can be quite hard, especially Sparta was on the top and managed to get KO'd by Exter, but still, you find the first KO and then you move on the rest onto the back line, and yeah, that's it. You are leading 1-0 into this series. That was such a good first match, to be honest, from Ult Smasher, and also, we on this, that might be a game that's not gonna be finished into a 4-0 leg.
Yeah, this one might be fairly contentious. Webslinger walking over majority of the final hits for their squad here, with 12 of those. Tricky on the other side, able to match that. It seems like right now, when it comes to Marvel Rivals Esports, it's all about the Bucky.
Yep.
Dragon Impact use, your vanilla aim with the Rosser Stern. And we can see that reflected in the damage numbers from Tricky as well. 32k, even as the losing team was able to really put a dent into Hulk Smashers.
Yeah, such a good first game. Honestly, I'm really happy to see that, and especially we can see some picks that we are not used to see. Like the Captain America has been working quite a bit, especially at the very beginning. Especially with the ultimate ability, you are bringing some more support from your team with the bonus HP, and you can do some good stuff. Unfortunately, I don't think it worked out so well. He has been managed quite well by the rest of the team, so we will see if he gets secured for the rest of the game, because they might have some other strategies, but also Shootout, and especially he get the MVP on this one, Sekos on the thing. He has been doing quite well. Even if you don't have a lot of final hits, you are still top damage of your game, of your team.
Yeah, the thing is a fantastic counter to Captain America as well as the anti-streak charge when you're inside that Earthbound effect. Unfortunately, he does just turn off your legs. It's like, yeah, not anymore, actually. I'm surprised we didn't see with like such a hard commit of a Captain America, the team up with the Thor as well. The charged Aegis is actually such a huge offensive tool for the Captain America to potentially use. And on PC, I know, PC. Most of what we've seen from Captain America has been from teams like Queequeg, formerly known as Twisted Minds, where they'd match up their Isaac Captain America with something like Lakaya's Thor. To try and have that kind of punch you in the face grug style, real caveman punching kind of brawly comp, and wasn't really matched as effectively. Although I will say that the metallic bulwarks that came through the bubbles from the Magneto were quite clutch to keep Yarwhal alive in some situations where maybe there was a lot of potential for an elimination.
Yeah. No, that's interesting to see. We will see in the next match what is going to happen, because all the time, of course, you got a new map, you got a new draft. But Jeff has been working out a little bit, especially at the beginning. We've seen like a 30-second 1v1 versus both Jeff, which was quite interesting. Let's keep it like this, I would say. So, are they going to change anything? Seems like on the support side, when you got Invisible Woman and Loki, which is, I would say, when Luna Snow is being banned, the best duo you can have in terms of a specialist. So, don't think we're gonna see any changes on this one. Magneto has been quite strong also, but are we going to see maybe some Doctor Strange? He has been banned for the first map. You don't want to face him too much, especially with good Agamotto. He got a lot of good damage also. And with the teleporter, that's gonna be interesting to see. But first, let's get some more action with this highlight.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tide. bring all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now it's the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop.
To all our new guests from across the timelines, I welcome you to the Hellfire Gala. Welcome one and all to Krakoa. This living island may be a sovereign mutant nation, but tonight, our home is yours. Honored guests, I propose a toast to Krakoa. Here, there are no rivals. Man and mutant
Will be exterminated. You all belong to history.
To me, my X-Men! This is a fight for our survival!
Then try to stay alive just long enough to see my way as the Age of Ultron begins.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserve that, dear.
Mind crush!
You were beneath me.
Impervious!
queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
To all our new guests from across the timelines, I welcome you to the Hellfire Gala. Welcome one and all to Krakoa. This living island may be a sovereign mutant nation, but tonight, our home is yours. Honored guests, I propose a toast to Krakoa. Here, there are no rivals. Man and mutant
Will be exterminated. You all belong to history.
To me, my X-Men! This is a fight for our survival!
Then try to stay alive just long enough to see my way as the Age of Ultron begins.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserve that, dear.
Mind crush!
You were beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing.
Kneel, peasants!
That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine!
Hulk Smashers has been doing good. They are leading 1-0 into the lower bracket final in the Console Marvel Rivals Championship Tournament. And we are about to see the second map, which is going to happen in Royal Palace Domination. Leg, what are we going to do in terms of drafting? Because we've seen some interesting stuff, especially with the Captain America being locked. Is it something that we want to remove? Because I'm not sure it has been impactful enough to be scared of, but are we maybe trying to go and secure the Doctor Strange this time?
Yeah, Doctor Strange getting banned was certainly interesting, but as you said, we saw that protect on Captain America, which is very rare, and we also saw a little bit more Jeff gameplay than we're used to.
Yep.
However, when it comes to Jeff gameplay, the only consistent Jeff gameplay we see on PC is OG's Tanuki playing it here on Royal Palace Domination. And they play it with the Luna team up, chilling Charisma to get that additional damage towards the backline, and playing Jeff as a pseudo-duelist, rather than playing as more of a healing strategist. So I'll have to see if the same thing comes through again. Looks like we've got Mirror Draft to begin with once again, as Hela and Wolverine are taken off the table. We're going to see it protect onto the... Oh, this time a Winter Soldier. Not the previous protect of, I believe, the Captain America.
Yeah, we won't simply like the Web Slinger once again on the Winter Soldier. This is such a strong asset. We know Tricky has been playing him just before. And this time, we decided to secure the Luna Snow. It has been banned, so we couldn't have the Jeff team up. So that's going to be interesting. Are we going to ban the Jeff? Because it seems like we want to run this comp. We are banning the Thing. That was really nicely played by Sekos. He was the MVP of the first map also. So we are quite scared of it, which is quite normal, especially when the Thing is doing your clobbering time directly into you with a good combination with Winter Soldier. That's kind of like if you are using Eye of Agamotto or even Strangling Prison from Groot. So yeah, oh, a magic ban. Interesting. We've seen Tricky playing the magic a little bit in the first point of the attack previous game on the Jaria map convergence. So that can be interesting in Royal Palace. I think I can see the value in some part of the map, to be honest, but I was not expecting this. So the answer is, are we going to run the Luna Snow and Jeff on both teams now? Because this is quite strong, especially with the team-up ability. You are making quite a lot of damage, which like is quite annoying. You are basically forcing the lamp from the Loki, and after that you can just hide and come back and get rid of both healers. So that's gonna be interesting to see. I'm seeing some Human Torch, so I doubt we're gonna run this comp yet.
Maybe a little bit of a bait protect on the Luna Snow, to be honest, from We Own This, as they are not even going to be playing the Jeff to begin with. Actually, Ayano Koji, who was playing it previously, is going to be playing the Mantis as part of this triple resurrection composition. This has come to be known. Very popular over in both North America and here in EMEA as well, just for the additional staying power you get with those 3 individual cocooned revivals, making picks of lesser value.
Let's start on the first part of the map, and yeah, it's really strange to not see the Luna Snow being played. Maybe this is not a character we are really familiar with, like really... That's not everyone that can play good Luna Snow, basically. So, but that's bringing so much value to the entire team with the Fate of Both Worlds and also for the team-up ability. And speaking of the Jeff, he's already in the back line, being annoying towards the support, and that's gonna be a bit harder to get some KO on the Adamorok. But no, Tricky is falling down quite fast with the Eternal Bond, not enough to survive. Does KO, but forcing the Resurrection itself, and Rio going in once again into the support, putting so much pressure with the Hulk.
Rio's moving between targets incredibly quickly here, just able to help assist in so many different battles. Oh, the mid-air hits onto a blaster barrage here from Exeter, and not to be underestimated, putting a lot of pressure onto that Star-Lord, healing himself up with bubbles, of course, but now we're going forward with the Gamma Maelstrom. A lot of damage can come out of these Doctor Stranges. Both Somebody and Sekos are about equal when it comes towards building up those ultimates. Yarl disengages into the Gamma Maelstrom, and the Razor too much for Star-Lord to try and handle here. And I have Agamotto to try and play with if you're brave enough to try and make it happen. Fully charged Maelstrom, and that's going to mean good follow-up, of course, coming through as well. Not entirely sure where that Kraken impact went there from the Web Slinger. It may well have actually missed. We're about a bit onto Rio themselves. Yarl thinks they can be the final note in this sentence, or in this song indeed, as they come down from the top with the Galactic Legend, and Exeter and Web Slinger of a notes added to the chorus as they're going to be picked up.
First fight seems to be won, maybe not, but we got the Hulk smash there. Oh my god, Rio there. He didn't say any last word. He's going in and slapping everyone else. Can we make another KO on Vermilion? The answer is yes, but the point is still not taking out. That's more than a minute 30 of the fight. We used all ultimate abilities. Sekos will fall down next up with a good KO there on Yael, and we are coming back. We don't have anything else, if I'm not mistaken. Rio putting so much pressure. We might be able to take down this Hulk, and we are securing the first point. Finally, that was such a long fight, but Rio has been clutching so well with this Hulk, with the 2 KO, with the big slap. That was such a play, and yeah, Rio make it work.
Yeah, the air control goes crazy there. Using those protective gamma barriers as well does, of course, give ultimate charge over to Hulk when they are broken. So shooting them is not without consequence. For now, Rio just continuing to be this annoying little pest, just going in and trying to catch Doctor Strange out of the air. The Jeff ultimate is available, of course, for a big area for environmental eliminations. Likely going to be trying to catch out the Adam Warlock here, as he does not have the staying ability or the avoidance ability to really get away from that AoE. Attempted grab there onto Doctor Strange is going to go awry. Almost a fully charged Gamma Maelstrom sends Invisible Woman fleeing elsewhere, and it seems like Extra hasn't actually been able to grab too much off the back of the It's Jeff, raising everyone up. Speaking of raising, Karmic Revival once again active. That brings back Ayana Koji there, courtesy of Tricky. Just a one and done for the Adam Warlock. A personal favor to the Mantis, as it's going to be an Eye of Agamotto. Stunning Tricky. Follow-up's not there, though. I imagine a Soul Bond was popped preemptively. And oh my goodness, the Galactic Legend cut short. Somebody... Oh, Gamma gets imprisoned out of it.
That was crazy. Good Eye of Agamotto, but just behind this, you are exiling the Doctor Strange, and he can't do the combo. He can't make and secure any KO. Rash on the other end. On the Loki, we got only one support, if you not counting, of course, the Jeff. Somebody on Sekos managing to get another KO. We are 82% in. We don't have any other ultimate. The Hulk will become Bruce Banner and will just being shredded there. And the point is being taken by We Own This. They need one more good fight on Hulk Smasher to make it work, and we got one important ability, the save on the Winter Soldier. We know why he did this, because we got this Kraken Impact. We don't have any combo yet with it. That can be interesting to see, maybe with Edgester. I don't know if they are used to do this combo, but with the Jeff ultimate, removing him and just Kraken Impact in the face. So that's going to be interesting to see. We want to have the good KO there. No shield there. Be careful, Strange. You are not positioned well
nice
there
grab.
with the good smash. You got the Invisible Boundary on both sides. That's a lot of damage there. You got also, most likely, the Galactic Legends coming up in a few with the Kraken Impact. Eye of Agamotto coming up there. Yahel up in the air. Can we make any KO? We are trying on the Hulk. Oh, that's such a good ultimate from Edgester. Can we make it? No. Tricky and Yael focusing in directly, and that's going to be a fight win from We Own This.
That was an absolute mess of a fight. These on Odin's Archive often are. You just go down into the scrum, and it's an absolute crucible where everyone with a Q presses Q. Somebody, they're going to have the next fight in their hands with, once again, a Gamma Maelstrom combining with the Eye of Agamotto.
We got also the Karmic Revival from Tricky. That can be the clutch factor of the fight. If something is not working out, you can just raise your entire team. So we need to look out at this. And Rio, once again, with all the good damage, he will also have his ultimate ability, and we know how powerful it can be on the Hulk. This is what makes them win the first fight, and he's going in once again. He's going in. Can we do the Maelstrom of Madness? Yes! Sekos with the good damage. Rio going in. Web Slinger. Rio with the double. And that might be it. Can we do it? Oh, we are forcing the Hulk smash. Is it going to be done? Yes, we are letting him die just on the side. Oh, we are raising, but Tricky. That was a good raise, but maybe a ballsy one. Can we make it happen? Invisible Boundary being done, so we can heal absolutely everyone. We got the Eye of Agamotto coming up from Sekos. Not managing to get any kill, unfortunately. Vermilion will also have the Invisible Boundaries. We are going in. Eye of Agamotto, quite massive there from somebody. Securing a good K on Shibuke. We have only one resources there. We will have the Galactic Legends also. Can we save it for the next point? And that might be it from We Own This. Are we able to do it? Bruce Banner will fall down and we won't have time. That's going to be the first point from We Own This. They were led quite a lot, especially with the good performance from Rio, but they managed to get back into the Odin Archive and securing the first point of Royal Palace. Now, we are going to move into the throne room.
What a turnaround there coming through from We Own This. I'm very impressed with these Hulks, honestly. We have not seen much Hulk gameplay in Eternal Nightfalls, Season 1 of Marvel Rivals here in EMEA. It's very much been Groot, Magneto, and Doctor Strange running the show, and the occasional showing of Thing when it comes to our vanguards. While we did see Hulk essentially permabanned or permaplayed in Season 0, back when the Gamma Gang team-up was all the rage, we had a lot of good Hulk play, but it seems like console is having a different kind of mindset here. And we have actually seen some fights almost solo won by those monster Hulks, which is one of the first times I've really seen that happen consistently in pro play.
Yeah, I'm quite happy, and especially in Season 2, it's going to be quite interesting. It might be, once again, really meta, especially with Namor and the new team-up, but we are not in Season 2 yet. We need to take this high ground right here from both teams, basically. This is the most important pose. And don't forget, we got the Galactic Legends coming up from Yawel. He got the damage boost from the Mantis. Can we make it? Rio trying to get him, but that's not working, unfortunately. We are falling down a little bit on this team, but we are managing to get a lot of good damage, and a KO on Sekos. The Born Again going in there for Shibuke. No, who did it? No, Ejester, of course. With the Adam Warlock, we are raising him, and the point has been taken from We Own This because we had the better positioning there.
Yeah, being able to really catch Sekos out early with that body blocking was absolutely critical. Still building up towards that Soul Resurgence here on the Mantis. Exer actually has a fantastic angle here onto Tricky. Oh, catching him just shy of the invisible boundary. Oh, unable to get into what Rasht was offering right there. Eye of Agamotto. Not going to be stunning too many. Yarwell actually manages to escape from this one with his life as Webslinger's ready to go to work with Rotterstern. But you need to get away from the Hulk. He's angry and he's chasing, and he can knock people out of this ultimate as well, which may prove to be absolutely deadly. Stunned up is the Mantis. Gamma Maelstrom actually interrupted there by a phalanx of shields raised by both Invisible Woman and Doctor Strange around their wayward strategist. Still, someone has everything they need and a little bit more to move on forward. And it seems like Hulk Smashers, they are running slowly out of steam. Even with Rio angry on the point, he's alone without the help that's needed.
53% already from We Own This. We might have one more good fight, and you can probably get the TP from the Strange, obviously from Sekos, but you have one more chance to get back because the entire team, you need to gather and you need to do another fight. What do you have as a resources? You got nothing. Your best abilities, which is Kraken Impact there, you didn't charge it yet. You will have the Kraken, the Cormir Revival from the Adam Warlock, and that could be it, because right there you got Yael trying to secure him, and that's it. You won't be able, you don't have the passive ability anymore, so you can't res, and you are just getting KO one after the others. And I think that's it. I don't think they got time to TP and get back into the point, because the Doctor Strange has been the last being KO. He has been staggered, and I think that's it. I think We Own This will secure this map.
We might be able to TP in, but I think the Sekos actually spawned last. And so, yep, there's going to be no chance. We Own This go 1-1 in record time. What a map here on Domination. I want to see more Hulk from these teams, honestly. Bruce Banner is, it's Bruce Banger matches.
Yeah, it is. That's cool. That's really cool to see. So we didn't see some Iron Man. That's maybe not the most famous character, and that's quite hard to run, especially when you got a Star-Lord, or in front you got also a Bucky, which is quite hard, especially if he knows how to aim you and if your support are not reactive enough. Quick look at the statistic. Rio, even if he lost, did amazing on the Oak, and on the other end, that's Rasht securing the MVP. 30k healing, top assist, top healing of the game. Well deserved. That was such a good game, and we are 1-1 into this best of 7 legs, so as we mentioned, that might be quite a close game.
Yeah, this series is going to have some legs to it here. I'm excited to see a little bit more, potentially of the entire Gamma Gang. I don't know if Iron Man is particularly meta on console, but if we continue to see these Hela bans, it can certainly be a real threat that needs to be dealt with. Obviously, you can try and deal with that with the Winter Soldier using things like the Tainted Voltage, try and knock them out of the air. However, still anybody's game. The drafts, maybe we see a little bit of augmentation of the drafts now that both teams have claimed a map.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see. Well, 1-1, don't forget, this is the best of 7, so you have quite a lot of match and quite a lot of time to think also, because this time that was we own this, maybe we will draft differently. And one surprising thing, Leg, also, we had this Luna Snow save and it was not even played. So that's gonna be interesting to discuss it a bit further, but first, let's get back into the highlight of the game.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic! How embarrassing! That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine. Impervious. Deal, peasants.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me.
Impervious.
Pathetic! How embarrassing!
Kneel, peasants.
this White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Steel peasants!
One to one here in our lower bracket finals. I don't know about you, Lunny, but if I'm Hulk, I'm a smash. Hulk Smashers and We Own This are absolutely deadlocked here.
Yeah, really happy to see some Oak. Really wish to see some more that we're gonna soon get into the draft. That's gonna be on the Yggdrasil path, a convoy map. We had the Royal Palace just before, and now we got the other part of the map. I really like this map, and to be honest, that's a really good map for strength for Oak, and also for Iron Man. We spoke about it a bit before. That's maybe not a meta pick, but especially with you, when you want to run the Gamma Gang, that could be interesting, but I'm not really sure these teams are playing him. What I wanted to talk to you about before jumping into the draft, you are saving the Luna Snow and you're not even playing the Luna Snow? What was the strategy behind this, in your opinion? Like, maybe they wanted to bait another ban, I would say, but it didn't really work out well.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably a bait there to try and obfuscate playing the Gamma Gang, because sometimes the best way to try and get a team up off is to not give any inclination you're going to be playing it, and that's kind of what we saw with both teams, kind of faking that they were going to play Resurrection Comp, they weren't going to play like the Gamma Gang. It seems like both our teams had a very similar read, though, in that we only saw a little bit of Jeff for a while, and then it was Triple Strategist on one side and Gamma Gang on the other. Minus Tony Stark, of course, who was not present, but both lent into the same tank line of as a Star-Lord ban coming through.
Yeah, and we might maybe save the Ella. Yes, of course. You all the time banning the Ella, right? Because there is a really good Ella player from We On This, so we are directly jumping on it. We don't want to let it go. On the other hand, we are once again securing the Winter Soldier for Webslinger. He has been doing well, not enough in the previous map. Let's see what he got for this one. In terms of ban, you can ban Luna Snow. Yes, Luna Snow is such a strong pick. Even if you secure it before, you're not even playing him, playing Apogee. But what we're seeing most of the time is Invisible and Loki. Loki could have been an interesting ban also, because he's bringing so much value to the team. You can basically copy whatever ultimate you want, but we prefer removing the Thing. Sekos has been doing amazing on the first map on all of Jalia. So really happy to see some fears from We Own This. We want to remove this pick because we don't really know how to counter it.
Yeah, not too sure how to counter that one. Could be a little bit tricky to deal with, for want of a better word. Tricky themselves actually going to be picking up the Hela now, as it did survive the ban phase, and that means that it's an instant protect coming through.
We on this on
I'm
the
very
defense.
happy to see Rio on the Hulk.
Yeah. Yeah, Rio has been... It was the SVP, if I'm not mistaken, in the previous game. And honestly, your team is called Hulk Smashers. So it was maybe a hint that I didn't see before. What I'm really curious of is, like, just on the Iron Fist. He has been showing
they play
some interesting...
Jeff, so maybe they just play weird things. Maybe just a quirked up lad, you know?
Yeah, and that's it, yeah. Yeah, he's playing him, yeah. That's interesting. Let's see what he does, because since the Season 1, he has been changed a little bit. You are more efficient against tank and not really a flanker, so you can still be annoying in the backline as you do with the Jeff, so that's gonna be good to see. But where I'm curious is, once again, we got the Captain America from Yael and also Tricky on the Ella. It has been secured, so he might be popping off this game.
Captain America, of course, not going to be with that charged Aegis this time. Might actually be able to be grabbed out of the air here by the Hulk if the timing is good on that incredible leap For now, it's very easy for the Loki to just sit back with all three of their duplicates and push out so much spell field healing. They are absolutely steaming towards their ultimate at quite a pace. But Vermilion's even better right now. The cleave healing right now onto Hulk Smash as they play this kind of pseudo death ball is absolutely overwhelming.
What I'm seeing, and I not noticed, this is a triple Vanguard composition from Rio on this, especially in defense that can be quite efficient. The Ela can be way enough to do some damage, and we'll have other ultimates coming with other invisible boundaries. Webslinger with a good KO on somebody there. We got one tank less, but that's fine because we are running 3 Vanguard composition, so we are still doing quite a lot. Sekos with the Eye of Agamotto, can we get a good KO on Rash? But nice exile then, once again from Rio. Not gonna be, from Allowed, sorry. Not gonna be enough because we are jumping in. Yael falling down, but we got the TP. DL Unleash. Can we secure the good KO? That was maybe not the best timing to do so, but we want to save as much time as we want. Nice turn there on the Doctor Strange that was trying to shield off this Goddess of Death and managing to get a good KO on Webslinger on the Winter Soldier.
Hello, in the back, could deliver some real DPS onto Vermilion. Next up's for Loki. Puny God in the form of Hulk is going to be destroyed. The Hulk going to have trouble catching up with the Doctor Strange. Damage has been done, though. What a retake here from We Own This. Hallowed really clutching up with the Monster Hulk. And guess what? There's a reason that Tricky's been banned off this Hela. It's just headshot after headshot.
That's gonna be my next ring bell, I guess. This nice sound of the headshot from Tricky, one after the other. Yeah, I can definitely get why the Ela has been banned before. It's really popping off right there. And especially when you are the only duelist character in your team comp, you have to go in and do this damage because that's so much important. Vanguard, of course, they can do damage, but you are the main DPS source there. Here come maybe somebody with a good Eye of Agamotto. That can be interesting. He still got it. You want to save it as much as possible. No, that's gonna be it. But nice shield there from Rio protecting the rest of the team. Webslinger unfortunately falling down. Invisible Bundle is being done by Vermilion, but they can just run out and they forced one good defensive ability. They got the end of the fight.
Hulk Smash are running low on time here, though. They might have to invest to try and make this one work, and they do have everything they need in the form of the Kraken Impact. Opening up, though, with the God of Mischief. That's going to be an invisible boundary raised, answered, of course, by Rash. Out comes the Eye of Agamotto, easily blocked by somebody. Saw that one coming 100 miles away, bruv. And now it's Yarwell round the back, coming in to try and annoy this backline. Yeah, you can do a little bit of damage, but up against the Loki, you can't really burn through those mischievous little clones very easily. Up to the sky goes Tricky. Goddess of Death will rain down the strong crows from above and all their explosive power. Might be too much to try and deal with. Again, my Maelstrom racks the veins of Eggster as the radiation becomes too much to bear. And Hulk Smashers are running out of momentum, but they're still holding on to his Kraken Impact.
That might be the last fight. We got the Kraken Impact from Westfinger. It's going to be really important as we don't have any defensive ability on We Own This, so he needs to do it. Yael on the other side, he's going on the Mantis. And here comes somebody once again. Good Eye of Agamotto right there. Going in with the double rush, securing the rest of the team with Hollowed with the double also. That was such a clean pick, and we come. The Hulk Smash, you're not going anywhere, buddy, because we are destroying you. How do we have the time maybe on Sekos to do a portal? That might be a bit complicated, and that might be it. We on this clean defense right there, and somebody carrying the last fight with the perfect Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, Webslinger actually caught unawares, falling down with the Kraken Impact still in reserve. Could have gone up using the Kraken Impact during the leap. You are CC immune. Could have avoided the Eye of Agamotto and maybe punished somebody for an aggressive leap too far with the ultimate, but didn't have the presence of mind or didn't see it coming. Maybe there was some obfuscation, some distraction that came through to stop Webslinger from really answering that effectively, but often it's just going to weigh on you that your team fell down. You still had the strongest ultimate in the game in your back pocket, and it never got deployed.
So we don't have a lot to do basically for We Own This. Only 76 meters. This is not even the first point. And we've seen Hulk Smasher struggling a little bit versus this free Vanguard composition. We've seen Yarwell is basically doing a flank job, going all the time in the specialist. And they have to help each other. They have to use some CD in order not for them to fall down and get KO'd. So even if Yael is not really having a lot of final hits, a lot of damage, he's putting so much pressure. And I'd really like to see how these players have been doing with Captain America, because he's bringing quite a lot. And even if we got only one DPS players, we still got another defensive ability thanks to this Captain America. So we got the Loki with the double invisible boundaries, and you got also bonus HP with the Assemble. So really nice to see. Let's see what Hulk Smasher can do right there, because you don't have the right to do any mistakes because your attack phase was not the best.
Well, Groot has finally shown up in our series here. Maybe we saw a little bit of him on Hall of Jala, if I remember correctly. For now, though, the Infinite Ammo team up giving Webslinger plenty of early poke early on in this game, having to keep an eye on the Hulk, who's playing around the peripheries right here, just slowly eroding space away from the Hulk Smashers. They're going to have to live up to their name here and really get rid of that Hulk in short order. Of course, you've got to deal with Captain America first. You're just jumping around. He's just being professionally annoying right now, and I know. I do it as well.
Groot from Seko, some walls might be the solution. We are forcing the lamp right here. We have to destroy it as soon as possible. Rio with the good damage from the Magneto. Maybe punishing this Ella that has been a bit more aggressive. Yes, Rio with the double KO there. That was a bit ballsy, let's keep it this way, from both of Asgard's champions right here. Vermilion with the good KO on Yael. And finally we got this. We got the first defense on Hulk Smasher. In their mind, they are stronger. They know they can win the fight. They can win this game. They can defend, because it has been done by we on this. But be careful to somebody, because he can already do a good Eye of Agamotto as he done previously, and that might be the play of the game.
Eye of Agamotto. And a fully charged Gamma Maelstrom trick is actually going to set up at the back here to begin with. Oh, a big pick on the rocket. Won't be able to res themselves. That's the most valuable thing that could happen. And now guess what? The BRB is gone as well. At the back, the Goddess of Death raises up, waiting for that Meteor M to be struck elsewhere, as to not charge it with an Astrond Crows heading into the back. Ayana Koji taken out here by Webslinger. Cannot afford to have the Kraken impact in that back pocket again. Just going out of sight for the moment is tricky. In the back, falling out of that Goddess of Death. Oh, Rash caught out by Sekos here. This was such a huge chance for We Own This to try and turn this one around, but it feels like they fumbled at every step.
2 minutes to defend. We still got Strangling Prison. We still got a Kraken Impact, which is usually being combined to win a fight. We got the God of Mischief. Also, that can be quite interesting, and this is already being used to get the invisible boundaries for the rest of the team, especially to counter probably the Groot ultimate and the rest. We are doing the disappear. The lamp has been used. We need to do something, Sekos. Don't keep your ultimate till the next game, because it might be what you need to win this fight. We will have a Eye of Agamotto soon from somebody. That might be once again the play that the We On This are waiting for. Tricky with a nice KO from Rio once again. And then come the lamp being forced. We are doing so much damage here. And we moved also on Yael to Squirrel Girl, a pick that we are never seeing in competitive play. So that's interesting to see. They are going to try to farm as much as possible and throw the Squirrel in the enemy team and secure a KO. We will go into probably the last team fight, or the one just before, because we still got resources. We don't have the good combo that we were speaking of, but Rio with the Asteroid M will need to snipe perfectly to get rid of Rashed Invisible Boundary.
And how do you deal with the Gamma Maelstrom Eye of Agamotto? It's going to be the question. It's going to be a big threat. Oh, an early exile onto Vermilion. Multiple players pushed out of the invisible boundary. Here comes the Eye of Agamotto. The regen domains are gone, but it's a quick copy over using the God of Mischief there from Tribweek. Excellent play to come on up. And now it's going to be the Omega Hurricane. The last note here, potentially. The crescendo has reached a fever pitch. And while those inside the invisible boundary are safe, those outside it are far from it. Sekos has to retreat inside to try and find themselves some safety. And now picking the storm out of the air. The tree is striking back. The grasping branches of the weeping willow will make sure that it's weeping all the same for the crying storm. And it's tricky, locking down the potential reconnections here as trying to get rid of this Magneto. Guardian shields raised up. Tricky doesn't have the health to try and play this one for themselves. Somebody might have to do it with the Gamma Maelstrom right here. The Rocket Raccoon is just so evasive, and now Vermilion just has to put their life on the line. The Groot doesn't have the shielding, and the Magneto is going to be exactly the same. It's whip after whip, and now you whip, you watch them Nene, and you watch them win as well, as Hulk Smashers are going to be wiped from this payload in short order. We own this, going to live up to their name surely. There is a portal to come on back, and that's going to provide quick passage back for the million, but it's just straight into oblivion. Another Eye of Agamotto. The shield wasn't raised in time, and all the damage is levied exactly where it's needed. We own this payload. We own the path to Yggsgard, and we own map number 3.
That was such a great performance from somebody with this Eye of Agamotto. He had so much of them during the entire map, and especially at the end, not being able to block it out. And obvious MVP, to be honest, in this map. He has been doing so much for this team. And Tricky also with the Ella. That's 2-1 into this series from We Own This. That's the best of 7. They are 2 games away to join the other team into the grand final. Quick look at the stats. Somebody, final hits. He did an Exa KO combo also, which is quite massive, and is also close to being top damage of the game. That's going to be tricky on this one, but yeah, definitely, I understand why the Doctor Strange has been banned in the first game.
Yeah, and that Hella ban's making a lot of sense here as well, huh? Trying to keep Tricky away from that one. I was thinking when it slipped through the first ban phase, that was an instant protect. However, of course, the dynamic's going to change heading into Season 2 as well. Hulk's being removed from the Gamma team-up. Or rather, not Hulk's being removed. Doctor Strange is being removed from the Gamma team-up, so we no longer have access to that Gamma Maelstrom. Going to be Namor instead with a Gamma-charged Monstro spawn, which might change how we know our Aquatic King to be. I'm surprised we're not seeing more Namor, actually, in these matchups. Admittedly, with 2 maps thus far, having Luna banned, that kind of keeps Namor on the weaker side without that frozen spawn. But I thought that maybe on console, you'd see a little bit more predilection towards those auto-aiming Monstro spawn.
Yeah, and also the fact that we are not seeing that much flank character. So we have this Captain America, of course, but when you don't have, especially Spider-Man, even if it's not being really played into competitive, when you don't have maybe the Psylocke presence on the flanking side, this is not a pick we are used to see in console, seems like it, and especially when you remove the Luna Snow, you are losing a lot of value into the character, and you like combining it, and this is what we're seeing on PC a lot, the Groot and the Horn of Proteus, which is quite a massive play, to be honest. We've seen a lot of good Quadra or Penta KO in plays from Virtus Pro, for example, which has been quite amazing. We will go into the 4th map also, so this is not done yet. We are into the lower bracket finals, into the console EMEA. What are you banning, once again? Because once you are banning the Ella, the other time you are banning the Doctor Strange. You can't ban both at the same time. This is not how the game the game is working. So that's gonna be interesting to see, and also to see which map are they going to play on, because strategies can just being quite mixed depending on the type of game you're doing, domination, convoy, or convergence. So happy to see what ult smash they can have in their pocket.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to play up against it. It's a little bit of a catch-22 right now. Are you getting rid of a Strange? Are you getting rid of a Hela? I think maybe you ban Hela first going into the next map, just to make sure that's not an insta-protect. And maybe you can bait out Strange getting through that protect phase, and you can get that as the second ban. But before we jump into our round number 4, we got ourselves a package of highlights for you, so feast your eyes on these.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing.
Queen's reign begins. You deserve that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic! How embarrassing! Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserve that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic! How embarrassing!
Kneel, peasants!
That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
We own this, are leading 2-1 into this series. Are they owning the crown? Not yet, but they are close and closer to get into the grand final, maybe to secure the throne of Europe in the console version. We will soon go into the Burning Shala domination map. Quite interesting map. Also, we are not seeing a lot of domination map all the time, so really happy to see some more. So we were speaking with Leg, we've seen Tricky on the Ela being quite convincing, we've seen also Doctor Strange being quite good, but I think you want to remove the Ela first, right?
Yeah, getting rid of the Hela can be, I think you just got to try and constrain Tricky, you know? Because I think that you're fairly comfortable taking the Star-Lord mirror.
Yep.
Previously, the ban was onto the Star-Lord, and I think Yarwhal can, like, try and match. Like, Tricky is not unmatchable on the Hela. Or rather, not unmatchable on the Star-Lord. I feel like the Hela, there's a lot less likelihood that Hulk Smashers try and match them on that. They don't seem to have it so much in their hero pool at the moment. So I think trying to get rid of, like, where you can't match first has got to be the priority.
Yeah, because it seems like we don't really have an Ela player from Hulk Smasher, so you need to get rid of it. This is what was doing OG also, even if Etsu has been playing a bit of the Ela, but this is not a comfort pick, so you know how strong is it in the meta, so especially when you are scouting the rest of the team, you know Tricky is playing the Ela, so you need to get rid of it. So let's see to what are they going to do as we are moving on into the draft, into the Burning Chala domination map. So we got the first ban on Hulk Smashers, and we decide once again to remove the Starlord, so that might be a Ela save once again, Leg.
Well, at the moment, they're hovering the double unlimited ammo composition, so I wonder if they're actually going to try and draft for this, or if they're going to maybe fake it out. We're likely going to see a Hella Protect here from We Own This, yep, and that means that Tricky is going to be locking this in the entirety of a series, no doubt in my mind. Hulk Smashers now, what are they going to do when it comes to the Protect? Are they going to telegraph they want to play unlimited ammo by protecting something like the Bucky here, potentially? Indeed, they are. And we did actually see Eggster playing on the Rocket Raccoon on the defense of Ixgard Path. So maybe We Own This has a little bit of a lowdown. I wouldn't mind seeing a Rocket Raccoon ban here coming through from We Own This. They're getting rid of it. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Sekos did a lot on the thing.
Yeah, when you see the first map he did on all of Jalia, like, he has been the MVP, he has been doing quite a lot, and I'm not sure anyone can really, like, do the same from We Own This on the thing. So, and this is quite what we are doing also with the Doctor Strange. That's the last ban, but I don't remember Hulk Smasher as having as much impact as somebody on the Doctor Strange. So I think that was the move to do, but still, I'm not really convinced into the not Ela ban. Tricky is being amazing on it, as you mentioned. You can't really do the same on your side compared to having like both Starlord being quite efficient in both teams. So maybe this is what they want to do. This is what they want to do, but is it going to work? That's my question on this map. And that's going to be interesting because the Ela being in the backline with the rest of the support, that might be quite hard to get rid of. What you need some dive composition, but it doesn't look like we are running Hulk or Venom or Spider-Man or this kind of comp, so Ela is quite free the entire rest of the game. It's just like if he's doing a mistake, if he's like just going to in the front lane, as we've seen in the previous map, but Tricky has been showing like he knows what to do, he knows how to aim, and that might be a big problem into this map. But let's see as we are moving in, and we are just going into the first point there, and this time we got the Luna Snow with the Jeff. That's gonna be interesting to see.
Yeah, chilling charisma being shown for the first time here, even though it's always been a threat since the echoes of halls of Dujalia. Ayana Koji around that back might actually be able to take out the BRB beacon early from a rocket as well, get rid of that potential for resurrection. Somebody moving in quickly has to disengage, of course, as they are proffered against with the infinite ammo. And well, if you're going to show your face to the infinite ammo, Bucky, you are gonna end up catching a couple of rather stern bullets.
And this is where the Winter Soldier pick is quite interesting, especially when you are removing the Doctor Strange. What do you have? You basically have Magneto and Groot. You don't have a lot of other options. And with Winter Soldier, you just can grab the Groot, ward him off, and securing a good first KO. And this is what Hulk Smashers understood, because it doesn't seem like we got another Winter Soldier player. I think on the first map, we had someone playing the Winter Soldier, but that was not efficient enough. And we will need some clutch factor from Ayano, especially with this Jeff the Land Shark. He got the Luna Snow team up, bringing him a lot of damage, so he needs to make it work.
Sekos managed to escape that wall trap, which was very impressive here for now. Once again, Webslinger has unlimited ammo, catches Jeff around the other side. A quick love tap will be enough to get Jeff out of there. A lot of charge coming in towards the Meteor M, directly on top of a million. And now there's no support ult to try and answer this one. It's going to be the Strangling Prism, which tries to finish this one up. Out comes the Meteor M, up at the top. It's actually a fairly low Rio. Nice shielding that's actually come out to try and stop this one off the map. Maybe a quick reset onto another clone here from the Loki. Indeed it is. That's going to be the regeneration runes dragged up as well. The domain will keep the Loki alive for a second longer. However, it has been a flip in favor of the We Own This.
And this is really nicely played because Chibuke tried to come back into the map. It was a success, but the rest of your team is being done, so you're just gonna get delayed. That was maybe the play to just pull off the map and wait for the rest of the team. Right there, the Jeff the Lanchar taking some information because he knows he can catch someone. A nice wall up there on somebody. You need to destroy this wall quite fast because you're not gonna get any heal. That's a thing. But that is being done. We got the combo coming up from Sekos and Webslinger with the Strangling Prison and also the Kraken Impact. That was a success in 2 games before that when they took off the first win, and they need to reiterate there.
Sekos taking high ground consistently to be able to survey the land and find a place to put down this strangling prison. Rio's going to try actually claim some space here, but they're being poked out quite viciously as they move on forward. Yabble doing their best to stay a little bit separated from the team, making themselves more difficult to catch within that Groot ultimate. Actually, it's going to be a solo ult here onto Yabble. Dragged in is Rash, answered out now by the fate of both worlds. Invisible Boundary on the other side is going to make sure that all of the targets for We Earn This are going to be a little bit more difficult to ascertain. Tricky catching Poke coming out the other way as Shibuki rejoins the fight using that copied Luna ultimate. The pressure onto Jeff in the back here from Eggster. Not going to be too much to really deal with at this point. Shibuki is going to be running out of their own ultimate rather soon. And now Ayano Koji thinks that they might be the final note here. That's a metallic bulwark stopping the Meteor M from getting the Jeff out of this position. Off the map goes one. No, it seems like for now it's going to be survival game. Maybe actually just a Trooper's Fist returning here from the side of a Web Slinger. Difficult for Ayano Koji to try and stay alive in the midst of all this, but finally strikes back with the spit in the right place. Tricky. The last note here coming in with the Goddess of Death for long-range damage onto Vermilion. Too much to take.
And that's gonna be it for the first map. I don't think they might be able to touch again. Tricky going super aggressive, but that's okay because he's taking the focus and they are not able to touch again. Imperial Institute of Science has been taken by We Own This. Can they take the Warrior Force? It might be it, especially after. This is probably the best part of the map of Jeff the Land Shark, especially there with the Cascade. You can take everything from the point and throw them away just next to the point. And once again, Ayano really nicely played, even if he's not securing KO with his ultimate ability. He's just managing to remove one player from the fight and just staggering him, which is really nicely played. So happy to see the combo finally working out and finally the combo being played because the Luna Snow has been secured and not played before, so that's gonna be interesting to see what Hulk Smashers can do. They are still running the Raccoon unlimited ammo with Web Slinger. It was working well at the beginning. Oh, look at that. Easy going to do this now. That's something only working in God Ranked, I would say.
Something else there, Lonnie.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. You're right. I didn't see this one, but yeah, definitely looking at something else. Although with the Strangling Prison, that might be it for the first fight. They need to take a strong pick quite fast. And that can be the point quite easily. And this point is quite hard to take down after that, especially when you don't have the portal from Doctor Strange.
Webslinger and Sekos once again with this fateful combo. Got to be worried here about getting knocked off the back of the map, by the way, if you do happen to be out of the Groot or the Magneto. Both the Vanguards caught inside this. They are going to both be affected with the culling, I believe, but they've got enough HP to try and shut this one down. Oh, that was a little bit risky there for the side of Hallowed, but turnaround coming through. Both of the Invisible Women erect their ultimates here. Invisible barriers keep all within nice and healthy. This is going to be Magneto looking for a target in the midst of all of this. Fate of both worlds could be a little bit too much to deal with. A copy coming through. That's another invisible boundary that's risen. Instead of matching that with Luna Snow, which we usually see, Webslinger's going to catch Tricky around the outside, but that was only one of 2 members who were flanking from We Own This. Back to a fight on the point. Hulk Smashers slowly running out of options here. It's a last chance saloon. A desperate attempt with the Meteor M, but Rio can't find anything but pain at the hands of somebody. Somebody once told me that We Own This is going to roll me, and they rolled in this first fight.
We got the first point. We used a lot of economy, a lot of ultimate ability. We only got Sekos. We are going to wait for the Kraken Impact, which hasn't been a success, unfortunately, in the previous fight because we had a really good defense from Hallowed with the walling off somebody and not managing to secure any KO. We are back there on Hulk Smashers with the Luna Snow and the Jeff the Land Shark. We are just abandoning the unlimited ammo from the Web Slinger. We need to find out another way to win this fight. We didn't find it yet, and we are going in. We are going into this point. We are walling off this Magneto. We need to take this KO as soon as possible, especially as we got the Strangling Prison, and that's gonna be it from Vermilion on Hallowed Berry. We are doing the Asteroid M. Can we get a KO? It seems like no. Yeah, it seems like yes. On Webslinger, we are forcing Tricky with the Goddess of Death. We are fighting with more people. No, that's a 4v4 now with the good KO from Ayano. Ayano with the ultimate ability also. Can he make it work? Can they make it work? They are fighting for their life on the point, but unfortunately, Sekos might fall down with the strangling prison. Nicely done. Can we make enough KO? The answer is yes. We on this are owning the game, and there are a few percentage off to turn it into a 3-1.
Oh, we earn this. They can smell the match point. It's actually going to be touching fins over here. How romantic. Love taps going to be exchanged. Question is someone going to use their chilling charisma team up, as both of them now have it available with Tribuik having moved over onto the Lunar Snow themselves. Once again, the Kraken Impact ready to go. That can be combined with Sekos, but thus far, that combination hasn't been particularly effective for the side of Hulk Smashers. Sekos going to start grabbing some of this space, slowly eroding it away from We Own This. Not entirely sure where that Groot ult went to begin with. It might well have actually impacted onto a shield or maybe onto some players who've managed to drag themselves out of Terra Firma using that. Out comes Sekos. Multiple players eaten potentially there by the Jeff time. And actually an attempt at a rescue. Sekos is dragged off in the mutually assured destruction by Ayano to make sure that they can't be eaten as they come close to that edge. Eggster not going to be quite so lucky when it comes to getting value out of this ultimate. Up comes the Meteor M. Trick is going to take this moment to get in onto Eggster on the back. A well-placed Soul Drainer. And now the Lunar Snow is well within their sights. It's a desperate dash onto a point and into the safety of the ult that was brought up by the Invisible Woman. That boundary keeps everyone safe for a moment. The three players are inside of a strangling prison for the Anglewood Wall. It's doing all the damage that it needs. And while Groot may well be here to try and save the day, you're going to need more than a tree and a plucky attitude to get one past We Own This.
Clean 2-0, managing them to secure the win, and they are one match away to go the grand final. They are leading 3-1 into this series, and yeah, we had some good diff into this. Like, unfortunately, Sekos didn't manage to get such a good strangling prison, and when you see Holloway at the end of the match just managing to get both support and the Magneto, managing them the win of the fight and the game. So I am not really sure what they would need to change, but once again, even if Tricky has been catched a few times by Rio with the Magneto, with a good combo, he still managed to get so much damage. But look also at somebody and Hollowed Barry. They are both top damage of the game. The two Vanguard, they are quite crazy. And even if you are removing the Doctor Strange from somebody, he got a lot of other picks into his pocket.
I mean, somebody was grabbing 71% accuracy on Magneto, which is pretty impressive. That is a lot of metallic hits constantly hitting pay dirt. And you could see that reflected in the damage taken by like Sekos as well. And a bit more Meteor M's coming up. And that's a lot of potential to not only find your burst, but also eat incoming healing as well, which can really isolate a Vanguard who gets a little bit too far out of position. And you think, okay, yeah, maybe I've got both my Luna here, and maybe I've got my Invisible Woman as well. But if all those heals are being eaten up, then suddenly that position you thought is supportable isn't really, and you could be punished with the burst damage of the Magneto as well. So somebody in Hallowed Berry right now as a Vanguard duo really kind of have this in the palm of their hand.
That's going to be interesting to see, but once again, I would love to see Hulk Smashers removing the Ella, because Tricky has been really impactful and you can't really get rid of this pick and this character quite easily. Webslinger, all the time on the Winter Soldier, might be interesting to see him on other thing. We're gonna see this in a couple of minutes, but first, let's see the highlight of the game.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing.
Kneel, peasants!
That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
We own this, looking to own this match as they're sitting on match point right now against Hulk Smashers in our lower bracket finals here for EMEA. We're in the console division right now. We're doing a little bit of spectating, a little bit of tourism, just figuring out what's going on down here on console, and there's a lot more Jeff than I was expecting.
Yeah, that was not something I would put on my bingo card of the day, let's be honest, and the same for the Captain America. But that's quite interesting. We finally see it being combined with the Luna Snow. So now we will move on the Midtown Convoy map. That's going to be interesting to see with Hulk Smashers being the first to attack, and we on this on the defense side. So we can have some quite interesting picks also, but what I really want to see from Hulk Smashers, please get rid of this Ella. Tricky has been quite annoying, and it seems like none of the player is able to match the Ella from Tricky, so you have something to do. And also Web Slinger doing good on the Winter Soldier, but would love to see maybe trying another pick. Can we do maybe Squirrel Girl? We've seen Yael playing a bit recently on the other team. Maybe this is a pick that we can secure, especially in Midtown. This is a pick. Of course, it's not the best pick in the meta, but still you can manage to get a lot of good and interesting pick especially with the ultimate ability.
Yeah, I'm at least keen for Hulk Smashers here, and the map they won, Horse of Tajalia, was a convergence map, which is very heavily around these like mobile mission areas. Same that kind of field dichotomy that we're going to have on Convoy here, so we might be able to recapture the magic from map number 1 before we yeah, there it is, the instant ban of a Hela. We've had enough of this experiment. The experiment is over. Get Tricky off that hero right now.
Thank you, Hulk Smashers. And if you are managing to secure this win, you know what to do for the rest of this series. Wolverine, of course, we don't want to see him, and we're gonna secure the Luna Snow. So maybe we might see a Jeff ban from Hulk Smashers, because from We Own This, we want to keep the Luna Snow. So that could be interesting to see. And also, we are saving the thing. Sekos has been doing quite well in the first map. They managed to get the win thanks to that. He was the MVP of the map. So quite good to see, especially on this map. He has a lot to do, and yeah, here it is.
Yeah, they've had enough of that chilling charisma. Zero Riz banned, and there's the counter ban there onto the Winter Soldier, not allowing Webslinger to play that one here. Somebody likely going to be going back in for the Gamma Gang, and of course, with the Luna protected, we might see some Namor as well. But for now, a little bit of a halt onto the triple resurrection composition of a Star-Lord, the Adam Warlock, and the Mantis together. We did see this on Royal Palace domination, particularly on Odin's Archive. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this mirrored out, as both our teams ended up playing Gamma Gang there alongside triple res.
So that's interesting. I like what I'm seeing, and yeah, as you mentioned, like the triple resurrection composition is quite efficient, but finally getting back to see Sekos on the thing might be good, and running on the other end, the Gamma Gang, this is basically two different strategies, which both of them might work, to be honest, but yeah, Sekos has impressed me quite a lot on the thing, and it seems like from We On This, we don't have one of the tank player really matching his skill, so we will need to see how it goes. We're also running the Resurrection composition from Hulk Smashers. This is something that you want to do, basically, especially in these long maps. You can just get back. You have a lot of damage, especially with the Adam Warlock that can bring so much more, and with the Mantis damage boost. We will also once again see both the Star-Lord being played, but interesting thing, Rio is playing the Star-Lord. He was the tank player before, so we did a role swap also for this game.
Yeah, Rio's been playing a lot of Mag and a very impressive Hulk so far, so moving everyone to this is certainly interesting. Worth noting as well that Rio's not actually going to have like a Magneto shield, neither Star-Lord is in fact. The Metallic Bulwark's not going to be offered in for those blaster barrages, so they might find themselves vulnerable during those more lackadaisical phases throwing out those bullets.
Starting the poke, Vermilion almost with the ultimate from the Mantis.
What is Bro doing? What is Homie doing? This is no time to summon a portal, somebody. Okay, maybe a little bit of a misclick there. I don't know what button it is on console to summon a portal, but whatever it is, you pressed the wrong one.
Yeah, it seems like one of my ranked games, not gonna lie to lag. Honestly, I was not prepared for this. And that might be a good way for the Hulk Smashers to take advantage of it. Ayano securing a good KO on Rio with the self-res. By the way, going down, we have the Galactic Legends. Nice first KO being done. Along with there, going in with the Hulk Smash, with all the resistance. He's gonna slap the F out of you, but being messed by the Mantis. Fortunately for them, we will defend. And thanks God, because somebody did a huge mistake there.
Yeah, somebody doing a huge mistake did mean that We Own This had to invest maybe a little bit more than they're comfortable with. 3 ultimates to try and hold strong there against only the one from Chibuki, who came out with that invisible boundary. Now, Hulk Smashers have an overwhelming economy advantage here. Somebody, if they can hit a Fat Gamma Maelstrom here, might be able to grab the Eye of Agamotto, but then we'd have to build up to another one before we can really deploy that ult.
We're going in, somebody nicely done, going into the Star-Lord with the shield to try and get as much damage being blocked as possible with the Eye of Agamotto. Straight Rio with the good KO on Yael. We are moving on, somebody can't really do anything. We got the self-res, of course. Blaster barrage, we're going in, but Rio falling down because we don't have the Magneto to protect yourself. Clover in time there on Tricky. Eye of Agamotto coming up from Slinger. We might have one good KO on Ayano. And we have the first point. We forgot and we couldn't do that much from We Own This, so that's gonna be 4 additional minutes, and there you need to rush them, Hulk Smasher. You need to stagger them as much as possible to do the most meters possible with the payload, and this is what they done. What can be done also is somebody. No, he can't actually. He can't do the portal after what he did, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But for the next fight, you got Tricky. You got both a Carmine Revival from both Adam Warlock. That's going to be important. And you also got both Invisible Boundaries. And right now, you can't do that much from way on this. You have to just be on the defense side and wait them to do a mistake.
A choice made here from Wiyun this to actually defend later on, utilizing this choke point as a potential place to try and hold it. For now, Webslinger almost with a fully charged Maelstrom. Can't really follow up on an Eye of Agamotto that hasn't built up yet. Galactic Legend gets somebody so low. The Thing's damage is overwhelming. There's no way to really mitigate it as the Doctor Strange is just floating up in the air. Going to be an attempt to resurrect this. Karmic Revival coming through from Tricky, but guess what? That means that the Galactic Legend is now free for all. Hallowed mid-air interception. I don't think too much gained off the back of that Eye of Agamotto. It was only seconds, but great focus fire to get rid of that stun thing. They are going to be instantly resurrected. Extra brings them back. The cleave here off those gamma claps is going to be overwhelming. It's going to be too much to deal with in terms of the overall damage here. So now they just have to try and burst Hallow through of this. And that's where somebody's moving forward, proffering up that shield. The Seraphim will protect the Hulk when he goes a little bit too deep in the midst of all of this. Extra isolated into a 2v1 in the subway. And Hulk Smashers are finally rebuffed.
Once again, Hulk Smasher, that's the second time in this game. They are committing a lot of resources, but not managing, unfortunately for them, to get more into the fight. And once again, Alloyed Barry with the good ultimate from the Earl, putting so much pressure with the Gamma Slaps, and just being impossible to target and to knock out. And all the slaps going through everyone. Right there, Seiko's going down, but this time we got the Clubber in time. We also got the Eye of Agamotto. We're taking so much damage, and here comes the Galactic Legend, forcing the Invisible Boundary. Somebody moving back. We forgot, we missed the Maze, and here comes the second Eye of Agamotto from somebody with the triple, with the Quadra. Unfortunately, from Webslinger, it didn't work out well. We didn't manage to have enough damage to get the KO on the Invisible Woman with the Invisible Boundary, because this is what happens sometimes. Even if you are in an ultimate, if you are fully charged with the Doctor Strange, you have enough damage to one combo and remove this defensive ability. 1 minute 20 on the clock. We got resources on Hulk Smasher, we got the Galactic Legends, we got the ultimate ability from the Mantis, so that might be the time now that you have to go in.
Already using that Cloak of Levitation to try and escape was Webslinger, and that is going to mean the Sekos is isolated for a moment longer. For now, Yowl just throwing out damage after damage. Nice Gamma Isolation there, exiling out the Thing, rolling forward with the Soul Resurgence, answered by Ayana Koji, and that's going to mean that both teams are healed up for a couple of seconds. Yeah, that is plenty of time to build up towards these ultimates, though. Rio's built their own in terms of the Galactic Legend. Is there going to be enough to try and answer it? Is the question that needs to be answered here. Oh, no! Oh, Sekos has fallen through the cracks. Look at that isolation that came through the Gamma Exile onto the Wayward Doctor Strange, meant that no shield could be brought up in front of their stunned friend. Ayana Koji hitting all of the spores, and well, Rio thought they could get resurrected there. Nah, bro, you're just death farming, bruv. We earn this, holding strong for now with 16 seconds remaining.
We are going to try to secure the point, but we got this Invisible Woman still being invisible to get the overtime, because we know that's going to be hard to get the TP right there. Eye of Agamotto coming in really nicely down there from somebody super aggressive. We are securing the KO, and unfortunately, Invisible Woman won't be able to make it to the convoy. That's going to be a really good defense from we on this, so aggressive, because we knew that the Doctor Strange was about to TP, so you have to cancel it, you have to CC him, but that was too much. The Oak, the Eye of Agamotto, you can't do that much there.
Yeah, just great aggressive play coming through from We Own This. Hallowed Berry and somebody just getting on top of Webslinger. They had the Eye of Agamotto to try and stun it. Gamma Exile as well to just remove Strange from this reality. Quick shout out to somebody in that penultimate fight, not only hitting the 3-person Eye of Agamotto and finding 2 final hits thereafter, also blocking Web Slinger's Eye of Agamotto as they descended from the sky. Bro ascended in that fight. Went forward using the Eye of Agamotto, looked at 14,605 potential futures and saw the one where they would be able to block absolutely everything and get maximum value, and followed the time strain.
Get ready.
We will see. They are 1 win away from the grand final from We On This. We are in match point in grand final game. So we will see. We are leading with the same strategy. We are keeping once again the triple resurrection strategy. We are doing the same on both sides, but now we're changing a little bit on the defense from Hulk Smashers. Sekos is moving into the Doctor Strange, and we want to run the Gamma Gang without the Iron Man, obviously, but Rio is back on the Hulk. Web Slinger, that we used to see quite a lot on the Winter Soldier, will now be playing the Star-Lord. Maybe it might change for the rest of the game.
The Hulk Smashers, a defense here is mandatory. If We Own This can get to their goal with the mission area, they are knocking Hulk Smashers from this tournament. They go into the grand finals. Another best of 7 awaits them right up there. Vermilion for now, throwing out spore after spore. Inspiration for the friends, and the Gamma boundary is given over by Rio, who's back on the Hulk. This is where we like to see him. He did such a good job on Royal Palace and on Odin's Archive in particular, just being an absolute menace on the Hulk.
We are taking quite a lot of damage from Hulk Smashers, but that's good for the support because we are charging ultimate quite fast. Aya falling down with the invisible boundaries coming up, but we are doing quite a lot of KO there from We On This. We are self-resurrecting. Someone is on the payload. You need to get rid of him, and that's the Strange. And Sekos, you are not gonna hide yourself. Sekos, I'm not really sure if he's going to have the time to do the teleport, but we will have Rio with the Hulk jumping in. We will have also the Hulk Smash being ready to gain some more time, to just survive a little bit more the time Sekos is coming back. That's gonna be it. He's doing it. Galactic Legends there from Yawel, forcing this resurgence from the Mantis, and we are keep fighting. We are not done yet. Invisible Bundar is being done. Eye of Agamotto also from somebody, and from Sekos. The counter Eye of Agamotto was nicely done. The 6-man ultimate there, and they managed to find a lot of chaos, which will result into the defense of the point.
Holy Sekos, unbelievable value. 6 players, including a Doctor Strange with a shield available and a Hulk. That is uncanny performance. That's exactly the kind of standout you need from a player like Sekos for Hulk Smashers to maybe first hold here, because now half the time bank for We Own This is gone.
Honestly, really nicely played, and as we explained in the past, basically, even if you got the invisible boundaries, you can still work with a good play. The Hulk Smash being used by Hollowed Berry. Can we make it work? We've seen him doing quite a lot before, and we are going into this Strange. Somebody falling down from Sekos. We are putting so much pressure into the back line. We can't do that much more, and this Hulk won't be able to take any KO. The Born Again, Karmic Revolver, but somebody falling down instantly there. That was not the best res. The Blast Barrage there to get some more damage, and almost the Galactic Legends for negotiating a good KO on Ayano. And yeah, we are doing it on Hulk Smashers. We are able to defend quite nicely. We are a bit more aggressive. We know what we're doing. We don't want to go too deep, but also we want to get some more ultimate ability to be able to defend and just continue into this series.
Galactic Legends earned here by both Star-Lords. A battle in the air potentially could be decided by a well-placed Hulk Leap or even a Guardian Shield between the Invisible Women. Nice grab already coming through. I believe that one was from Rio. Somebody engages with the Gamma Maelstrom, does a lot of damage, gets a little bit of backup as well from their Hulk. Can't go inside the Invisible Boundary for too long, however, as they are going to be invisible to their healers. Up into the skies, the Galactic Legends. Soul Bond might... Oh, that's a big grab coming through. And guess what? An Exile on the other side. These Hulks are absolutely going crazy when it comes to trying to turn this one off. Hulk Smashers holding strong right here as Rio gets shut down after shutdown. Incredible leaps, get incredible grabs, and incredible shutdowns.
We still got the Soul Resurgence, the Karmic Revival. We will TP probably from somebody, or do we have it? It seems like we want to surprise them. We have the Eye of Agamotto. That will be the clutch factor from somebody there. We still got the Karmic Revival from Edgester. And here comes, once again, the other Galactic Legends. Can we secure a good KO? Soulbound, Soul Resurgence being done. We are maintaining everyone. Eye of Agamotto being booked. And we can't secure a good KO. But Edgester on the other side. Yawel is falling down. Aya is falling down with the Hulk. We still got the Hulk smash. The pawn again. We need to go in. And we are doing a lot of damage. The barrage right here. Securing a good KO. Can we make it? And it seems like it's gonna be it. Hulk Smashers will take the second map of this series.
Brutalization here by Hulk Smashers. Up into the air goes the Web Slinger, just trying to add a little bit of danger to the midst of all this. Two players stunned by the Eye of Agamotto, and it's going to be yet another Gamma Maelstrom ready to go. An expelling of damage. Extra for now, feeling the pressure in the back, having to give away a touch of space. Karmic Revival's good to go if you can get rid of the Mantis, but she can revive herself off the back of that team up with the Adam, and Hulk has actually traded her own life for this. No resurrection for you, my son. It's an unfair trade. It's the worst trade deal in history of trade deals. Sekos uses the Gamma Maelstrom to blow away their counterpart in somebody, and now X is getting up close and personal. Stellar energy will rack the veins of the We Own This, and they can't get close to the cart. Herbie's so cold and alone, and they'll be consigned to the hells below as Hulk Smashers get themselves a second map.
They finally found what wasn't working, removing the Ela, and then also removing some pick that they were not really able to match. Like, that's okay if you don't get the Winter Soldier. See, you managed to do really good with the Star-Lord and with this team composition. Hulk Smashers getting the second win into this series. We are still going to be into match point for the other team, and yeah, honestly, they have been stronger. They are running the Gamma Gang, which is working quite well. Rio, we've seen him quite good into this character. Sekos has been doing good, even if he started with the Thing, wasn't impactful enough, so you just move into the Doctor Strange and do an amazing Eye of Agamotto with a 6-man ultimate, which is quite rare, especially in the competitive scene. So really happy to see it turns out well for them. Now, they need to keep the same strategy, but how will react the blue team? That's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, like, it's this back and forth ping pong here when it comes to the bans. It seems like also getting rid of the Jeff and forcing Ayana Koji onto a Mantis, maybe they're a touch less confident somehow, is also messing a little bit with the kilter here of the backline of We Own This.
We're going to see, that's going to be good to see, but yeah, like, when you see Luna Snow being secured, you know you want to get rid of the Jeff, because you know Ayano has been quite impactful on the character. So yeah, that was a good strategy. So really happy that Hulk Smasher managed to just think about what we need to do to get back into this series, and it works. But before going into the next game, let's keep a look at this highlight.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing.
Kneel, peasants!
That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
Who said this series was over? Definitely not Hulk Smashers. They won the previous game on Midtown. That was such a great game with a good team composition, a good macro. So good to see, and we will see what they can come up with into the next game. They are led still 3-2, so we're still one game away from we own this to get to the grand finals. Then, we're going to go into L7, that's a domination map, and in this series, we on this already won the two other domination maps, so they might have a little advantage, as it seems like this is the mode they are really keen on, and they know how to play well on this one. So hopefully Hulk Smashers will keep the same strategy and remove this Ella.
Yeah, I think removing the Hela is pretty much mandatory. For some reason, like, the Hulk Smashers got a little comfortable, you know, after banning Hela. Like, yeah, I don't think we need to ban this anymore. Like, why are we banning it in the first place? Like, it's all good, homie. It's all good. It's Gucci. And we're like, oh, it is not Gucci. Not Gucci at all, actually. Let's head into our ban phase here and see just how Hulk Smash is going to deal with this. Once again, it's going to be the instant ban on the Wolverine. This has been pretty standard here from We Own This. They just do not want to deal with it. And there's Hela on the other side, gone straight away.
Do we want to save the Luna Snow? Probably this is what we did before, but that might result once again into the Jeff the Lane Shark ban. So that might be not the play to do. So that's going to be interesting to see from the we on this. On the other side, from Hulk Smashers, yes, Sekos is quite impactful on the thing. So we want to keep it. Oh, look at that. We want to keep the Jeff, even if it will result 100% into a Luna Snow ban from Hulk Smashers. That's interesting to see. Oh, the Adam Warlock. I love to see this also. Both teams were playing this comp, but we don't want it to happen again because that managed to get the win from Hulk Smashers before.
I mean, I think this is actually a masterful gambit here from We Own This, because I think that Rashed is the better Invisible Woman. And Invisible Woman's probably the strategist you're going to want to bring to the table here. With Luna and Adam gone, so triple rares isn't really on the table. Sparta, of course, is going to be coming out on the Loki. We're going to have Invisible Woman Loki backline. This is very reminiscent of like 0% or Fanatics who love to play a little bit of Invis Loki. But here, we're likely going to be seeing once again the Gamma Gang on the Vanguard line. And it seemed like Sekos and Rio were kind of getting the W out of that one in the maps previous.
Leg, I was not expecting to see a Jeff ban or a Jeff save today, to be honest. So that's good to see they are running it, because usually when you are removing the Luna Snow, you're really not keen on playing the Namor or the Jeff, but on both teams, we want to keep it because it's bringing a bit more value in terms of healing, but you are still being super annoying in the backline. Of course, you don't have the team-up ability, but you can still put a lot of pressures and forcing the lamp from the Loki, and you don't have this ability to protect you from a good Eye of Agamotto, for example, or for a Bucky ultimate. So that's going to be interesting to see. We are running once again the Gamma Gang, and we know both Ul players have been playing amazingly well. And on the other side, we saved the thing, but it seems like we are not running it yet. That was a good draft, I think, from We On This, because we're kind of forcing them to play the Gamma Gang.
Okay, everyone drops down onto the respective high grounds here, and there's going to be a little brawl in the tunnel between a couple of Hulks, and of course, the Doctor Strange is throwing out daggers of Danak. It's actually going to be Hulk Smashers who go down towards the low ground early, trying to get a little bit of early pressure onto that point. Sparta's under pressure here. That actually forced out the regen domain. Yeah, Duplicitous the swap is going to come through, but now you've burned basically all the Loki cooldowns. A second order dive onto Sparta here could be ruinous, but We Own This is actually bringing up a wonderful defensive line to make sure that Sparta has time to regenerate those cooldowns.
We are charging a lot. Can we get a good KO there on somebody? The answer is yes. Rio managing to get the first KO of the game. We will have soon the invisible boundaries. We need to jump out. We need to get into this Jeff, because both Jeff are once again fighting in 1v1. Who's going to be the stronger? It seems like it's not decided yet. Hollowed, that's going to fall down. We are going to secure the first point per year from We On This, especially with this invisible boundary. We got Web Slinger there. Can we get a KO on Ayano? Yes, we got the again coming on with the Kraken Impact, securing and getting the first reset. But it seems like we are not going to go further, because oh yes, that was the last second, but you managed to get it. But you won't be able to charge it again. Maybe you want to grid the Loki Clown. That's gonna be hard, and you don't have it anymore, unfortunately. That was 1 second too late. And really nicely done by Ul Smasher. They managed to get it, and you still got a lot of resources. You still got the invisible boundaries. You got the Jeff ultimate to throw people out of the map. So quite interesting to see into the next fight.
Not going to be a huge amount of early pressure on the choke here coming through from the defensive side of Hulk Smashers, letting We Own This get quite a lot of space for free, which could actually be troublesome. We'll see if it has some long consequences here. Moving in, it's going to be tricky. Who's going to hold this fight in his hand or in his bionic arm, perhaps? And out comes a big hook. I believe that gets the Gamma Shield out of the Hulk as well. And a lot of space now falling away, coming in towards the back. Nice! I believe somebody was stunned out right there, maybe grabbed out of the air by the Hulk, but somehow that ultimate was interrupted, and that's going to mean a lot less options here for We Own This moving forward. Gamma Maelstrom's going to get rid of Bruce in short order. Tricky finding themselves isolated as the map moves away from them, and the hostage scenario is only getting worse here as We Own This are wiped once again.
Really nicely done. 65%. They have one more fight from We Own This to make it work. We are not using the TP. In case if Strange is dying the first, he will be able to TP again. But we still got this is Jeff being ready on both sides. So that's going to be interesting to see. Sparta moving on the Rocket Raccoon for the unlimited ammo. That can bring a lot of good value to destroy the shield quite fast and just shred the tank. Eye of Agamotto coming up. Nice shielding
perfect.
from Rio there. Extra good KO on Ayano. Invisible Bundle is being done. Can we get some people in it? Yes. And Extra trying to get anything. Nice Kraken impact on Edgester. We might maybe win the fight from Tricky. We don't have the reset unfortunately, but we got Aloyd and Ayano falling off the map with both tanks at the same time in his mouth. And finally we on this. We managed to secure the point. Not yet though, because Rio didn't say his last word. He doesn't like this, but he maybe wasted his ultimate ability because the fight was lost. Maybe he should have kept it for the last push.
Yeah, don't like that at all, considering what we've seen thus far. Of course, that was the God of Mischief from Loki. I do think that maybe they should have just fallen, though, and not used that Monster Hulk, because they fed over, what, 1,500 points of ult charge or there else. We're just going to give Weon this quite the armory with which to work here. Egster playing around at the back of a BRB, proactively desummoned there by Sparta to make sure that it isn't put on so long a cooldown. Egster is able to, of course, move in and out of their dive, which allows them to not get grabbed by the Bionic Arm. Speaking of grabbed by the Bionic Arm, Doctor Strange going to be a victim for now. Hallowed Berry moving in towards this backline. Oh, they're so vulnerable. The gamma radiation is too much to bear. Shibuki gets capped out at the wrong time. Segos, yeah, they are going to be able to release some gamma damage, and it is going to grab one, but the damage has already been done to the remainder of Hulk Smashers, and they can't stand up to the pressure.
Hulk Smash is terrifying when it's combined with Rocket Raccoon Amplifier. 40% damage more. That's not going to be the case anymore in Season 2. So that's going to be interesting to see when it will come. But the damage were amazing. Those gamma slaps, I don't want to take that in real life, I can tell you. I would faint directly. That was so massive. We are probably, once again, 1 point away, 1 fight away from winning this part of the map. But we have resources, and once again, somebody can make it happen with the Eye of Agamotto, and this is what happens in the backline with the good Jeff ultimate. Can he make it? Because it seems like he has a lot in his mouth. Maybe he can throw 2 people at the same time. That would be good, but you got it. Yes, you got it, but you are throwing yourself off the map, and that might be it. Honestly, that was the move to do, because you know you got the Strange, you got also the Winter Soldier that can come back from the side and just use their movement ability, but that was not enough. Hulk Smashers, they were at 99% and they managed to lose the point, unfortunately, and they are securing the Frozen Airfield from the other team. Eldritch Monument, maybe that might be the last map, the last sub-map of this part of the tournament in the lower bracket, because if they are winning it, basically they are just qualified to the grand final.
They can smell it from here. For lower bracket, it's for second chance, but maybe it was just the chance they needed. We own this so close now, 1 sub-map away from that Siren Song. $6,000 or $3,000. $3,000 guaranteed if you can make it to the grand finals. But the lofty dreams of 6 will drive them forward.
What can you do? From Hulk Smashers, we might have the first point, because we got this Eye of Agamotto from Sekos. We got also the God of Mischief buff. Strange might TP on the high ground. This is what you need to do. And honestly, if Sekos managed to get a really, really good Eye of Agamotto, we might have suddenly the point. Oh, okay, none of the team are taking the high ground. Yes, they are. Hulk Smashers are taking it, and we knew it on We Own This, and we couldn't really do anything against this, because we know you got the Eye of Agamotto, and you got what it takes to get into the first fight. So that's better to position yourself on another way, and somebody with a good first KO, and we won't be able to have any defense ability. Tricky with the Kraken Impact getting the first reset, and in fact, when we had more resources from Hulk Smashers, that's gonna be on the other way around. We Own This is securing the first point.
Oh, it all came down to a good force physics from Rash, pulling Shibuki off the high ground, wasn't able to get that duplicitous swap back up onto it, and then was isolated and taken out thereafter. You lose a huge amount of healing with your Loki out of rotation. Egster for now was just going to be, you know, classically annoying in the back, but in the midst of all this, there's been a stagger onto Rio, who wasn't able to get back into that Hulk form. The small banner is so vulnerable, and Egster's going to be chased out here.
25% already into the progression bar of the point. We will have the Eye of Agamotto from Seikos. That is really important. God of Mischief being used from Shibuke, probably waiting the last moment from the invisible boundaries, and they will be able to do both one after the other. Eye of Agamotto coming from Seikos. We don't get anything because of the good shielding from the Oak, and we are continuing once again shielding on the other end from Adult Berry with the big slaps coming up with the good Eye of Agamotto, and we're going in the Gamma Gang, just destroying the backline. Double KO on both support from Adult Berry there. That's a triple, baby, and we're continuing, and that's gonna be it from We On This. Another fight being won, and maybe one last fight to get to the grand final.
Hallow just shut down 2 ults. One with the Gamma Exile onto the other Monster Hulk, the other shutting... That was filthy. You rancid a lad. And the other, of course, being the Kraken Impact from Webslinger, just backhanding it, said, no, absolutely not. We own this, one fight away now from being able to cap out.
Somebody almost falling down. We got this Kraken Impact from Tricky. That might be the last fight. We got resources. We got the Jeff. It's Jeff on both sides coming up. What can we do? We got the Resurrection Beacon in case someone is falling down into the next fight. We got almost both Eye of Agamotto being done, and Tricky is going to be the key of this fight.
Druggy, for now, hooks the Guardian Shield. Very aggressive here. Nice play to dodge that incoming damage. Everyone actually dodges away from Exeter's ultimate. And while it's not going to be resets here for Tricky, ultimate ammo is just going to have to be a consolation prize in the back. Just throwing out bullet after bullet. Somebody grabbed by their own Jeff for a moment. Expelled. Nice turnaround here for somebody. A double stun coming through from the Eye of Agamotto. And the big expulsion of Gamma is over somebody needs to stamp their ticket to the grand finals. We own this. Dominant on Hell's Heaven. They're looking angelic.
3 domination map, 3 maps being won by this team. I think this is definitely their kind of the map, and they have been quite dominant, as you mentioned. And Adult Berry deserved MVP by far. He has been putting so much pressure, and especially from We Own This with this Rocket Raccoon, 40% damage more with the amplifier. He has been slapping the F out of the other team. So congratulations to both teams, but that's going to be them joining into the grand final of the console Marvel Rival Championship EMEA tournament. That was such a good series, Leg.
I'm glad we did a little bit of tourism over to the console bracket. That was a very good series. I had a real good time watching that one and seeing something that's a little bit different to our PC meta. A lot of Jeff. Not sure if I'm a huge fan of a Jeff, but I love seeing the Hulks. And the Hulks might actually be more of a mainstay going into Season 2 on PC as well, because Hulk's getting a couple of buffs. The Indestructible Guard is having its cooldown reduced. The base movement speed is going up as well, so you can do a little bit better job of hunting those heroes who really don't want to be in melee range with you. And of course, the minimum required charge for the leap is also going down, so you can get even more mobile. And that's going to really allow players like Hallow to be omnipotent, omnipresent on the map.
Yeah, definitely looking forward for Season 2 changes and Season 2 meta, what's going to happen into the tournament. But this is not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we will go into the European bracket, into the PC bracket, and we will see All Business versus Luminosity, the lower final. That's going to be exciting. Honestly, both teams has been surprisingly good, and can't wait to cast this match with you, Leg. But first, let's get into the highlight of the previous game.
tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end. real time. I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes,
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control. Your mind is mine. Impervious. Kneel, peasants! The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control. Your mind is mine. Impervious. Kneel, peasants!
Here we are, back in the lands of PC after a little tourism over to the lands of console. No more Hulk, no more Jeff, but maybe a few more mutants. We are far from House of Emlenium. We are in the lower bracket finals. Luminosity are going up against All Business.
That's gonna be an interesting match. As we discussed at the beginning of the tournament, All Business has been a surprise. This is a team that we didn't really see perform in the Season 0 tournament. They finished around top 32. I'm pretty sure that was OG back in the day, Yonkonda, that just make them lose their spot into the top 16. So interesting to see that they are now in the top 3 and maybe they're gonna join the grand final, but be careful because Luminosity is your opponent and this is quite a good team.
Yeah, Luminosity have very much tightened up their game since MRI, where I think we could... Where did they go out? 4? I think that Luminosity's performance in MRI wasn't quite as good as they were hoping for. They were a little bit constrained by how much Level 1 Crook liked to play Mantis. Trust me, loved to play the Venom. It felt like Luminosity were a very bannable team. But I was talking to Fate the other day, coming into this after Luminosity's run through the lower bracket. And they're very proud of the flexibilities that they've been able to bring in now. They have, trust me, able to play the Groot, and Crook can play both the Invisible Woman and the Loki now, which is making Luminosity a lot harder to ban against.
We also decided to ban the Psylocke. 2Z has been doing amazing on this character from all business, so definitely respecting the pick and the player, so really happy to see. What do we want to secure? We can secure the Ella. Naga has been playing quite well, but we are not securing anything from all business. Okay, that's interesting to see. Luminosity, is it going to be the Ella? Because on the other end, you also got Slopo, that is a good, really good player. More playing into the Namor with the Luna Snow also. So that's going to be good to see. We can also see some Winter Soldier with Closar being one of the first playing Raccoon competitively. And this team has been playing a lot of 2 strategies composition with only 1 defensive ability. So really looking forward to what they are going to do. We are securing the Loki. You spoke about it. Crook has been doing amazing on the character. And we are removing the Thing, where Toot Toot is absolutely amazing on him.
Pick your hero.
Yeah, Toot Toot's amazing on the Thing, but I think that both of these teams are very happy to play the Venom right now. Trust me and Toot Toot, both quite keen enjoyers of the Venom, so we're likely going to be seeing some backline dives come out from these teams. For most teams, we are going to see Venom be a target ban against either Luminosity or All Business. But they're happy to handshake this one away. And we're likely going to be seeing Naga come out on the Namor. Surprising lack of Namor ever in console, but it remains all the rage here on PC.
Yeah, this is definitely a duo that we might see the rest of the evening, both on the EU and also the North American Grand Final. That's going to be after the European tournament, so don't go anywhere. You know what to do for the rest of your evening. So, Naga on the Namor, that's good. We got Slopo. Oh, are they going to run the Adam Warlock composition? I know Slopo has been playing him quite a lot also, so that's going to be good to see. And another pick that we didn't see a single time yet to their leg. This is the Wolverine. It has been permanently banned almost in every game in console, and especially in the past series. So quite looking forward to see Sestroid playing him.
Those of you who haven't been keeping up with the tournament bracket in-game, which, by the way, you can do on the top bar, go in there and you can actually watch your favorite players playing as well to make sure that you learn the tricks from the best. Luminosity fell down early into the lower bracket, probably round 4 against Supremacy, and since then they've been making their way through the lower bracket with a Vengeance. Destroyed, already frozen, coming out, grabs the Mantis, almost an invincible evisceration there onto Closer. Xandrin and Slopo, they're all already eviscerated. Where did the backline of All Business go?
That was so quick. I didn't have time to check everything out, but Sestroid with the good pick on Closer right here, and managing just for Luminosity to get the first point, obviously. So interesting is, like, we are running the Namor from Luminosity, but we don't do that on Our Business. Whereas, yeah, Slopo is usually playing a lot of Namor. That might be something that will happen if it's not working out. And there, speaking of Naga with the good pick on Slopo, another one on 2Z. We got this Resurrection team up, but is it going to be enough? It seems like no. We need to change something on All Business because we are just getting farm at this point.
I mean, it's so difficult to try and break through the choke with the Venom here. Closard just, I think, resurrected themselves in a less than advisable position and then got instantly picked off again.
Okay, so it seems like we are sticking to the same. We didn't have a fight with the ultimate ability. We will have the Fate of Both Worlds from Xandrin, from Fate also. We got Loki from Crook with the God of Mischief, so we will have 22 seconds, 24 seconds of ultimate ability. Rajaro with the good KO on Toot Toot being completely destroyed there with a lot of nice CC. And LG, they are just running, they are just walking. Like, they do what they want. This is their home.
I mean, LG have just leveled up over the course of MRC. Like, this is what we wanted when we saw them kind of flounder in MRI, have that real training arc, really tighten up their gameplay, find their compositions, find their niches. And trust me, its expansion of the Vanguard pool has been crazy. We'll have to see if it's going to be reflected here with the use of the Eye of Agamotto in the forthcoming fight. There's going to be plenty to answer it in the terms of 2 support ultimates. Trust me, it's not answering it just yet. Seems like mostly it's been missed for now. Might well have been blocked up by the opposing Doctor Strange. Up to the sky goes Welshmania, wants to drop down the Meteor M. For now, no final hits have been found, but trust me, he's dragging everyone forward once again and catches Slipo on the disengagement here. Out comes the Feast of the Abyss. Maybe a damage boost could come out, but it seems like it's not going to be delivered in time. It's going to be a Galactic Legend up in the air, coming down from 2Z, raining down bullets upon all. The last stand gets 2 strategists down into a bad position, but Toot's here at the back with the Dark Predation to try and shut this one down. Still with all of their clones set up, level 1 Crook is pumping out damage after damage. The spell fields are just too much to bear. Naga's just making sure the pressure's there with the squids. The Monstro spawns reign supreme, and Luminosity are looking undeterred on our first submap.
They got a message, and their message is clear. They want to go into the grand final. And as you mentioned, since Samurai, well, they were probably not happy with their performance. They screamed a lot, they worked a lot, and this is normal. They are playing so well, and also Slopo managed to switch into the Doctor Strange to get a TP out, but Fate hitting this freeze was amazing because he couldn't come and couldn't do anything, unfortunately. So that's going to be interesting to see. It seems like it was not really working out, the team composition with the Adamorok, with the Mantis, with the Star-Lord. So we are deciding on all business to change a little bit the plan. We are running this time the Namor. 2Z is moving on into the Winter Soldier because Closa has been playing quite well the Rocket Raccoon. This is one of his main characters, and I'm quite happy to see him performing well into the competitive play, because on the other end, Fate will just move back into the Luna Snow. Oh no, Closa is actually playing Loki. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, you can't really get out of the Loki. He brings so much into the team, so that's quite logic, but I would have loved to see this Rocket Raccoon. Maybe later.
Different approach now from the duelists. Oh, early freeze here from Fate. That forced out the Metallic Bulwark, and it still doesn't save 2Z. So that's even more resource gone in addition to losing your Winter Soldier as well. Trust me, he's cutting off a bunch of healing here from the side of Toot. It's difficult to try and disengage. Another Metallic Bulwark has to be used, and you know what? They're just going to go for more fruitful pastures anyway. Closar grabbed on the other side. Welshmania, yeah, they use a quick rocket pack to try and escape momentarily, but all you've done is extend your adamantium enhanced ends, destroyed Feast even further. And Luminosity cap.
Can we secure this grab into Toot? Yes, this KO is being done, and the stagger is quite massive. You needed to move way before, and look at this. We almost got all ultimate ability from the Luminosity team. We don't have Sesrod yet, but it will just need 1 kidnapping and some good damage being done. And on the other end, we are still charging. We don't have the Kraken impact from 2Z that could be quite clutch, and we got all the rest. Luminosity is dominating this series for now.
Staying power, name of the game already. Naga coming in with multiple knockdowns. In comes Trust Me. 2 players stunned up by the Eye of Agamotto. Good raising of the metallic curtain there from the Magnesia to try and peel for all who were stunned there after. Nice shot onto Fate coming through from 2Z. It's a good headshot, and Naga's going to quickly be joining them in the briny depths below. Talakan's got herself a couple of new residents, but they're not breathing through the gills like they used to. Welshmania, for now, just forced to watch and throw out damage as both Fate of both worlds keep everyone sustained on the point. But during all of this, Luminosity is still in control. Level 1 Crook under huge amounts of pressure. 2Z at range is putting out a huge amount of damage, and now it's the Vanguards who are in trouble, both at once. Fate's next up on the docket. Yeah, there's a freeze to slow it down, but in the midst of all this, there was still some extra resets going on, and 2Z has claimed themselves the points.
Nice fight from All Business, managing to get back the point there with a amazing 2Z with all the resets, and good shot also on Crook. And let's see what do they have now. We don't have that much thing. Naga will got the Horn of Proteus in a few time. We didn't spot Toot up in the air. He will drop into the backline in a few seconds, so you need to be careful, and this is what he did, putting so much pressure once again. Can we get a K on Crook? Yes, and he can move back and survive. That was such an important pick that he needed to do. Nice job, Toot on this one.
Yeah, and that also feeds over a huge amount of support ult charge to Zanrin as well because of surviving with such little HP. Great min-maxing there by Toot Toot. And now, just waiting once again for a diving strike into Luminosity as they come together. It'll be a lot of ult charge gained. But thanks to the Abyss, is going to be earned off the back of this for sure. The question is, are you brave enough to try and dive into Destroyed? At the moment, Toot Toot just about trying to burn it out, but gets caught out. Has to use the E straight away. Follow-up eaten up by Welshmania, but you can see that was mitigated. Coming through from a regeneration domain. Destroyed, too much to deal with. Oh, it's too late to use the fate of both worlds. And attempted stun here coming through from Trust Me. Oh, the brutalization there from Tuzi. Rotterstern damage is too much to bear. Reset after reset is sure to be coming as Trust Me's next up on the target list. He's moving through it like Arya Stark on a bad day. And Rajaro is going to be the last to fall.
Trust me, with this Strange, we might do the TP to come back into the point. We are trying to get another reset, but that's going to be too late from 2Z. We still got Crook. We still got Closer on the other end. We got Slope also from All Business with the good Horn of Proteus. Oh my god, if he can manage. Oh, they are body blocking. They can't go. Okay, they managed to get the touch there. Naga, they are trying to get a good KO on 2Z. They managed to do so. They are 5v6. Can we take a KO? Slopo on Fate. They just did the ultimate ability, so that's going to be quite hard. Closer, can he survive? The answer is no. Destroyed with the good damage there from the Winter Soldier. We might be able to take this point back from Luminosity.
Unreal mechanics there from Naga, finding picks where none should exist. The originator of a Squid Bomb coming in with 2 or 3 Monstro spawns, hitting the right click on the floor, enraging all of them. Look at this, trying to keep up the pace of All Business, coming back with a portal.
That might be the last fight for this part of the map at least. All Business can still make it happen. Fate, oh! Nice flanking from Slopo there. And Fate falling down. We got only one support there, so that can be quite complicated. Naga falling down from Slopo with a good double. And we got Sestroy coming in with the Kraken Impact, managing not to get any KO and not any reset. Crook, we are destroying every clown from the Loki. Good damage from 2Z and from Toot Toot. And seems like we are winning the fight. All Business might be able to take back this point. We don't have the teleports ready from the other team, and it might be it. We might go into 1-1 into this map.
Yeah, no resurrections this time for Luminosity. Still on cooldown is the teleport. They'll just wait by spawn for now and plan for their next encounter. With just a little bit of poking, Luminosity will be on 6 ultimates. So it's going to be all about fight planning and being as efficient as possible with your victories, Lunny.
Warrior Falls, last sub-map or Burning Shala. Who's gonna make it? Honestly, when I've seen the first part of the map, I was like, Luminosity is making a 4-0 into this series. They are so strong. I know how All Business are strong, but they managed to just get back into the game instantly, even if they were dominating at the very beginning. Really nice pick, and once again, 2Z has been amazing, especially on the Winter Soldier with all the resets. And Toot Toot, let's speak about him also with the Venom, taking so much pressure, doing so much damage, especially into the Loki of Crook, securing and removing all the clowns. So that's going to be interesting to see which team is going to make it. Sestroid blocking the Jeff for now as Fate is playing the Luna Snow, but we are just probably putting some bubble in to go just faster. No, yeah, Sestroid is getting back into the Wolverine. I was too happy about this, but we are doing already a lot of damage. We are trying to secure and get into the point, but that's a lot of clones, that's a lot of damage from both teams.
Oh, an early freeze. Oh my goodness, an absolute 0 KO coming through from Zalman onto level 1 Crook. And it's actually going to mitigate the advantage that Luminosity has in terms of overall ultimates. And you know what? Maybe you could just do it with pure mechanics. All business, all the time.
Wow, that was a freeze. What a freeze, what a KO secured on Crook. I don't know how he managed to get this one with all the clowns from Loki, from all the players and all the shields that you have when you got when you are running a Doctor Strange, when you are running a Magneto also. So that was quite massive, and especially on this part of the map, they did good. They managed to destroy the middle part, so you have basically only one way to go into the point, and you are there and you are managing to get a good defense. We will have the Eye of Agamotto quite soon from Tutut. That's going to be quite clutch. And we got all the other resources also from LG. And here comes Eye of Agamotto. Fate of both worlds. Can we secure a good KO? Tutut will be down maybe. No, he secured a good kill on Sestron. Naga on the other end, securing a good KO on 2Z. We have a one-on-one on the point. Naga versus Lunasno. That might be it from Naga on Zanrin. Rajaro securing a good KO on the Loki. And the point will be taken down from Luminosity, but already 50% on the percentage bar from All Business.
Yeah, already 50%, and that was an expensive fight for Luminosity as well, using 4 ultimates to try and make that one work. I love the coordination of trying to use the Eye of Agamotto whilst Destroyed grabs Toot to make sure that more reliable shield was not available. Toot might actually be using a portal here, not entirely sure. No, looks like it's actually going to be a full rotation up through high ground.
2Z with the Kraken impact. We've seen how powerful he was in the previous map with the Winter Soldier. And we are not running the Winter Soldier this time from Luminosity. So that's going to be interesting to see Zanrin still with the Fate of both worlds. On the other end, for the defensive ability, we got Crook also. That's going to do the God of Mischief to get also the Fate of both worlds. And Sestroid will be important there. Crook, he doesn't have time! Oh my god!
Interrupted at the worst possible moments. Destroyed can't stand up to the frozen spawns either. And Luminosity just ousted in record time.
Oh my god, that was so nicely done from All Business, but here you are basically wasting such an important resources from Crook. And once again, really good move from All Business there, and Slopo being super aggressive. Will try to get his Horn of Proteus. He's 20% away from it. He knows Naga will be on the flanking. He got the perspective advantage there. And he's coming in. And he's gonna try to do as much damage as he can, forcing the CD on the bubble. Can they make it? No. But he might fall down. The rest of the supports are here. We got Sestroid with the last stand. He needs to do a good kidnapping. He needs to destroy someone. And that was the case on Tutut there. Horn of Proteus completely missed there. On Zanrin, we will come. Eye of Agamotto being missed. Probably Zanrin will fall down. No, that's 2Z with Naga up in the air. And he's just free poking everyone, forcing the damage and repositioning from Zanrin. We will do the TP. Can we make it happen? Slopo with the good damage from the Damo. We don't have a lot of resources. That's it. You need to fight into the point. The last stand will probably come there. Come up in the air. Sestroid with the Quadra there. No, that's going to be only a triple because Rajaro is securing the other KO. And Luminosity is back into the game.
A nice stagger onto Zanrin as well at the last moment, and now there is no portal available for Toot to return once again. Trust me, he's going to have a considerable advantage by having that cooldown up in the nadir of this game. As the sun starts to set on the eternal empire of Wakanda, it's going to be all about Toot getting value out of his Eye of Agamotto.
So we got Crook. We also almost got Trust Me, but Toot got an advantage. He got a few seconds before him, and that might be it for the last push. And maybe the first map of this series. Naga on the flanking again. We know that all the Nemos, they are doing their best there. 2 flanks. Can we get a KO there? That's gonna be it on Sestroid with the Eye of Agamotto from Tutut. We spoke about it, and that was an important pick to get. Be careful. The Lem being forced. Naga on the flank. We need to take the KO there, and Slopo might be chasing him. We got the Fate of both worlds on both teams. Tutut there. We got also 2Z. Can he make it happen? Can he get the reset? Unfortunately not. Fate with the good KO. Slopo on Naga. We got the Namor advantage there. That's gonna be the last fight, Leg.
Oh, Rajaro taken down. The damage of a Loki too much to bear. Toot desperately needs the healing, and Closer's delivering it. Has themselves a quick copy over onto the Luna. The God of Mischief starts to dance for their supper here, as Fate's going to be moving a duet. A tango for 2, a dance macabre. And Tuzi's return of a Spider-Man in the midst of all of this. Peter Parker's getting a piece of the action as Naga, yes, takes down Tuzi on the classic counter to Spider-Man. But the damage has already been done. Luminosity are going to have trouble moving on to a point right here. Naga slowly floats forward in a bubble, but I'm afraid that they're gonna need more than that to make this one work. All Business match our first map here and grab it.
That's gonna be a hell of a series, Leg, honestly, with All Business coming back from the first point where they didn't manage to get a single percentage. Really nicely done, and Closer being the MVP with the Loki. Starting off with the Adam Warlock comp, that didn't work out well, but then when you move to the Loki, you're bringing so much value. You got all the lamps. You got the God of Mischief managing to get 2 Fate of Beaufort, so 22 seconds of permanent healing and helping out with the damage boost also on Toot when he was playing the Venom to manage to get a lot of KO. 2Z, top fragger of this game. Slopo also doing 12 final hits and a lot of healing from LG. Oh my god, a lot of damage being taken also by the tanks, but that was such a good first game of the series. All business kinda coming out of nowhere, as we mentioned in Season 0. They didn't perform as much as they are doing right there, where they secure a minimum of top 3, and honestly, quite excited to see the rest of the series.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Tutu pick up that Doctor Strange as well. Didn't know there was Doctor Strange in their hero pool particularly. We've seen a lot of Venom from Tutu. We've seen a little bit of Groot as well. So knowing that there's that versatility there does mean that it's a little bit harder to target ban into Tutu.
Yeah, he got so much character he can play. We've seen also him playing The Thing, so that's gonna be good to see what it comes to the next game. But first, let's see the highlight of the previous game.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls before the rift winters again.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine.
White Queen's reign begins. You deserve that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
All Business have been doing a lot of business in the previous game by winning the first map of this lower final into the Marvel Rivals Championship loser final EMEA. That's quite a good game that we had, Leg, and honestly, that's only the beginning.
Yeah, back and forth, back and forth. It was an interesting ban phase as well, with All Business actually denying a protect on anything, just not wanting to give any inclination of what they were going to be playing heading into being into T'Challa. But it's All Business, and well, business is good right now for Luminosity. There's a lot of legs still left in this series. It is a first to 4 or best of 7, as some might call it. And that means that there are plenty of moments to iterate, to download, to find how you're going to really get one over on the businessman.
We are going to head into Yggdrasil path soon, with All Business starting into the defensive side. So that's going to be interesting to see where it can go. Luminosity, of course, this is something we discussed also with Leg off stream, but Luminosity is really hard to read. They got so many picks they could run, so this is really hard to draft against them. So that's going to be interesting to see, speaking of the draft, as we turn in. And once again, Luminosity is removing the Psylocke. We don't want to play it, and that might be it probably for the rest of the series.
Yeah, just hard gatekeeping Tuzi from being able to play that Psylocke. Of course, Tuzi and Sparker, both some of our more famous Psylocke enjoyers. Etsu on OG also loves a little bit of Psylocke. We see a fair amount of it here in EMEA. So it's not a particularly uncommon ban. Question is there going to be a protect here from All Business? They are actually going to protect the Winter Soldier this time around. I mean, why not? Tuzi was doing fantastic on it, and they want to make sure that Tuzi can't have a majority of their hero pool banned out.
What do we want to secure? We can secure the Luna Snow or the Loki. This is something that we see quite a lot from Luminosity, and yes, this is going to be the Loki. When you are securing the Luna Snow, you are kinda telling the enemy team to ban the Namor, so they might still ban the Luna Snow or the Namor because Naga has been proving that is one of the best, especially in Europe, on this character. On the other end, what do you want to ban? You can ban some other strategies like the Luna Snow yourself, but the thing also, as we mentioned, Toot is incredibly good on this character, is increasingly good on Venom also, on a lot of characters, but I think the thing is one of the best from him, and of course you are banning the Ella. Yes, you got good players on All Business, but who wants to face Cestroid Ella? To be honest, no one, I can tell.
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing a protect on Hela for Cestroid. Maybe the plan here is just to play the Wolverine into Tutu, knowing that Tutu is going to play Venom. I feel like Cestroid's been doing a good job thus far of trying to constrain Toot's Venom dives. And it's no surprise that when All Business went over to the Doctor Strange, which had a little bit more ability to, you know, seize Destroyed coming on those particular engagements, that maybe there was a little bit more longevity to All Business. When they were playing hard on that Venom, they were having a lot more trouble because Destroyed was just able to telegraph all those engagements. And the second that 2-2 came in, was generally picked up by Destroyed.
We might have some mirror composition there. Of course, Fate will move directly into the Luna Snow. Is just grabbing and giving some air armors and some jetpacks, especially when you are running the Wolverine. This is super important for him to get the jetpack. Why? Because the first grab he's going to do is just gonna jump into your backline, and that's almost a kill, like a direct KO at the beginning of the fight, and especially when you are in attack and you know that you are quite far from the payload on this part of the map. You want to do this first. Okay. Oh, huge teleports there from Trust Me. Super aggressive. We want to put some more pressure and hide the visibility from the other team to get some free capping and free pushing.
For now, 2-2. Staying patient, waiting for their moment to try and find an engagement to happen. And Destroyed, that means they're going to be equally patient here, moving over the top of Naga. Might actually try to take a dive onto one of these isolated duelists, but instead Destroyed's actually getting proactive, trying to follow in after Tuzi. Welshmania might feel a little bit lonely here. On the point, has to use their metallic bulwark on themselves. There's some real throughput coming at right now. Oh, Slowpo in towards the back. We talked about that extended feral leap that you can get off the back of the rocket pack here, and that now means that it's okay for 2-2 to engage. The feral leaps off the table, but still, oh, the freeze is just in time to stop 2-2 from using that symbiotic resilience for the additional health, the second life, and the extended lease on life as well. Crook moving forward with all of their clones. Going to be a lot of damage coming in. Welshmania grabbed, and this Wolverine is paying dividends, baby.
We don't have ultimate ability, maybe. Can they touch? No, the TP is too late from 2-2. Unfortunately, is Danwin with the fate of both worlds, but that's not going to be enough. Slowpo falling down, and we now got the base advantage from Luminosity because we managed to get the first point. We got more than 5 minutes to move on into the rest of the game, which is quite massive. Not a lot of resistance there from All Business, and they can still make it work. Luminosity, they got some economy advantage, but trust me, being punished directly, and that might be it for All Business to get the first good defense.
Yeah, Tuzi's crazy when it comes to the vanilla aim right here. Double dinks onto the Loki clones. Yeah, it's fairly easy, but hey, that consistency is what counts, right? And Rivars just catching headshot after headshot. The real danger comes when Tuzi's going to have that ultimate available, which it is.
Toot with the Eye of Agamotto not being ready yet, and trust me, on the other end, we'll have it for the next fight, and that might be a really big fight there. We tried to kidnap, not working out for Destroyed. Fate of Buffer, that might come there. And Eye of Agamotto, is it a success? We are not managing to get any KO, but Welshmania on the other end, figuring out and smashing down the Luna Snow. Naga falling down also, and we will have the first again with the reset on the clones. Can we make it work? The grab won't touch, won't connect there on the Doctor Strange, and unfortunately the Kraken impact won't be impactful, and that might be the good way for Luminosity to take back what they belong to them.
Luminosity now, though. The last stand could change everything. I don't know if Closar is going to be able to respond to this in time. Could they be looking for a duplicate projection into a regeneration domain to try and make that happen? That means Closar's going to be heads up, not using any of these cooldowns early. That's why Namor's getting aggressive up here, trying to make something happen in terms of forcing out Closar's responses in towards the back. It's fairly massive. Onto Naga, the damage delivered from Slowpo there, directly on top of their counterpart's head. On the other side, Rajaro dunking in with the Meteor-M! Oh, was that an interruption? I think it may well have been. Onto the attempted God of Mischief coming through from close. So you can see he's sitting there on 52%. That means that his ult was interrupted by a CC, got half a refund. But what timing from Destroyed?
That was nicely done, and I don't think you got the teleporter, especially when on the other side, trust me, just put the two portal in front of their spawn, which led them to not being able to go out, except Closer, who's gonna try and manage to get the first touch, but that's not gonna work. 4 minutes on the clock, and that was nicely played. This is something that we see quite a lot when we got Strange on the team. You want to block both sides of the enemy spawn. Like this, they won't make it for the defense. Welshmania, be careful not being staggered there, because it could be catastrophic if it happens. Slopo on the side, the rest of the team managing to gather. You need to get some interesting pick. You need to charge up this ultimate, especially on Closer and Zanrin, because you don't have any defensive ability yet. On the other end, Crook with the God of Mischief might be the key for the next fight.
Trust me, swapped over onto the Venom. Is going to be attacking that backline right now. Cellular Corrosion going to absolutely tear through this Loki. Comes in closer. Didn't have the regeneration domain. Either that or had too much trust in the Luna, but the AoE was not there. The line of sight was not delivered. Trust me, can't use the symbiotic resilience in time. And now Tuzi from downtown is going to try and cleave through the dance of the Luna. She's a little bit too powerful here, though. So Tuzi won't find themselves a reset. And Luminosity for now just doing a little bit of soft poke.
That was incredible from Tuzi because he didn't manage to get any help from the backline, but still get the good KO on Trust Me. Speaking of Trust Me, with the Fist of the Abyss, can we secure one KO? No, that's going to be Slopo on the side, on Destroyed. Punishing directly the Wolverine. We're going to take the high ground. Trust me, in the backline, enemy, he is 1v4. He can't do that much. No shield available anymore. No way to get back into this team. Welshmania there, putting a lot of pressure. The On of Proteus from Naga boost on Closer. And Tuzi with the damage boost from Fate. Nicely done. We will keep him down. Slopo falling down with the quad from Naga. Amazing play there.
Fate of both worlds. The damage boost allows for these one taps. Already you can hear the God of Mischief coming out. That's going to be onto the Luna. So Fate of both worlds will exit with a show here. And Tutu is going to be able to get themselves onto the car. Yeah, they're already grabbed out of their ultimate. The Eye of Agamotto interrupted by condensed damage onto the Sorcerer Supreme. Tutu's going to try and turn it around. There's plenty to be done, but it's all going to come off the back of the Meteor M, eating those Rotterstern shots and making sure that there's nothing to be done onto the clones. Oh, the denial of the resets and a full completion from Luminosity. A blazing fast pace with 1:55 still on the clock.
Tutu didn't manage to get the Eye of Agamotto, and that was really hard for the rest of the team to manage to get a good defense there. And after that, you got the last stand from Destroyed. Destroyed has been showing off so well since the beginning of the game, and also calling out Naga. What the hell was this on of Proteus? Nice double KO and managing to get the rest of the push. 2 minutes on the clock is quite a good timer, especially on Yggdrasil path, especially when you are in the loser final of the biggest tournament that you can have right now in Marvel Rival Esports in EMEA. So really good to see. And speaking of 2Z manage and will go on the Wolverine to try and contest Destroyed.
It's going to be an attempt. I don't think we've seen Tuzi on the Wolverine yet. Tutu being on the Hulk is going to be potentially interesting. Like, maybe you can try and grab Naga out of the air. I don't know if it's got... I mean, it will at least reinforce Welshmania. We have seen a little bit of Tuzi, I believe, in VODs play on the Iron Man. So there's a world where, like, maybe you play the Gamma Gang after Tuzi's attempted one long kidnap with the rocket pack from... Oh yeah, here it is. It's just going to be the Iron Man. They're going to give it a go.
We didn't see the full Gamma Gang for quite a long time. Oh, Toot jumping twice and getting the jetpack out, unfortunately. But that's going to be interesting. We've seen a lot of good moves from Tuzi and everyone playing really packed. So that's quite interesting, especially on Luminosity. On Luminosity, you don't have any Winter Soldier yet, so that might work out there. Good shielding from the Hulk, and Tuzi playing with the rest of the team with the Gamma Ray. They're doing a lot of damage. Good banishing on Trust Me, on the Venom. And for now, all business is doing good.
Destroyed maintains their regenerative healing factor in towards the back now. Destroyed's got the covering fire of the Venom, but Destroyed and Trust Me, just this in and out, the ebb and flow of the river, the yin and the yang is where Luminosity are going to get their bread buttered here, and it seems like they're constantly in these unobtainable positions. Oh, Rajaro uses that rocket jump pack to go up into the air and then slowly descend using magnetic levitation, an attempt to just try and shut this down instantly, but it seems that with the regeneration domain coming up, Tuzi was forced to throw it elsewhere or to not heal up all of those who were in a more vulnerable position, and in the end grabs nothing.
Naga on the flanking with the Horn of Proteus being ready soon. That might be quite interesting to try and secure one good KO on the other ultimate and the other support. not hitting anywhere there. Welshmania in the backline with a lot of damage from 2Z there. Can we copy on Crook there? We will wait a little bit more. We will have this 22 seconds of fate of both worlds there. Trust me, with the ultimate. Can we do it with the damage boost? He wants to do it again. Fist of the Abyss. Can we make it work? Eye of Agamotto from Welshmania. Closer, securing a good KO on Fate. That's gonna be it, maybe, for All Business to manage to continue the fight. Destroyed, managing not to fall down, but 2Z on Naga, doing so much damage there with the good auto attack. Damage area there, and we might be able to purge because Trust Me is falling down, and that's 3 for 0.
Taking out the future Gamma teammate there. Naga going to be returning now on to the Namor and Slowpo. How are you going to get value out of this Karmic Revival right now? Maybe a more aggressive play from 2Z could be forgiven from that instant resurrection. I believe a portal has been summoned right now, but it's actually shutting off so many of the potential recontests. Trust me, body blocked on their attempt to engage here. Welshmania simply stands in the doorway and says, no, you shall not pass. Balrog style, though, he still manages to break the bridge on down. Slowpo, nice play when it comes to that primary fire. Weaving it in with the right click for maximum DPS at this point. Now going to be able to use both their clicks to keep everyone healed up. The Karmic Revival still in the back pocket if it's needed, but it might not be necessary at this point. Oh my goodness, 2Z with the triple! Dirty, filthy play on the Iron Man.
That's crazy to see this kind of thing hitting at this state of the tournament. 2Z, he has been one of the best, if not the best Iron Man player that we have right now in Europe, especially when you got Tutut on the ult, when you got Welshmania on the Doctor Strange, being able to manage and get so many value out of the Gamma Gang. This is impressive from All Business. And speaking of being impressed, Rajaro falling down, being destroyed by the rest of the team. Naga, can he make it? And yeah, that's gonna be it on Slowpo. That was a bit of bad positioning. We need to get rid of 2Z, but 2Z is doing so much damage there on Crooks, destroyed, and he's continuing being permanently ill. But the rest of the team, All Business, he's doing a lot of business.
2Z getting the Giga Pocket here. So much healing going the way of this Iron Man, and it is paying dividends. 60% of the way to yet another ultimate, by the way.
Toot destroying the rest of the map, so they can't get too much high ground. They are not able to go through behind them. We will have Zanrin, we will have Welshmania once again, and 2Z, as you mentioned, will have the ultimate ability being ready soon. Can the Invisible Pulse Cannon can make it work once again? Welshmania trying to secure and find a way to get it, but we are forcing some ultimate. Galactic Legends coming up there from Destroyed.
Okay, Eye of Agamotto stuns Thestroid midway through their ultimate. Closar's there for the follow-up. Fate's next up on the docket. Yeah, there's a copy that came on through, but is there going to be enough staying power here off the back of the fate of both worlds? Maybe 2Z could try and shut this one down. For a second that they popped the ultimate, they were executed by Naga. Look at that big old zero. Goose egg in the ultimate charge. Big shutdown coming through at just the right time. And now, Trust Me, looking for some way to try and secure this towards the back. Symbiotic Resilience used. There's still a Feast of the Abyss in the back pocket if it's needed. You could use it onto a Vanguard to get yourself some additional HP. 2Z, you can hear him popping the Gamma Overdrive. And now that means full power. You've got to hide away, or you've got to frag on out, and Destroy chooses the latter when it comes to the options. Slowpo now right in their field of vision. The tracking should be good. The kill is confirmed. The knockouts are coming on through as Naga plays around the flank, using their squids for a little bit of additional cover. Body blocking in those tiny areas. Closar super low, and the Dark Predation too much to bear when it comes to the overall pressure. Naga throws a spear where the sun don't shine on Welshmania, and that's going to be all business for now. Rebuffed.
1 minute to make it work, or Luminity will take their first map into this series and get back to 1-1 in this best of 7. We still got Naga, we still got Rajaro with the Asteroid M, which is quite important to remove probably Zanrin or Closar when it will come for the time, or just to absorb also to the ultimate. If he got the best timing, you can just absorb directly the Pulse Cannon from the Iron Man and just get 80% in your ultimate directly. Naga with a good KO on Slowpo, not managing to get there the KO from the Honor of Proteus, but trust me, back there on Closar with the Fist of the Abyss. Welshmania, did it work? Unfortunately not. We can't secure any KO with this Eye of Agamotto. Fate with the good damage on Slowpo, that self-resurrecting himself, will we don't have a lot of solution because the Hulk is also falling down from Rajaro. 2Z will do. Can we make it work? The Hulk is alone on the point. Toot will be staggered, and that's gonna be out for the rest of the game. And probably for this map, they will lose it.
Oh, Tuzi's only just respawned, could come back with the invincible pulse cannon, but the meat's just not there to keep the cart touched. Welshmania overwhelmed. The piranhas are swarming. They smell the blood in the water. And when Isgard water runs, it runs red with the blood of all business. Luminosity holds strong on second.
Really nicely played. And a bit disappointing when I saw the performance from 2Z with this triple KO with the ultimate ability from Iron Man. That was crazy. The Gamma Gang didn't work out enough. And Fates, nice singer there. You are the MVP of the game. Really nicely played again. Really amazing player on the Luna Snow and bringing so much also to Naga on the Namor.
1-1. We have ourselves a series. Let's have a look at the stats here. Whoa, look at 2Z's damage.
Oh,
that's kind of wild.
Yep, that is, definitely.
A lot of value out of that Gamma Beam. Of course, was playing Winter Soldier for the first half as well. But really, Naga walking away with 14 final blows, something we've got to pay attention to. Trust me, also being able to move on to that Venom and continually helps Destroyed in these engages. I felt like having that ebb and flow and have that distractionary presence in the back from Trust Me really did take a lot of pressure off of Rajaro.
That's gonna be interesting to see for the rest of the series because both teams got a lot of strategies. We've seen this Gamma Gang being used by 2Z. I'm not really sure a lot of the other teams, especially at this stage of the tournament, are doing the same. This is a composition that we've seen quite a lot in Season 0. If you remember, Leg, that was quite powerful, but Hulk being nerfed a little bit, this is not a character that we've seen quite enough. And he's still bringing so much power, so much resistance from the team, and so much poking and going in for the backline. Before going into the round 3, we will get you with this highlight.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up with this and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Neo! Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear.
Mind crush!
You were beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing.
Kneel, peasants!
That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
All Business treated us to a blast from the past with the Gamma Gang turning up on Idrisil Path. However, there is still so much to come in this Best of 7 series. We're in our EMEA PC lower bracket finals, Lodium. There's only one spot up against the greatest team in the world in the Grands.
Yeah, who's gonna make it to Virtus Pro? We know that Luminosity played Virtus Pro in MRI, for example. All Business, they lost in the winner final against them 4-1 also. So both teams want to get revenge, which is going to be a good story for both teams. But we are not here yet. We are going to move on the All of Jalia Convergence map with Luminosity going on the defense first and All Business in attack. We've seen quite a lot of things. I love the Gamma Gang. I know on this part of the map also, especially in attack, first point, the Gamma Gang can be quite useful. So would love All Business to run it again.
Yeah, it's certainly fun to watch, and Tuzi pumps out a bunch of damage on that Iron Man. I like seeing this kind of mid-high Iron Man play where you can often get down low as well to get behind that Doctor Strange shield when the real damage starts to be levied towards you. We're going to change up our broadcast order a little bit here, by the way. We're going to be cutting the breaks for the next couple of maps, and we're just going to be making sure that we get through all of the gameplay from our lower bracket finals so we can go in and do our grand finals live as well. So we're cutting the breaks. It's just going to be highlights. Strap in, because it's going to be an absolute roller coaster.
Groot, once again being banned. I'm pretty sure, like, trust me, won't be able to play any Groot. He has been showing off, especially against good other Groot player like Black Soup in 0%. So one of the best Groot in Europe so far. And I'm not really sure if we can match the Groot from All Business. So that's definitely a good thing. We decide to ban the Psylocke, but do we want to secure this time the Ella? We have the timing for it. We know how Sistroid can be impactful on this pick, but no, we prefer getting the Loki for Crook.
No, it's interesting that they are preferring that Loki Protect. It's going to be the Thing this time, coming through from all business. Likely going to be the Hellaband coming through as well. Yep, that's fairly easy to see. Now the question is, what do you want to get rid of? Probably not the Winter Soldier. You go for something else in there, Paul. Maybe the Venom? We do have group bans, so maybe banning Venom is just going to be too much constraint on Trust Me's pool, even though it has expanded considerably. Maybe you can get rid of Invisible Woman, knowing that you want to play... Oh, they're going to ban the Luna. Interesting, considering that Naga is probably the better of the two Namors for my money.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think he is. But they had a strategy and they want to run this triple Resurrection compo with Naga going on with the Star-Lord and Crook. You talked about him quite a lot. He has been playing Mantis quite a lot, especially during the MRI. That was maybe something that led them to lose in a way of they didn't have enough picks and they trained a lot. And we've seen Crook amazingly good on the Loki. We've seen him good on the Mantis, and that's why I'm quite happy to see him playing the Mantis again, because he's quite impactful and you want to run it for also the Star-Lord to permanent damage boost him during the Galactic Legends, and for the rest also you can damage boost your Adam Warlock, and he will do quite a lot of damage, let's be honest, because Adam Warlock, you are in the strategist category, but you are doing quite a lot of damage if you know how to wave.
Oh, definitely. You are doing a lot of damage. We saw a lot of that going around, especially from Sloppo on the side of all business previously, just putting out tons and tons of damage. But Luminosity here, just running with the classic triple res. There's going to be a Trust Me using a Diving Strike here. We could actually see some impressive Alpha Strikes on the back of both a Diving Strike and Blaster Barrage from Luminosity, which could force some significant resource out of all business.
Really happy to see also Closer with Slowpo with the unlimited ammo. Closer has been one of the best Rocket Raccoon. Also, nice positioning, nice addition with the unlimited ammo. And this is why we want to get someone nice bubble there on the Star-Lord, so he can get a lot of damage and a lot of ability, a lot of percentage for the rest, and get the ultimate ability fast. Naga with the good K on Zanrin, forcing the Resurrection Beacon to spawn to the Will Fall Down, and the first find will be win by LG. They managed to just put them down and get back into your base, because you are not going to cap the point there.
Yeah, we've seen so many times this first point being held here for any of our teams in competitive. Even against some of the best in the world, this first point is very difficult to capture. We'll have to see if maybe Slowbo can actually just buy this space off the raw damage that the Rotterdam brings to the fore. For now, it's just all about Trust Me. Repositioning over onto the left-hand side. Tutu might actually go out to get a quick resurrection coming out here. Diving Strike, of course, coming in towards the backline. Unlimited ammo and Vasia to try and shut it on down. Naga's joining over here. Is going to be able to resurrect themselves, and we'll be actually able to find a quick off angle here for the Galactic Legend. Rajaro needs some desperate help though. The Soul Resurgence can't get there in time, and so Fate and Naga have to invest their resources, try and turn this one around without their main Vanguard. And well, it seems like the dividends have been paid. Big investment for big results.
Yeah, damage boost on Toot Toot, even if it's only from a Mantis, and 12% damage boost with the Fist of the Abyss is quite efficient. And after that, you got Naga with the Galactic Legends being able to pop off. We got Slowpo moving on. The Doctor Strange, they want to take the high ground. They want to surprise them and get this high ground, because the Loki has been there all the time, all the support has been there, and we want them to drop into the point and have minor positioning, and so they can get the advantage there. We might have the Eye of Agamotto in a few from Slowpo. Meteor item not hitting, unfortunately. Crook mispositioning there. He will have the self-resurrection, and Rajaro on the other end, secret good KO onto the Crook. Spawning once again, Sestroid being focused by Toot Toot, and we got the Soul Resurgence coming in. Here comes the Fist of the Abyss. Can we do it from Toot Toot? He can do it. No, that's gonna be Trust Me on Closer. Zanrin will fall down, and we don't have any specialist anymore, and the fight will be win once again by Luminosity.
Beautiful tracking from Trust Me, and we saw just how much value those resurrections bring to the table there. If Tuzi was able to self-resurrect after being picked a little bit earlier, they can find an off angle, get some real value out of that Galactic Legend, but instead level 1 Crookins destroyed the main targets of the dive from All Business. They simply said, nah, mate, and they came back.
So we got the Karmic Revival for Destroyed. In case something turned out wrong, we might have also the Self-Resurrection to reposition if that's needed. We got the Galactic Legends, but also we got this Eye of Agamotto. We got, trust me, going into the backline. Tuzi falling down because all the focus is on the Venom and no heals were being given to him, unfortunately. The invisible Bondari coming into the point. We are waiting from Naga, but we got a good Galactic Legends coming up.
Galactic Legend grabs Slopo first. Closar next up on the docket. Welsh Minia, yeah, you can draw up the curtain, but they'll just swap targets over to Xamarin in the back. It's an absolute classic here from Luminosity. The dive defense is so difficult to break. Toot's not going to be spawning again until this is already done. I'm not sure if Slopo even has the ability to portal on back. I think they used it too soon, and there's no touch to be forthcoming. 44% is all that will be grabbed here by All Business on Halls of Jalia.
What a defense being popped by Luminosity right there. Almost no mistakes. We had some good picks from All Business, especially on Naga, on Crook also being aggressive. But when you are running the Adam Warlock, you can't really do anything out of this because you got the Self-Resurrection, you can reposition, and you are just stronger. And you can just get back into life and get back into the fight. So Adam Warlock might be one ban. All Business might be looking out, even if they are sometimes running this comp also. But also, what a work from Trust Me. Going into the backline with the Venom, forcing all the focus on the entire team. And on the other end, you got Naga at the same time, just doing as much damage as he can on Tutsi. And Tutsi is alone, he's just falling down, being knocked out. And the fight is already turning out positively from Luminosity. So let's see what they can do. Basically, one good fight being win by LG will make them win the match and leading the series 2-1.
That's the dream here for Luminosity. Being in a comfortable position can be such a game changer when you're a team that can live and die by your mental state. Some teams, they need to be in a position where they feel like they're in control. Some teams, they crumble when the pressure starts to get on. I don't think that Luminosity are that team anymore. But in MRI, they certainly had what looked like a crumbling performance towards the end. MRC might be an entirely different story.
We are destroying the map. This is quite important when you are attacking. You don't want the enemy team to get too much high ground. So you are destroying the bridge and the high ground on the left also, where sometimes you are going with the Star-Lord. Trust me, in the backline, going directly for the Resurrection Beacon, which is quite important. So we know there won't be any Resurrection because you don't have any Adam Warlock from All Business. Mesmerize, nicely done. Rajaro, can you secure good KO? Tutsi trying to help out on, trust me, on the Venom. But we are doing too much damage on LG there. We spotted the Loki, Rajaro with the good damage also. What is happening? That's a lot of damage on both sides. Who's gonna make it first? That's gonna be Tuzi on Naga. And we might be able to death because Tutut is there also on Crook.
Yeah, Naga and Crook are down, but they can all both self-res. Fate down as well. That might actually be the nail of the coffin because Fate cannot self-resurrect here. That's a critical final blow. Rajaro simply can't survive here with only an Adam behind him to try and give them some healing. Going up against Naga, this could actually be a wild kill. Oh man, big knockout coming through from Tuzi. Naga's gone.
We already got the Galactic Legends on both sides. We got a bit less ultimate ability from Luminosity, but it's charging out and Adam Warlock will be quite clutch. The Karmic Revival there. If you got even one person being knocked out, you can force it and everyone can play a bit more aggressive because you know that you will be back into the fight. There, Slopo with the Amplifier that can be nicely combined with Toot, with the Fist of the Abyss. Rajaro taking a lot of damage there. No shields. Be careful, forcing the lamp. And we are going in once again for maybe the last fight of the match.
Regeneration Domain and the Soul Resurgence both. If you can somehow survive this as All Business, your Counter-Strike is going to be incredibly powerful. Meteor End doesn't seem to grab too much in the way of final hits. And now Tuzi just has to be patient. Survival is the name of the game, staying within the Soul Resurgence. And now it's your turn to strike. Destroyed next up on the docket. And it seems like Naga's managed to find closer. Tuzi still from above is getting so much done. Down so low. It's Crook at range with the Mantis primary fire that's managing to get it it done. Seems like there might well be a resurrection. Destroy brings back Naga. No need for Karmic Revival. This time we're just going to get him in the cocoon. Toot can't escape. And now the last vestiges are going to come back in off the back of the portal. Tuzi already down once again. The portal's still going to be open. They respawn, mind you, so don't worry too much about that. Closar, though, not going to be here to heal. Instead, was just responsible for the portal. Only a couple of percentage points remain here in terms of the space that all business can give. Toot does their best to survive off the back of this, but the shielding's not good enough from Welsh Mania and Closar. They're running out of cooldowns, they're running out of health, and they're running out of teammates. The healing's nowhere to be seen. Tuzi does their best to avoid all this incoming damage, but already it's just overwhelming pressure from Luminosity. Even with Destroyed and Crooked down, all you need is fate, and Kismet shines upon Luminosity today.
Nicely done, even with the TP from Closar. That was not enough to pull a defense from all business. Luminosity leading this series 2-1. What a good game. Once again, highlighting the good defense, and Naga, obviously the MVP, has been amazing on this Star-Lord, getting a lot of KO, a lot of final hits on his end. And yeah, just this triple resurrection strategy, which is working quite well, especially at the end. You are a bit more aggressive. You can just getting res, and you are continuing the fight, forcing the portal and forcing the enemy to come one by one. And speaking on final, it's 14 on Naga. Quite impressive, and that's the same for Tuzi. Both Star-Lord players have been impressive into this map.
Yeah, trust me as well, being able to match up on the Venom is critical here. Like, trust me, at one point was like target bannable as a Venom, but the fact that Venom's in the back pocket and you can't really target ban Trust Me anymore is a crazy asset to LG. They can go up against a team that's very good at the Venom, like all business, where Toot is definitely a customer that you need to keep thinking about on that particular hero. And they're like, we can just leave the Venom in limbo. We're happy to match. We're happy to gap on the Venom.
This is what we said, basically. Luminity got so much picks in their end that this is really hard to draft against them. They can ban whatever, save whatever. They will always have a strategy in their pocket, and this is really hard to read, especially from a map to another. So that's gonna be good to see on the next map. They are leading 2-1, but we've seen All Business playing really well into this series and into the entire tournament, to be honest. So that's gonna be good to see the rest, and hopefully All Business can make it work, because if Luminosity is winning the next one, that's going to be quite hard, because there will be one win away for Luminosity to join Virtus.pro into the grand final.
Yeah, a couple wins away. Virtus.pro ready to meet them. Only one team can go. These highlights are coming your way, and afterwards, we're going to get right back into some games.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through escaping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. I remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters ahead. The arrival till the end. Rise and hoping your mind. Hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
Blast off! Legendary!
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing.
Kneel, peasants!
That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
Standing at the hallowed doors of the throne room, Luminosity Gaming are finally ready to open them again. After being exiled down to the lower bracket in the heady youth of round 4, they have had to gladiatorially slop their way through the muck in order to see the sun again. And waiting on the throne lives Ursa Major, Virtus Pro.
Yes, here we are directly, and we can see a little bit more about the tournament. Look out what happened now. The grand final will happen. We got Virtus Pro versus Luminosity. All business. This is a wonderful tournament. Let's be honest, they finished top 3. When this is a team we almost didn't hear from them in the season 0, they were not as impactful as now. So this is definitely a team that we want to have a look on for the next tournament, for the next esport of Marvel Rivals leg. Virtus Pro Luminosity, they already faced each other quite a lot, especially in the Marvel Rivals Invitational most recently. What do you think is going to be the fate of these two teams? Because Luminosity has been showing quite a lot of good play. Destroyed is carry on the Wolverine. This is probably one of the bans that we might see, as Virtus Pro really don't want to see any Wolverine players. So really looking forward on what it's going to be. But I would like to see what you think of this series.
I'm looking forward to seeing if we're going to see Luminosity continually ban out the Thing here for their first ban, because we have seen Virtus Pro start moving towards that Thing ban style, or rather, we've seen Virtus Pro start banning out the Groot, even though they're fantastic at Groot, because they feel like they can play the Thing better than a lot of teams, where a lot of teams have started to learn Groot, and given that Trust Me has actually got very good at Groot recently, maybe Virtus Pro are going to try and lean into that Thing Brawl style, so I would not be surprised to see that come up in the ban phase here. And the question is there going to be that similar fear of the Sparker Psylocke that we saw of Tuzi's Psylocke in the match previous?
Yeah, we are going to see, because Sparker is quite scary on the Winter Soldier also, so that's going to be interesting. But you got Naga that can take a few good stuff with the Winter Soldier, but he's quite good on the Namor. You kind of want to save the Namor and Luna Snow for Naga. I think he's one of the best, to be honest, on this character. Sparker, obviously, from other title, he has been proving himself that he's one of the best duelists into this game, probably the best in Europe. Let's be honest on this. But the rest of the roster also of Virtus Pro, we got Dridro, that is amazing into the support, and the tanks. You spoke about them. They had the addition of Fincy since they get picked up by Virtus Pro, and what a player also on Doctor Strange. You can see quite a lot of good of Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, Fincy has been absolutely lights out on both the Doctor Strange and the Magneto as well, both of those being essentially ubiquitous in professional Marvel Rivals. The esports scene is dominated by them. We're going to be getting straight into our grand finals, and Virtus Pro opening up with the group ban as expected. Luminosity, are they happy to meet with a Thing ban here, potentially maybe protect the Venom?
They might protect also the Wolverine. That could be interesting, as we discussed that Destroyed has been doing well. Do you want also to pick or ban the Ella? Because you got two good Ella players on both teams, so that can be interesting. This is a character that has been banned quite a lot, but I would love to see this Wolverine secure.
There's a world where maybe you could secure the Loki as well. We know that Luminosity previously have been securing Loki. There it is. Oh, my first draft was correct. They're going to protect the Venom. They might want to try and take a Venom duel here, which wouldn't be out of a realm of possibility for Luminosity. And we haven't seen too much Venom from Virtus.pro.
Yeah, Nevix has been playing quite a lot of the thing recently, as you mentioned. We are saving the Luna Snow on Virtus.pro, and we don't really ban the Namor from Luminosity because Naga has been quite powerful on him, but we want to remove this Adam Warlock. Adam Warlock is maybe not the kind of composition that we see a lot on Virtus.pro. We are more classic with the 2-2-2, with the Luna Snow. On Dridro, you can have also the Loki coming up. So we not might see their Namor ban, but maybe a Ella ban if we want to get the Wolverine. That could be something because Fi is quite crazy on him. Yes, it is. We won't see Fi playing the Ella. This is a bit too powerful, but what makes me happy is Sestroid managed to get the Wolverine, and that's going to be interesting to see.
Yes, Sestroid is going to be likely pivoting between Star-Lord and Wolverine here. It's rare to see a Hela that is so respected, but Luminosity, who probably have one of the best individual Helas in the world in Sestroid, ban Hela. That's how good Fi is at Hela. And unsurprisingly, we're going to see Fi swap over onto another hit scan, try and leverage that raw tracking. I'm very excited here to see how much value Fi Naga can get out of this squid bomb that he's patented. Being able to try and find these flanks, surprise a strategist with a couple of squids and a right click to berserk them and try and grab those early backline dives. That's one of the things that OG actually managed to get a couple of surprise fights from Virtus.pro from, using Tanuki's Jeff previously on places like Royal Palace Asgard, just finding these moments to try and take those backline dives against Dridro and Saipe.
We're gonna be playing on Clintar. This is a map we didn't see yet today, which can be quite hard to cap for the first point. And we spoke about it also, Leg. Sparker will move on the Psylocke. Psylocke that has been removed from Tutsi the entire series before. Would it be the same maybe after this game, depending on the performance on Sparker? But we're gonna see, trust me, on the wall, trying to get some more info, listening to the different steps there. And we will be able to dive a bit more a bit after. But Virtus.pro on the attack, taking the high ground, trying to secure a good fast KO to get into the point.
Yeah, great pathing here, just knocking out this wall of a high ground. That's going to give a lot of safety over to Saipe to continue playing over here. One of the things that I'm very excited about both these teams, just how much versatility they have in their rosters. Already Nevix has been knocked off of this high ground. Should be able to get up rather easily though. Metallic Bulwark, of course, being given over onto the Starlers. They head over onto the high ground. Rajaro forced down to a low here to stop that first stick from coming through. Dridro early picked here by Rajaro. Great focus fire coming through from Luminosity to catch that Lunar Snow super early. Now with only Saipe for healing and the regeneration domains used, Virtus.pro might be in a bit of trouble.
Nicely done by Luminosity there, and Sestroid with the good K on Saipe. We don't have any specialists anymore because Dridro is not back yet. And the first fight will be won by Luminosity, popping up a really good defense. And look at the timer, already almost 2 minutes being down from Virtus.pro and not managing to get a single percentage yet. Fi moving on directly there on the Namor. We want him to be a bit more impactful. Maybe we want him to have the on-off Proteus that can be quite clutch, but here will come the first team fight. We will have some interesting ultimate ability. We will have both specialists ultimate ability, so we will have a lot of Fate of both worlds, but Fincy also with the Meteorite time will be quite important there.
Nice knockback there onto Trust Me. Actually delays the Feast of the Abyss for a moment. Still, Dridro feels the need to try and answer this one with the Fate of both worlds. It's mostly damage boost for now, but Nevix is desperately going to need to just dive into this one and get themselves some healing. As Giganto manages to drop down in the midst of all of this. Rajaro takes to the sky. Oh, the Meteor M gets two. Dridro and Fi both slain, and Saipe actually managed to copy over onto the Venom, looking for an extra Feast of the Abyss. Maybe not the most effective copy there with the God of Mischief. It's a little bit mischievous, a little bit quirky, but in the end it's useless.
Alright, Luminosity still got the Fate of both worlds from the Luna Snow. We don't have it from Virtus.pro because both Loki and Luna Snow has been using the Fate of both worlds, so we might have the advantage from Luminosity there. What could counter it? Maybe a good Fire ultimate, a good Honor Proteus for a good one-shot there on Fate. So we'll need a good positioning, but we'll need also from Nevix a good dive in. Dridro taking a lot of damage. Fate with the Fate of Bofrod. Vinci with a good grab. Can we make it? Yes, that's the first one. And the reset again. Triple from Sistroid there in the little corner. We're going to Delify with 1 HP. We are waiting a bit more. And that's less a minute for Virtus Pro to make it work. But the LG has been popping off in defense there.
Maybe Virtus Pro coming in a little bit cold here. Luminosity certainly warmed up after their matchup against All Business. That ended 1-4, by the way. A full sweep for Luminosity after losing that first map. Seemed like they figured it out in the second and just rode it home after that. Nevix, for now, looking to just get a little bit of additional pressure in onto the opposing Venom. A disengage here for Trust Me, using that Symbiotic Resilience. Nice push coming through. Vinci already isolated, CC'd again. And even though it cost the regeneration domain, that might be enough already. A good dodge coming through onto the Horn of Proteus. Not much gained here for Virtus Pro. They've used so many of their resources already. 6 seconds remain. Fine notes over here. Destroyed gets them even further. Virtus Pro are in deep trouble. In comes a copy. It's going to be a God of Mischief coming through from Saipe. I believe that's a copy onto Dridro, and it's bloody needed because Dridro's already missing. A quick recontest coming through. A nice block of as well coming here from Fincy. Great presence of mind to do this in the doorway where those supports were hiding away. The strategists can't access the fight they were so desperate to get into. Heads up play from the Icelandic legend is just what Virtus Pro needed to get this done.
That might be good for Virtus Pro because you don't have the time in this part of the map when you are in defense to pop up a portal because you need to go out of the spawn and this is taking quite a lot of time. And fortunately for Virtus Pro, Sparker moving on the Winter Soldier with the good Kraken impact and good TP from Fincy for blocking out the path. So nicely done. And Fi this time moving into the Starlord. Namor didn't work quite well till now, so we need to change something. We will get back into the Starlord. We still got the bubble from the Magneto to get him, preventing him from taking too much damage. And then you can charge up your ultimate quite easily. And in this part of the map, this is quite hard because any pick you are getting in the attack will be quite difficult for the defense because the spawn is so far away and you don't have a Doctor Strange to come back. So we are cleaning the clones from Crook. We are forcing him the lamps also. So no defensive ability from the Loki. That might be the time there to do some more damage and some more kills.
Naga, perfect hit there. Crit onto Fi, gets themselves the elimination. Now he's going to throw a couple more squids forward. Spark is next up on the docket. Naga is actually having the game of his life right now. Crazy aim on the Namor.
Naga there with the Honor of Proteus. 1 minute 30 on the clock, and this is it. When you are in attack and you are going straight to the second checkpoint, this is quite easy. The defense can't do that much, but when you are around this corner, you got so many good positions for the defense team. So that's interesting to see how Luminosity is doing. Trust me, back directly into Sparker, trying to get as much damage as possible. Managing to get some shielding. Fincy falling down with Testroid, with the Against coming up. The Galactic Legends again, but Rajaro with the good Meteor Sparker falling down from Naga. We are forcing from Dridro, the Fate of the Abyss. Can we get any other KO from Virtus Pro? It seems to be complicated. Testroid without the Kraken impact. They might go back and it might be one of the last team fights also from Virtus Pro. We are not finding anything. We need a good Honor of Proteus from Sparker to make it work.
Huge investments from Luminosity just to stay neutral here. Saipe is going to be able to have this fight in the palm of their hand with the God of Mischief, copying over that Lunar Ultimate and giving additional staying power, as well as for damage boost over to Sparker with that Horn of Proteus. Could be everything here. Fincy already taking a bunch of damage. Naga sends in the whale, but Giganto doesn't return with any final blows. Instead, Naga is punished for the audacity. Sparker gets it done with the Monstro Spawn. Additional damage boost coming on in, but still Sparker can't achieve much off the back of the Horn of Proteus. Trust me, just sets himself pretty upon this payload for now. And up in the sky, raining down damage from above. Fi is just draining everyone's health bars away while Dridro picks up the last dregs of damage. And Virtus Pro are going to have to get this all done in overtime.
We spend a lot there. We spend really a lot for Virtus Pro. And okay. That was quick, I guess. 2-0
time skip.
Yeah. Seems like Luminosity make it work and manage to defend there at one point. 2-0 for Virtus Pro, so they managed to get the third second checkpoint, sorry, and didn't manage to go till the end of the map. We will see what will happen for the rest of the game. Luminosity will be now in attack, but honestly, as you mentioned, Virtus Pro, this is their first game, their first official game of the day. They might have screamed a little bit before, probably. They warmed up. This is normal, but when you are Luminosity, you are coming up from a series. You won 4-1 into the loser finals. You are quite warmed up. You know what you want to do into the strategy. And that might be maybe the moment for Luminosity to do something out of it. You have been casting a lot of competitive game through like the last years, and I think this is quite important for the players to have the ability to warm up and be into the series. This is what happened for Luminosity before, and maybe we need a bit more time for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many times I've seen a losers bracket team just come in warm from a losers finals and then be able to sweep the grands, even in a little bit of an upset. I don't think Virtus Pro are going to get swept here. We can infer from the current scoreline that Virtus Pro managed to cap second in overtime. I think they got a unfair fight on Luminosity, who may have been pre-positioning a little bit too early, and then made a considerable amount of distance, 107 meters on third point. So this is very winnable in terms of what Virtus Pro have achieved on their offense.
We got Trust Me back into the Venom. He's just doing the portal from the Doctor Strange to make his team being into the backline, and he's gonna put some more pressure there. We also got someone being pulled off on the side, so be careful. Roger already on the point, taking a lot of damage. Naga on the flanking there. Be careful, Fincy burying himself because he was taking too much damage. We are not making any progress from Virtus Pro. We got Trust Me on our flank, and this is quite hard to get rid of.
All right, already a tick accrued here, and Nevix has had to back off the healing. The same for Fincy. And guess what? The pressure just keeps on coming. A nice freeze comes through from the absolute zero of Dreja, but that forces out the regeneration domain from Loki as well. Running low on resources here are going to be Virtus Pro, but Luminosity, they're also having their own struggles. Almost grabbed themselves a second tick here, and indeed it is going to be just over the line as 66.6% is reached. Another freeze from Dreja, by the way. Man's going absolutely crazy on it. Nevix returns to Voluna Snow, only to pick up the healing from the fate of both worlds. And now everyone's dancing for their supper. An exchange of Gigantos means that Spark has to go to the air, and the Blessing of the Deep is going to rain down their own on top of Fate and stops the ult in its tracks. Healing cancelled for now, and it's going to take a while for Fate to return here. Up into the sky goes Phi with the Galactic Legend. The Meteor Ray not able to shut down too much here, but it does keep multiple players at bay. Level 1 Crook has a couple of players still to deal with. Naga's Bulwark breaks under the pressure, and Nevix manages to grab that one as well. Maybe cosplaying as a clone, I'm not sure at this point, but Virtus Pro should be able to hold strong.
Luminosity still managed to get 69% of the points, so we need one more good team fight, and we used a lot of resources from Virtus Pro. Even if Dridro is almost back half of his ultimate ability, we still got Fate, we still got Trust Me, and also Rajaro that can do a good Asteroid M directly into one of the enemy characters. So that might be the time they need to fight, because they know buff defensive ability has been used for the ultimate for Virtus Pro, and Sestroid not being able to have the Kraken impact, unfortunately, but we can charge it quite fast. Nevix directly going into the backline, forcing Fate with the ultimate. Be careful, Sparker taking a lot of damage, but managing to get a good KO on Crook, and that might be the turnaround that was needed.
Beautiful crit right there. Luminosity, though, they're playing for the point. It has to be Nevix who comes down to try and keep this one contested. 51 shot. Oh, it's directly onto Dredro. And that means that there's going to be a real mess of healing that's not going to be available right now. Dredro down on 97%. Fincy under huge amounts of pressure. Loki needs to get onto his toot sweep, but they're not there in time. The point's untouchable for Nevix and Fincy. They simply don't have the healing to make it work, with Dredro taken out of commission.
Nicely played by LG, and you want to move in. You want to try to catch Sparker there, but you have Neymar. He can bubble himself and just wait for the rest of his team. We're gonna take the high ground, which is quite important in this part of the map. Trust me, getting some more info, climbing the wall, getting some more information of the positioning on Virtus Pro. Trying to get a bit more damage, but there, Fincy, good damage there on Sestroid. We were prepared with Phi, with the good damage from the Star-Lord, and Crook there can't do that much because he don't have the regeneration domain, and he will fall down. The payload is still moving on because we still got Fate on it, and we need to reposition because Naga is on the flank, spilled him directly into the face from Sparker, and that might be a reset. We need to focus again on Luminosity. We need to gather and not being staggered too much.
Okay, Spark has activated aimer mode. This is a very dangerous position for Luminosity. At least economically, we might have themselves a chance, but Virtus Pro are equally stacked when it comes to the treasury. The war chest is full, 6 ultimates.
Look out on Dridro, he got the Fate of both worlds. We only got no Nevix ultimate yet, and for the red that's gonna be the both tanks that doesn't have it, but Dridro can charge it quite fast, directly diving in from Trust Me. A grab on Nevix not working from Sestroid, but we're gonna try to do as much as possible, and the Galactic Legends coming, and with the big name ultimate not working out unfortunately, and the fight might turn around from LG.
Good answer here from Crook coming in with a Fate of both worlds. An instant frag on to the Lunar Snow is all that you need, but Naga's the one who catches out this time. Rajara are going to be looking to return the favor, but I don't see anything in the feed right now that would indicate success. Everyone's dancing, everyone's having a good time. It's a party on Clintar, but Crook was not invited, found to be here without an invitation, banished to the depths below. And Rajara is going to be joining them. Luminosity caught.
1 minute 30 for Luminosity to make it work. They still need to do half of the path to go to the second checkpoint, and you can see up near the score that Virtus Pro almost getting to the end of the map, so this is not done yet, and if they manage to get into the point, they will have 1 minute 30 addition in terms of timing. But then you need to win your fight, you need to charge up your ultimate, because you have only Naga, and you need to count on this on of Proteus to manage to get a good KO, if possible on one of the strategies Fire with the good damage. And once again, speaking of Fire, Galactic Legends doing a lot.
Playing from the top, lots of damage rolling on down. The Horn of Proteus doesn't really go too far at all. I'm not sure what Naga was cooking with that one, and this one seems a little bit cooked itself for Luminosity. This is going to be back to the drawing board for sure.
Vinci just trying to stagger everyone in the team. We got a lot of ultimate for Virtus Pro. That's the same for Luminosity, taking a lot of damage there. But trust me, Sestrod, Crook dying one by one. We got 30 seconds into the clock. We will have one more fight, basically. And look at what we have. Naga doesn't have the Galactic Legends, and that might be complicated. This is an ultimate you want to have quite fast. Even if Vinci with the Asteroidem can absorb all the damage, this is quite hard. Rajaro, can we make it on fire? Unfortunately not. We are getting into the point, shielding up. Trust me, into the backline, trying to get into the clones. Nevix also into the backline, dropping in. We will have also, oh my god, Vinci and Nevix, that was so massive. Fire also, we got 3-4-0. Rajaro not managing to get any KO, and yeah, like, that's the other time. You're not using any resources, and that's gonna be it for Virtus Pro.
Two strategists dropping with both of their ultimates available. They had the God of Mischief, they had the Fate of both worlds, but they didn't want to use it for just a raw Venom dive. The cellular corrosion, yeah, there was a lot of pressure there, but I don't know if it was a lack of comms when it comes to fight planning, how they were going to answer that dive coming in, or if they just didn't see the Asteroid M coming in and they didn't want to try and pop the Fate of both worlds to try and deal with it. But Virtus Pro, their second point defense, very strong. Just being able to play around those corners with Fi has been an absolute brutalization.
It took them a bit of time to get into the game, but they managed to secure the first win with Dridro being the MVP, 52k healing, 66 accuracy, which is massive for a Luna Snow player. I've never seen that in my ranked games, but let's not talk about that because I want some joy there for these grand finals. 1-0 for Virtus Pro, and what's going to be the solution? Because you are removing, of course, from Virtus Pro the Groot. You don't want that, but seems like Nevix has been showing a lot of good plays. We know he's good on The Thing. We know he's been good now on Venom, which is one of the best pick of Trust Me also. So what changes you need to do into the draft to make it work?
Honestly, I feel like this was close enough that you don't necessarily need to change your draft. I feel like maybe if you just don't finish the game with like 4 ultimates available, maybe it's a very different story here, Lunny. I don't think that there's going to be a major impact on the draft going forward unless there's really a different vibe going into a very different map type, like say if we go to Domination or something.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see also. Sestroid could have gone for the Wolverine, but when you are facing Fincy on Magneto, this is quite hard. When you are facing also a Venom that can just move out directly and not being grabbed, I think that was not the pick. So that's going to be interesting to see. We've seen Naga popping off also, but Sparker decided to lead and say, who is the best duelist out there. That's me. Moving on from the Winter Soldier, from the Psylocke into the Namor. Quite good. A bit of miss on both Namor, also on the Honor of Proteus, with good picks, of course, from time to time. But that was not the most impactful thing. As you mentioned at the end, when you have both of you strategists with ultimate, because maybe miscommunication, you don't really know which one is gonna use it first, but then you just got Nevix who is doing whatever he wants, so this is quite complicated. That's gonna be interesting to see on which map they are going to play, because LG and Virtus.pro, they are the two best team in Europe right there. But before moving into the next map, let's check the highlights.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival's till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear.
Mind crush!
You were beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing.
Kneel, peasants!
That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear.
Mind crush!
You were beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing.
Kneel, peasants!
That's White Queen mind control.
Virtus Pro versus Luminosity. This is your grand final in the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 1 in EMEA. This is a really good first game that we had. Virtus Pro managing to get the first win leg, but this is far from over because this is a best of 7 and Luminosity, they got what it takes to come over and take the throne.
Yeah, Luminosity having a remarkably successful Clintar, even while losing it. Definitely could have gone either way. We're heading over to Domination next, which is very interesting because this is where Virtus Pro have lost a majority of the maps that they have lost, which is not very many, to be honest. But most of them were on Domination. One was on Spider Islands against a Wolverine, but I believe that they've settled up their previous weaknesses on against Wolverine compositions now. We're not as worried about it. I'm expecting the draft to remain fairly similar, with Group being taken out here and maybe in return the Thing being removed by Luminosity.
Yeah, that could be because Nevix has been playing the Thing quite a lot, honestly, in this tournament since basically the Thing is out in season 1.5. So very interesting pick, but Nevix has been doing amazing also on Venom, especially as Trust Me. So that's going to be good to see. As you mentioned previously, I don't think there was a draft issue. Pick and ban phase was quite good. Both teams got their strength also. We had a really good Naga, especially in the attack phase. That was a bit more complicated for the defense just after. So on the defense and not the attack, apology for the mistake. But that's going to be good to see. And as you mentioned, Domination. This is maybe the kind of map Virtus Pro is not the best at. So that's definitely where Luminosity can shine because they have been winning quite a lot of games in Domination. So that could be it. But let's move into the draft because we are going to dive into the game. And yeah, quite excited to see what's going to happen there.
Okay, Luminosity with the first ban, likely to be the Thing. Virtus Pro here, the question is, do they want to once again take the Venom Mirror? I feel like Nevix is confident taking any Vanguard Mirror. Previously, I believe their Protect was it Psylocke for Sparker?
That was the Luna Snow, I think,
Maybe
if
they
I'm not
Protect
mistaken.
Vice Hela here. But they never destroyed as good at Hela. Yeah, you're right, it was the Luna Snow Protect last time. And it is going to be once again.
What do you want to save on Luminosity? Are you going to save the Venom again? Because it might be banned, but Nevix, I'm not sure what you would play if there is no Venom and not the Thing. And yeah, the Venom is being saved, of course, there because Trust Me is quite comfortable on the pick. Last ban could be Namor, and yes, it is you saving the Luna Snow. You don't want to have the combo with the Namor because Sparker has been quite good on him, obviously, even if you got Naga, who is amazing on him. This is not a risk you want to take. And once again, Virtus Pro want to remove the Adam Warlock because we know they have been running this team composition with Crook quite comfortable on the Mantis, Sistroid moving on the Adam Warlock, and Fate more comfortable on other thing. And of course, as Sistroid, sorry, on the Star-Lord, who is quite comfortable with. But that's not going to happen, obviously. And we might have quite the same composition compared, just the Namor being removed there. Quite happy to see against Parker with the Psylocke, because Namor, as he's always on the flanking with the Squid, it can be quite annoying for the Psylocke. So that's going to be interesting to see how they perform there. Rajaro on the Magneto, same as Fincy. This is quite a strong pick, maybe the best tank, as we can see in this season with Doctor Strange. So that's going to be good to see the rest, and Sistroid on Ella and Fire on Ella. I want to see this Ella 1v1 because both players has been remarkably good on this Goddess of Death, and yeah, that's gonna ring a bell with the headshot.
The battle starts in 5.
I'm expecting many a bell to be rung in this series, Lunium.
1.
And as you said, with the Namor gone, it means that there's a lot more room for Sparker to work with on these margins, playing the off angles with the Psylocke. Naga might be playing a lot more front to back here, because they of course rely on the bubble from the Magneto to get a lot of value. Nevix already spotted out here as they try and get their way over towards the backline, already taking 300 HP's worth of damage. That's a big cellular corrosion, forced out the early usage of the regeneration domain. So the second dive here might actually be the one to take advantage of. Rajaro holding the front line for now.
Nevix forcing the lamp from the Loki, and that's a long CD. That's 25 seconds with a dispel, so that's really important to get it out in the first fight. Speaking of getting some people out, Fincy with a good damage on Fate, not gonna be enough. We need to fight still on the high ground, but we need to think still about the point. Saipe with the double KO there on Trust Me and Naga. Fincy falling down because we're on the point. And can we secure it from Luminosity? Sparker on the lookout for Crook. Destroyed. Good damage on Sparker. Is it going to work? Not enough. We have to retreat and let the first point to Virtus Pro.
Oh, a bit of a Luminosity choke there onto Sparker, to be honest. Like, Fate managed to get an absolute 0 freeze onto Sparker. The follow-up was not there. Sparker already has a Dance of a Butterfly is good to go. Of course, you need to do some homework to try and set up for this ultimate. A good Venom dive to try and get those regeneration domains out of the way would be ideal. Naga caught out early by fire. Touch too far out. Rajaro did a headshot while frozen by the absolute 0 there. You can see for regeneration domains, this means that it's home free for Sparker if they want to try and get a little bit frisky here. But for now, Luminosity have just given up the space.
We got both defensive ability.
There onto damage boost, all coming through from Fate. Sparker frozen once again, double headshot from Sestroy, showing why they're one of the best tellers that we've got. And Saipe, unfortunately, is forced to just have this disengaging Fate of both worlds. It's a sad time, but at least keeps Dredro alive.
That one hurts.
So 60% still from Virtus Pro. So we already did a good job there, and we still got a few resources. You spoke about it, the Dance of the Butterfly still hasn't been used, and now you still got Crook with the God of Mischief. If you manage to get quite fast the regeneration totem there, it might work, because here comes the ultimate Fist of the Abyss from Nevix, not working out unfortunately. Good bevel from the Magneto, but now you are wide open for Sparker. You can force directly the ultimate from Crook, and this is what happens. Sparker will be a little bit alone, same as Nevix falling down, and we have to move back because they are pushing quite far and we won't be able to do anything on Virtus Pro.
Yeah, the disengage from Virtus Pro, even after they set up for that Dance of the Butterflies, did mean that they didn't really have a frontline pressure to keep Nevix sustained after the dive. Luminosity should be able to hold down this choke fairly easily now and set up some secure positions for their strategists.
Trust me, on the high ground, waiting for a dive in with the Fist of the Abyss. We got Saipe, we got Dredro, so we need to be fast, we need to be reactive on this Sparker, using the Psylocke not as a flanker but as a Vanguard Destroyer, which is working quite well from time to time. And speaking of Vanguard Destroyer, trust me, falling down, legendary Galactic Legend there, forcing Fincy with the Meteorite Arm, Sestroid, and he does it, yes, on Sparker, and we can't do that much. Naga saving a good KO on fight. Oh my god, that's gonna be quite hard.
Big pickups there coming through from Destroy. Now it's going to be an all-out battle for the point. Virtus Pro yet to flip this one around. A sad disengagement here from Dredro, even with all the healing in the back pocket. And now it's going to be the Venom who needs to be paid attention to. Symbiotic Resilience has been used, but guess what? There's plenty of healing. All the resilience in the world coming through from the Lunar Snow. Regeneration domain brought out right here. Fire's going to have a fantastic angle onto Naga. I don't know if they know what the hell is coming. It's an absolute surprise from the back here. Fire still has the Goddess of Death. Has to choose right now. Am I going to invest this ultimate, or am I going to allow for Luminosity to take this point right here and now? It's going to be a full completion here. Fire going all the way down. The Dredro and Saipe are already gone. Trust me, he's got 2. And even while Fire can rain down the strong crows from above, the damage might have already been done. And they actually res up Saipe. That's going to be some healing that could come on through. Destroyed going to try their best to actually bring one back in their own right, and Fate pops off with the Ice Arts. The cleave is overwhelming, and Luminosity strike back.
Really nice played, because they were led 60% to 0%, and they managed to get a good team fight, especially with a bit late support ability from Dredro, and Sparker falling down, and the fight was won. Really good resource management from Luminosity Gaming. Every time they were using Naga ultimate and Cestro ultimate, combining and out-healing, out-damaging the healing from the support. So really nicely done. That they need one more submap to get back into this series. So this is not done yet, obviously. This is a best of 3 within this map, and they didn't say their last word. Important thing is the next fight might be quite fast. They will need to basically charge up all the ultimate ability, because we got Sistroid, we got Fate, we got Trust Me. On the other end, we got Fincy, but not very the rest. We don't have Saipe, we don't have Redraw, so in my opinion, Luminosity Gaming, they need to do a quick, clean fight in order to get the point. But in this part of the map especially, this is the time where the point is not being taken before maybe 1 minute 30, 2 minutes of a fight. But that might change here, because we got resources. We almost picked up, trust me, their Nevix apology on the Venom. And we are going directly into the point. The first hostilities begins.
Look at where Spark is playing here. So close towards the front, just focused on kind of taking down those vanguards, kind of like Naga is. At the moment, no real opening to try and find a flank, although the Galactic Legends are available. There should be regeneration runes available here to try and deal with this. Oh, unfortunate for Fincy. The architecture gets in the way of a well-intentioned Meteor M. Nice bubble coming through. Metallic Bulwark to try and keep that Luna safe. Only Saipe's duplicate here gets hit by the Feast of the Abyss, but trust me, sticks around for a while longer and finds himself a tasty morsel as a reward for all of the audacity that he has wrought. And while Nevix is going to be able to escape here, it feels like Luminosity are going to have a significant advantage on the point. An attempt to turn this around, though, coming through from Saipe. Copying on over. Same from Crook here. Should be a fate of both worlds coming through from both of those mischievous Lokis, having duplicated their Lunas right next to him in the midst of all this. And when these ults are over, that's going to be Sparker's bellwether to move on in with the dance of the butterflies. Nicely placed Metallic Bulwark. Naga's out of Stellar Shift. There are no iframes to play with. Destroyed. Doesn't know, but Sparker still lurking in the back as Rojaro takes to the sky. Comes then from above. It's right onto a regeneration domain, though, so there's no damage. It's only healing. It's a nice little helping out there from a nice lad like Rojaro. And despite the absolute struggle we've had between these teams, Virtus Pro should be able to grab the first cap.
Such a long fight, a lot of resources being used, but Sparker, with this Dance of the Butterfly, managing to get a really good KO and managing to get Sistroid instantly KO'd with a good burst damage. And Virtus Pro going into this choke point, really important. We are not playing Doctor Strange, so we need to lead them into a mistake. We need to take a big KO right there to continue our ascension into the point. You got Trust Me going in with the Venom, same for Nevix, on the lookout, just on the side. And first comes the Magneto and the Galactic Legend.
Potential to drop down here. Regeneration domain already used. Maybe you can try and force out an ult from the Luna here using... Oh, okay. Straight away. That's going to be the Bulwark given over as well, so make sure there's no burst delivered onto this one. Nug's already used their own ultimate as well, and now they're deep into enemy territory. Yeah, Fire's under siege, but there are plenty of Lunas here to try and keep them safe in the midst of all of this. Spark simply surveys. All that the light touches, my son, they well belong to you. Level 1 Crook forced to duplicitously move away into a different clone, but they still got everyone all over them, caught between a Fincy and a Spark place is a bad place to be. Fate next up on the docket for sure when it comes to the damage. The Dance of the Butterflies is a Dance Macabre, and Luminosity are once again torn apart from all directions.
One more fight for Luminosity to make it work. We got Rajaro, we got Destroy, we almost got the Galactic Legend from Naga, but we won't have any defensive ability. Fate, 50%, Crook, 30%, almost falling down. The lamp has been forced. Defensive ability being used 30 seconds, not being able to do so. And Nevix once again taking a lot of damage and forcing the focus. Oh, look at Sparker. Look how sneaky he is. Just up there. We try to get a good KO on Sparker, and it's working. Disgusting there angle on Destroyed. Oh, the angle was terrible with... Oh, falling down from Fate, and that might be it for Luminosity. Maybe they can work it.
Maybe so. Rojaro under pressure. Crook doing their best to keep everyone sustained here. Wants to try and avoid the incoming Meteor M. Used for center for a little bit of cover. Naga forces out the ult. Oh, gets both Luna snows. Oh, it's snowing. And when it rains, it pours. It's a blizzard of victory for Luminosity off the back of the Galactic Legend at just the right time, in just the right place.
Trust me, with the Fist of the Abyss combining with Naga and just getting a 2 important KO, because we could have made it further with these two ultimate abilities. Speaking of Dridro, almost getting the Fate of both worlds, we got the same for Fate also, and we got Sistroid and Sparker. That's gonna be probably the two only ultimate that we might be able to use. Maybe Nevix also with the Fist of the Abyss, but that's gonna be out for the rest for Luminosity. We don't have enough resources, so we need to wait. We don't need to do any mistake. We need to charge up Crook ultimate ability, because this is one important one that you have there. The building being recross-stunting themselves directly. Dridro with the Goddess of Death coming up with Destroyed.
Going to be some long-range poke here onto Saipe. Will take their time to beat out these regeneration domains. It keeps Fi at bay. Nice right-hand peek right there, minimizing the exposure of the hitbox at range. Destroyed. The second life has been spent. The Goddess of Death is going to be visiting her own domain for now, as they do themselves a little walking tour of hell. Crook and Fate under siege. We're saying Dridro here forces the pop of the Fate of both worlds. Both teams for now are going to be well sustained by the Lunas dancing in the Moonlight. At the top, it's going to be Naga with the Galactic Legend raining down fire from above. Sparker doesn't seem to be getting too much value off the back of the dance of the butterflies. A quick copy over coming through. Of course, this one's from Saipe. Crook's already got it ready. It's destroyed in the window once again. Fi takes two of the sky. Was that a copy of the Hellerol coming through from Saipe? Unreal. I'm not sure if that one's the most valuable, but Crook is at the bottom, just dancing the night away, hoping they might well be able to get one over onto Saipe. They see themselves a wayward strategist, but Fincy's coming in from the back. All angles right now are covered by Virtus Pro, and Sparker just making sure to try and punish level 1 Crook. You're trying to chase down my Luna, and I'm going to make you pay for it in blood. Moving over onto a point, getting that last point touch. There has been a repeat coming through from Fi with the portal. Sparker's so keen when it comes to all of these Sardic crossbow bolts. Bro is the absolute god of accuracy. A maestro if ever I've seen one. Fate up in the sky, came back on the Scarlet Witch of all things. It's uncanny, and it might well have been a weird attempt to try and come through with some kind of Chaos Blade. Grabs Saipe. It's wild at the end. In the end, as the dust settles though, Virtus Pro should be able to walk away with this submap.
1-1 into the Royal Palace. It has been done from Virtus from the Audience Archive, and we're gonna move on the Bifrost Garden. And this is a wide open map where a Star-Lord is being used quite nicely. So can't wait to see what's going to happen from Naga there, because we are not deciding to play him on Virtus Pro's side. Sparker has been doing amazing on the Psylocke, and Fi with the nice pick just up on Sistroid. Really nicely done. This is such a close map. This is such a close series. Even if Virtus Pro is leading 1-0, this is probably the best grand final we will have so far. The two teams, in terms of level, they are quite close, but Virtus Pro for now, they still want to keep their throne and their crown. So can they make it happen? We will see in a couple of hours when the series will be done.
Same flowchart to be seen here. Nevix dive in, force the regeneration domain, Sparker clean up afterwards. You just need Virtus Pro to be able to move forward enough that Nevix does not suffer indignation for his attempts.
Interesting what we see from Virtus Pro. We are deciding to destroy absolutely everything, not taking any high ground from them, but Luminosity, you won't take any high ground also. Nevix diving him directly, taking a lot of damage, but going and forcing some CD on the enemy team, forcing their Saipe with the totem, and you power mine, God of Mischief, copying directly Fate with the Luna Snow, taking a lot of damage from Nevix. We are going to bubble him. Can we secure a good KO? The answer is yes. The fight might be win from Trust Me there.
Once again, this fight has gone wrong exactly the same way. Damage boost onto the Feast of the Abyss. Taking to the sky is Fi. And that's going to be a lot of the damage going towards him. Oh, the mid-air onto He's nasty. He's absolutely filthy. Oh, somebody censor it. It's too hot for Twitch. Oh, Rajaro, though, still has a meter M to try and play with. Right down on top of Luna would be ideal, but misses for now. In fact, Strider is falling elsewhere. Sparker working around the margins, trying to find some sort of inlet. A crack in the armor to try and get in. Grab some purchase. And Naga's exactly what you bought. I hope you kept the receipt, because I'm going to be returning that one to the store.
What was this? Fi on Sistroid on the move directly, and the fight might be won thanks to this amazing move from the Ela. That was absolutely crazy. First point being taken by Virtus.pro there. We still got, speaking of him, Destroyed with the Goddess of Death. We got Sparker and Nevix, but we don't have any defensive ability. It's being charged up. Crook, not here yet. Fate, that's the same. And that's the same on Dridro and Saipe. We need to have a quick move from Sparker. He might be doing it. Goddess of Death, can we do it? Nice focus from the entire team. Managed to get only one shot, forcing Loki with the regeneration domain. And there, with Naga, can he does it? But here comes another God of Mischief.
Brutal focus. Maybe you can try and get yourself a wombo combo onto a Lunar Snow. For now, though, Crook's keeping everyone safe. Nice buddy hops here from Nevix. It's a lot of disengagement space, but now it's Fincy taking to the sky a Meteor M to try and deal with Fate. And indeed, that is quite enough. Sparker finds Naga up in the air. And Virtus.pro, they are leveraging this Shinobi to make sure that the Daimyo of old will lay dormant once more.
Fate will got the Fate of both worlds, and Saipe will be able to God of Mischief and just copy Dridro. Fi, Goddess of Death being ready also with Naga, and Fincy don't have the Asteroid M for Naga, so Naga has a move to do, especially if Saipe is not doing at the good time the Fate of both worlds, but of course, you are this level of play, so of course it's working out. Naga securing a good KO on Fi, and Sparker on the Venom, shredding him directly. Saipe with the good healing, and here come the Magneto, Rajaro, Asteroid M. Can it work? Unfortunately not, so we're gonna reposition and continue the fight.
Or Saipe and Dridro try to their best to avoid the incoming damage together. Disengaging for a moment, still in control, but trust me, around the back has managed to find some purchase. Finally at 95% luminosity, have found their mojo once again.
5% away from victory for Virtus.pro, but we will need to get back into the action. We will need to get into the point again, but that's gonna be difficult because you got a lot of resources on Luminosity. We've seen Fate and Trust Me combo well. And here comes the first one with the Goddess of Death directly into Dridro. We are trying to remove him, but forcing the bubble of the Magneto. Diving in. And okay, we have one resources less, but we got new ultimate for Virtus.pro. And they need to use it efficiently, especially from Sparker with the Dance of the Butterfly. That can force up some defensive ability there.
Dance of the Butterflies ready to go. Oh, the focus onto Trust Me, getting that absolute zero to stop the symbolic resilience for now. Working around the margins. He's so good at breaking down these vanguards. Onto Destroyed. Manages to dash away after the Soul Drain to get a momentary stun. But look at this. There's peel coming through from Fincy. Seems like everyone managed to avoid the final hit, however, of the Asteroid M. Feast of the Abyss just means that Saipe's feasting from the back. 3 clones, and they'll just share a meal. They'll grab a utensil each. One with a fork, one with a knife, one with a spoon, and they're scooping out the brains of Luminosity where once they stood, and they've still got ults to spare at the nadir of this map. Virtus.pro, turn it around.
Virtus.pro managing to get the win, and we talked about it. Domination map are not their best map, but still managed to get this win against a very good Luminosity, but they were stronger. And speaking of Saipe securing the MVP, well deserved with the lot of good plays from the Loki, from all the God of Mischief, from all the damage also he managed to get, because yes, Loki with the clowns, you are doing quite a lot of damage. Look at that, 17k damage from a Loki. That's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, Saipe is getting some real value out of that legion of duplications. Quite the God of Mischief, but when it comes to mischievous behavior, 33k out of a Psylocke for Sparker. Really putting in the work when it came to just containing those vanguards. Psylocke's a really good character because she can do it all. She can play the assassin, but also she can be that frontline bully who just makes it impossible to exist on the Venom. 43 and 56k damage taken by Trust Me and Rajara. They tried their best to keep up that front line, but when you're going up against someone as accurate as Sparker, it's real difficult.
Yes, it is, and it seems like we don't really have a Psylocke player on LG from what I know, from what we've seen in the previous tournament, previous official competition. So Parker can do whatever you want. As you mentioned, he can just shred the tanks, he can just flank whenever it is needed. We've seen him directly on Destroyed, permanently on him, shredding him in less than 1 second. No reaction time for this player, so this is quite hard, let's be honest, and they are leading 2-0, this is well deserved, but Luminosity, they can still get back into this series because this is a best of 7 and this is not done yet.
Yeah, critically though, that was a domination map there that Luminosity managed to drop against Virtus Pro. And Virtus Pro, most of their maps dropped so far have been domination. Luminosity are particularly good at these ones. And Virtus Pro being very quick to react after kind of being scuppered early by that Venom Star-Lord combo. They managed to just change up their playstyle, had Sparker focus a little bit more on destroying Trust Me on these entries, saving the Absolute Zero to try and mess with the symbiotic resilience that Venom uses for that second health bar. And it seemed like Virtus Pro, it's so hard to get one over on them because the second that something works once, they're adapting.
Really happy to see the respect also put on Nevix by banning the Thing, but is really good on Venom. And I think Trust Me won't be able to get into the Groot once again. That might be, though, the difference. Before moving on into the third game, let's see the highlight of the previous one.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up with this and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. The unravel till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind. Hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the among all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping you'll rise, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now it's the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, hoping you'll rise, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserve that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control. Your mind is mine.
The kings have carved a satisfying butt groove into their throne, and they have no intention of moving. Virtus Pro, the Ursa Major, yet to drop a map to Luminosity as we head into round number 3, Lenny.
Yeah, that's the best of 7. If they are winning the next one, which is going to be on Burning Chala Domination, they're going to be one game away for their new crown, for their new title. Luminosity can make it, even if they are led 2-0 into this series. They showed a lot of good gameplay. Yes, Virtus Pro has been maybe playing together for a longer time. They know each other quite a lot. And they are for now, yes, one of the best team, if not the best team in the world. But they can still make it. They already faced them in the MRI, probably in some scrims also. So that's going to be interesting. What is going to change? Are we still going to ban the thing for Nevix? We might still do the same, and the same for Trust Me with the Groot, because I'm not sure we got such a good Groot player on Virtus Pro lineup. I know that Fincy and Nevix have been doing amazing, but they're more into the Magneto and Venom and the thing, so that might be the strat to still keep.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see another Namor ban here from Luminosity. Certainly seemed to work out better when they could force Naga onto that Star-Lord and they themselves leverage Sparker's fantastic Psylocke. And, well, that's kind of classic Sparker. At the beginning of this game, back in the... back when we just had the launch, so the Psylocke had only just came out, we saw Virtus Pro just excelling with Sparker on that Psylocke. Back when Dancer with Butterflies was a touch more busted than it is now. People didn't know how to deal with it as effectively. Loki hadn't really entered the hard meta yet, so the regen domain wasn't really the answer people were looking for. Let's get right into our draft. Luminosity, of course, are going to be banning out the thing.
And we might see once again the Groot from Virtus Pro there. Obviously, this is 2 picks you want to remove from a team and another. What do you want to secure from Virtus Pro? You can secure the Luna Snow, as it happened twice in a row. You won't be able really to secure the Venom, because this is probably what Luminosity is going to do. And yes, once again, we want Dridro to excel on this character. We are keeping into the same direction with Venom being secured, so we know Nevix and Trust Me are going to move forward on these 2 characters. And once again, you are removing the Namor. That was from Virtus Pro, if I'm not mistaken, in the previous game, so that's going to be interesting to see. And no, that was from Luminosity, and yeah, we are keep banning the same thing. Same draft as before. We don't want to see the Adam composition, because this is not something we are playing quite a lot from Virtus Pro. We are more into the classic 2-2-2. And yeah, this is working out, so why should we change?
Wouldn't mind seeing Naga play on that Winter Soldier, try and take advantage of those clones that you know that Saipe is going to be leveraging with the Loki. Still, for now, it feels like the raw mechanical skill that the Starlock can bring to the table might well be invaluable. And as you said before, we don't know if Luminosity really have a dedicated Starlock player. We've seen Naga play a touch of it, but they are by no means the dedicated enthusiast that Sparker is.
Yeah, this is the case. So we are doing the same strategy, which is putting some bubble at the very beginning to get some more speed, to get to the high ground first, both on the Luna Snow players that gonna swap into the Luna Snow after the Jeff the Land Shark bubble, obviously. 10 seconds away, we are in a domination map. We spoke about it. This is not the kind of map where Virtus Pro are usually the best. They excel into convoy and conventions, but they showed in previous game that they won 2-1 against Luminosity, one of the best team in Europe, that they can take whatever map they want and keep their throne. We are going to start doing some poking damage from Crook, from the Loki, and that the same from Saipe Destroyed, trying to get a nice KO, a quick one on Saipe, not going to connect yet. We are having once again 5 versus Destroyed on both Ella, which are 2 of the best hitscan players that we have right now in Europe. So we are going to fight off the point, because the vessel is leaving and the point is popping out. Can we make it work? We can see on the side there, taking quite a lot of damage from the LG front line, so having a lot of healing being done, so we might have the defensive ability first.
Sparker, though, already having done a little bit of bullying onto his Vanguard, 70% of the way towards that Dancer. The Butterflies, Nevix down. Sparker, the same, destroyed. Finally finds the angle. And when man finds himself a crack in the armor, he digs in the crowbar. And boy, does he pull. Don't know where that Soul Trainer was going. That's okay. It's 1 for the Ether, 1 for the Abyss, 1 for the Road. And Luminosity get first cap.
Nicely done, and this pick on Sparker was so important. You get the first hit, so you can predict the movement of the Psylocke, and this is what happened. We are going to reposition. We don't want to play on this choke point because you can take so much damage, and this is what happens to Rajaro, forcing him to bubble himself. We can't do that. Then on Naga with the legendary, if he's getting focused, that's going to be quite hard. Fincy there, absorbing all the damage. Sparker securing the good KO. Dance of the Butterfly, being ready into the backline maybe, but no, that's going to be the fate of Beaufort, forcing the other Story Dam for the rest of the fight.
Meteor Ram doesn't grab too much. Destroyed right now, the primary target of Sparker. Waiting for this next ultimate to go on down, so maybe the Dance of Butterflies can get some real value. Destroyed takes to the air. The Goddess of Death rain down some strong crows from above, but you know that the focus is going to be solid onto that. Pi's got himself an absolute shooting gallery over here. And there's Sparker. Dance of the Butterflies in the back. And you're dancing with death when you're next to this insect. The Chrysalis and Sparker will emerge from it. And Virtus Pro, they're a beautiful butterfly on the other side.
Nicely done, and you see how much value bring Fi just on the other side of the map. He's just free poking, no one on him. Trust me, not managing to get into him as fast as possible, and resulting into him free damaging with the Ela. And once again, Sparker, good timing with the Dance of the Butterfly, waiting for every ability to just slow down and finished on the support side. So really nicely done. Nevix up in the air, waiting for LG to come down so he can dive in and get some more damage being done into the Ela on Fi there, maybe on helping Fi into Trust Me, taking a lot of damage, forcing the Goddess of Death. Can we secure any KO? That might be complicated. We got there the Galactic Legends with Fincy countering in quite nicely.
No
The smash up in the air. What was this, Fincy?
Just a flick of the wrist and you love to see it in the modern game. Fincy's a monster on the mechanics and Naga don't even know what hit him. Bro just got absolutely LeBron'd on.
Nevik still up in the air. We got the Fist of the Abyss being ready on both sides. We've also buff Lunasno, so we can damage boost 40% and do a lot of damage. Nevix going in, trying to force some CD. A lot of damage there, and securing a good K on Ancestral. What happened there? No reaction time from the support. Unfortunately, Cyper with a good K on Faye. And Rajaro falling down. Double from Nevix. Sparker will take another one and another one. Are we going to make it work? Can we take maybe a Doctor Strange to TP on point? I am not really sure if it would work out because we got a lot of other resources from Trust Me. We only got Naga, not with the Kraken Impact. And that might be it. Kraken Impact into Cype Clone to get the reset, to get a lot of damage. That might be the solution. But let's see, because it might be the last fight there with Sparker. Dance of the Butterfly, not needed yet, but a good KO on Destroyed.
Unreal, Destroyed barely even existed. Oh, Rajaro absolutely decimated in mid-air as well. The Dance of the Butterflies is too much of a fate to try and bear. Trust Me sits alone on the point, and he'll absolutely be slain, surrounded by no friends, no family, and it's a lonely existence for Trust Me, and it's lonely at the top for Virtus Pro.
Okay, Stellar Spaceport being secured by Virtus Pro. We are going to move into the Imperial Institute of Science, which is an interesting map also, but Sparker is bringing so much value. The fact that we don't have any Psylocke player is quite difficult, because every time we are forcing the lamp, we are forcing the defensive ability, and Sparker, he can do whatever he wants. He can burst out Destroyed, one-shotting him, and then Dance of the Butterfly, and the fight is already won, so that's quite complicated. And of course, you can't really ban the Psylocke, because if you do that, you will have Nevix on the thing, and that's definitely something you don't want to see.
You do not want to deal with that. To be fair, we are seeing a Protect on the Psylocke thus far from Virtus Pro. So you could probably get away with one map of getting second ban onto the Psylocke. Then you got to deal with an Amor. Things get weird.
We will see. Luminosity is not done yet, of course. They are led 1-0 into this map. They lost the first sub-map, but this is not done yet. We're going to get some more healing because Crook has been taking some damage there. And speaking of, Naga swapped into the Psylocke. That's going to be interesting to see. We know that might be an interesting pick to get some diving and some shredding into the tanks. But in terms of shredding, Fi Nice shot from Trust Me. Nice air punishing there. Fincy with the Asteroidem. Can we secure a good KO there? Forcing any damage, but not working out. And that might be it there. Trust Me with a good pressure on Dridro. Managing to get a KO. No, with a good freezing from the French player.
Dridro drops away from a cellular corrosion. Naga doesn't even know what hit him. I'll show you how true ninja moves, says Sparker. Shurikens hit pay dirt. A quick disengage, getting away from that Venom who was starting to get a little bit frisky on the outside. And now, while there is going to be a quick dance coming through from the Luna, and the damage is going to be, hey, I see you isolated up there. Sparker says it's a one-on-one date, and you ain't getting away from this one without paying the check, buddy. Sparker now moving over onto Crook. They're going to be reinforced here by the Venom straight over onto Naga. Knowing they're down on cooldowns actually goes elsewhere. But Naga also scared, spooked. It's a little bit of a spooky approach when you see Sparker coming for you, moving between the vanguards. It's an absolute highlight reel here from Sparker, but Nevix is the one who shows up in the feed.
That's crazy how accurate Sparker is, managing to get KO in less than a second with the perfect combo. First on Naga, then on Sistroid. And what can you do? You don't have any of your duties to win the fight, so this is quite hard. And speaking of Sistroid moving into the Winter Soldier, maybe trying to manage to get a good grab on Sparker and doing a one combo KO. But Sparker, speaking of the devil, we got the Dance of the Butterfly, and we don't have a lot of resources to protect the rest of the team because Fate and Crook doesn't have it. But there, nicely done from Sistroid with the good grab on Nevix. That might be the moment to try and get the points.
Forced onto the Doctor Strange for now, likely TP'd back using the Pentagram of Ferrala after being picked up so early in one of these fights. Oh, nice combo of control there onto Fincy. Grabbed, punched him, and frozen thereafter. Rajaro may be forcing a same fate here, but Fate at range with the Ice Art is going to be able to get a good amount of cleave. There's a lot of danger coming into the back line now. Meteor M from Rajaro to try and shut this one down. Eats up a bunch of those projectiles going in towards those more vulnerable enemies. Dridro is going to be saved here by the fate of both worlds. Core elsewhere, away from the fate of both worlds, not within the radius of the dance, wasn't invited to the party, and so it's going to be just dancing alone for now. Sparker emerges from the top, the Feast of the Abyss onto these players, gets them low enough for Sparker to finish. A slice of a katana is enough, and thousand-folded steel carves through Asgardian iron flesh from Niflheim forged itself. Cypher next to fall on down. Sestroid trying their best to get on top of Dridro, but the peeling's there from Nevix, and you saw the metallic bulwark as well. The Vanguards are well on top of things right now as Virtus Pro seem inassailable on this point.
Sparker, can he survive? No, Eye of Agamotto being done by 5 because yes, he still got the Doctor Strange. You need some protection on Dridro, being chased there by Trust Me. Nicely done there by the off-tank player. A bit of mistake there to get back into the point. We captured it once again from Virtus Pro. We only got one support, which is Cyper with the Loki. Nice totem there to help out the rest of the team. We don't have yet the ultimate, but it's gonna come in 10%. Can we do it? We got a nice Kraken impact. Can we get the reset there from Sistroid? Unfortunately not. Good damage from Trust Me, but here comes the fate of both worlds.
Meteor M, potentially the dunk to try and end this one right here and now. Nevix just about gets a symbiotic resilience at the last moment, swings away to safety, over back to the strategist. Oh, a long-range headshot here from Rotterstern. It could be enough damage. It's falling low right now as Crook moves on forward. Everyone getting the healing. And the damage boost as well, whenever it may well be necessary. Of course, it's going to be answered coming through from Virtus Pro. Feast of the Abyss, damage boosted, and that's going to be it. After the butterflies on top, Fincy takes to the sky, looking for any low players to try and take down to zero. And Crook is vanquished in the midst of all this. The Winter Soldier gets his nerves racked by magic itself, and a dark maelstrom will take him to the depths below. Trust me, yes, can trade over onto Phi, but now you have to deal with Fincy, the Bastion, the Castle, the Fortress of a Man, the Icelandic giant that manages to reign over all, and his frosty gaze will freeze all that are below it. Nevix is here to clean up the remainder. Virtus Pro on 99%. Luminosity, but a shadow of a team that once was scarring this zone. Burning T'Challa, 2-0.
That's gonna be it. 3-0 for Virtus Pro. They are one game away to claim their new crown, their new title of being the champions of the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 1. Sparker, let's be honest, you deserve the MVP. Has been doing so well again, removing Sistroid and Naga from almost every fight with so much burst. No reaction from the support because you don't have the time to react to that level of play. That was so well played. Virtus Pro, they are showing they don't want to drop any game in the grand final. 14th final hits there from Sparker. What a game from him. Top damage, top final hits. He definitely carried this one.
Is it time to consider banning the Psylocke? It might be time to consider banning the Psylocke because, I mean, the Namor from Sparker was brutal to try and deal with, but honestly, it felt like Clintar was close enough. He didn't really need to change the bans up that much, you know? Like, Naga gets a lot of value out of a Namor as well. Naga's a very good Namor player. And honestly, they don't have someone who can match Psylocke in terms of effectiveness right now. Maybe you've just got to force Sparker back onto that Namor where you've got a bit more of an even duel between Naga and Sparker.
Yeah, I think that would be needed instead of the Namor, as you mentioned, Naga. I think he's can be better than Sparker on this character, but of course Sparker also got the Winter Soldier pick that is quite interesting. So we're going to see the last game, maybe the fourth game, but hopefully not the last for the show. But before that, let's check the highlights.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up with this and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, the arrival till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserve that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing. That's White Queen mind control.
Rivalers, we are maybe into our last game of this series. Virtus Pro is leading 3-0 into this best of 7. This is do or die for Luminosity. Can they make it? Can they come back into L7 domination map? I really hope so, Leg.
Well, domination is often where Virtus Pro drop their maps. If they drop any at all, this is going to be Luminosity's best chance to do something. Question is, are we finally going to see a Psylocke ban? Surely Sparker can't get away with dominating 3 maps in a row, I suppose. The first one was a little bit more equal, to my opinion, between Naga and Sparker. When it came to Namor, don't get me wrong, Sparker still popped off. But I feel like this Psylocke has just been so much of a difference maker thus far for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, we've seen Naga trying out the character, but didn't have the same impact, let's be honest on this, when Naga is such a good Namor player. So why removing the Namor and not try to face a Sparker on this pick? Even if Fire would maybe more play the Namor and Sparker moving into the Winter Soldier. But into the draft now, Nevix having his thing being banned, and trust me, having the Groot being banned. And we are securing once again, for the 4th time in a row, Luna Snow for Dredro.
Yep, Luna Snow for Dredro. Just a nice, comfortable place for young Frenchmen. And Luminosity, they are going to... come on. Have a Psylocke. Do it. Do it.
Just do it.
Come
Okay. No!
Then perish.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like... Yeah, honestly, Sistroid has been doing good. Fi has been doing amazing also on Viela, but I'm pretty sure that was not the main problem. Definitely Psylocke was. And we are just keep banning the Adam Warlock because this is probably something we don't really want to play against. And this is one of the comp they are facing from time to time. And they are struggling into from Virtus Pro. But come on, this is Virtus Pro. They are the best team in Europe and probably the best in the world. And yeah, Sparker, do what you have to do.
I mean, maybe there's a world where, like, there's a lot of value from Helaban as well, just from, like, giving Sparker the option to go onto Namor, and you'll have to kind of take that Namor duel, even though it seems like it might be Destroyed who's playing with Namor this time around. Of course, we do still have the Bucky open, but it seems like thus far, maybe there's some kind of handshake agreement between Luminosity and Virtus Pro. We just don't want to play Bucky, especially when everyone's playing the Loki clones as well. I mean, I don't mind seeing a little bit more variety in my duelist lineups. And it seems like that's going to be continuing here with both teams hovering the Namor Star-Lord.
Yeah, they probably send a message to each other like, okay, let's have a common ban, which is Bucky, and no one is picking him. That would be amazing, though, as we have only 2 bans per team, but that might not work. If something is not working out, we just might move into the Winter Soldier. But Sparker, on the Namor, we will have Fire on the Star-Lord facing off Naga. Fire is an amazing Star-Lord player also, so that's going to be good to see. Dredro putting the bubble for the rest of his team and swapping off the Luna Snow. Nevix directly into the backline, taking the information, the same as Trust Me. They can't see each other, but they know each other is quite close to another one, to the rest of the team. Nevix, Trust Me. Which one is going to do the first move? That is Trust Me.
Trust me, heading on in. Rajara already under significant pressure, has to use the metallic bulwark on themselves. Now that healing power is not going to be there for the Star-Lord, and you can see that Fire actually gets a little bit of an advantage, being able to go in towards the back, getting the metallic bulwark for that blaster barrage. Nevix taking a significant amount of damage, uses the symbiotic resilience to heal themselves up for a little bit of additional health, and Trust Me having to do the same. Blessing of the Deep already expended here by Sparker. And that means that they're now going to be vulnerable to a second-tier dive. If only you can move in fast enough. A little intercept there, though, on the attention from Naga could be enough to give over some additional survivability to Sparker. For now, all-out duels on the point, just dragging themselves into that regeneration domain to get a little bit of additional healing. The cellular corrosion from the Venom is not enough to save you from Fi. Just absolutely drilling them with the dual-element guns. The tracking is raw and the power is there as you move on forward with the ultimate of the Luna Snow for the additional healing and the additional damage. Finally, it's going to be met out here by Virtus Pro. Destroyed one, tapped by a damage booster. Giganto descending from the heavens to the depths below. Naga doing their best to be the final note in this one, coming in from the top with the Galactic Leisure Moves and attempt to eat it, coming through from the Meteor M. And it seems like there's plenty of healing as well, so not really too much to be gained here from the side of Naga. It's an all-out brawl, Lenny.
Nothing's happening. Fi with the ultimate, forcing Rajaro with the Meteor M, not securing any KO. Fi on Naga. That's gonna be the first one, and probably a second one. No, he won't be able to do so. Are we going to be able to take the point? This is still not the case. We are going to focus the tank. Good on of Proteus and working, unfortunately, not getting any KO. Fi on Trust Me. Fist of the Abyss not working out. Oh no! Sparker there and Dridro with the nice KO, and finally Virtus Pro managing to get the point, but trust me, that was such a waste.
I dreamed of a Feast of the Abyss, but he got damp chicken nuggets from the microwave. Unfortunate for Trust Me and Luminosity. Oh, they had to invest so much in that fight just to try and think about hanging on. Virtus Pro at least have not gained too much percentage of this.
And also Sistroid, unfortunately, not managing to get any KO from the On of Proteus was not the best, because on the other end, Sparker managed to get a good one. And speaking of him, we got the On of Proteus on Virtus Pro side. Nevix on the lookout, Bubble on the Fi to be able to do a lot of damage. We will have the Meteor M also. We are charging up all the ultimate from Virtus Pro, and we might have the advantage of the resources. Can we get a good KO? One good spear from Sistroid might be enough, and here comes another one, Galactic Legends, forcing Dridro ultimate ability, and forcing also Fincy not working out. Can we get something from Naga? Unfortunately not.
Sparker moves in. Horn of Proteus. Damage boost is good. Level 1 Crook instantly eviscerated. Crushed under the biomass of Giganto itself. Fate still dancing away, trying to keep everyone healed up. Destroy desperately needs the healing, but the cellular corrosion burst was too much to deal with. There's a strategist ultimate trying to keep everybody kicking at the moment, but Fate just has to reset off the map. They just had too disparate a team position.
Brook being one-shotted, unfortunately, by the On of Proteus is not helping, because we had this God of Mischief. We could have maybe continued the fight, but you can't do anything when you are in the area of this massive whale. You can just pray not to get one shot, and that was the case from Crook. Unfortunately, we got the On of Proteus, the flanking from Sparker. Can we try to get a good KO? And the answer is yes on Naga. The Fate of Buffword not working out, and that's gonna use 6v5.
Ah, no value off the Horn of Proteus. And that could be a real difference maker here. Saipe cosplaying as a clone. Unfortunately, not going to be taken out this time. Saipe, oh, big chomp. Gets themselves a little bit of fish food. Some aquatic cuisine for the wayward symbiote. And more Trust Me has been able to take out Fincy and is feasting on Krakoan flesh. It does seem like Luminosity are going to be able to flip over, but absolute perfection is demanded if they want to take the Eldritch Monument.
We need one more win for Virtus Pro on the point to secure the first sub-map of Hell's Heaven. They fought well, and they still got resources. We got On of Proteus, we will have Fate of Bufford from Dridro, we'll have Meteor M from Fincy, and we know how much important this is to counter first Naga ultimate, and also to smash down and destroy one character into the fight. Hopefully one of the support, so he can't use any defensive abilities to help out his team. Going in, speaking of abilities and Galactic Legends, a lot of damage is being done there by Naga, and we are not doing anything else from Fi. We are waiting a little bit. That's Ridro and the other Galactic Legends coming up. Rajaro not doing the ultimate, and that might be dangerous there.
Finally used it at the last moment, but Destroyed is too far away. And more Sparker may well have been brought low by that for Trust Me to finish off. Spy is still undeterred in the midst of all of this. Just lands down on top of the Lunar Ultimate and comes in with the Blaster Barrage. Yet another Lunar Ultimate coming forth now from level 1 Crook. And Saipe's own is going to disappear for a moment. Fincy overwhelmed as the damage boost is leveraged with the Dark Predations to get rid of those Vanguards that are too far gone at this point. And Virtus Pro, the ebb and flow, will demand that they back off.
Nicely done by LG. Nice economy, nice use of the different resources. And even if Fi managed to get a good KO with the Galactic Legends, we managed to just get Fincy and get the rest of the team. And trust me, in the backline, diving in, managing to get out of the fight because already taking a lot of damage. Fate, no ultimate. Crook, no ultimate. And that might be what Virtus Pro is looking for. Naga, good damage on Fi. Is it working out? Yes, first kill from the Galactic Legends. And we are winning this fight for now.
Oh, twisted meaty chunks where Phi once stood. And Vinci might be going a little bit too far out now. Horn of Proteus going to be exchanged. Neither Giganto is going to be getting too much in the way of value. Nice shielding coming through as well. Denies the overhealth from a Feast of the Abyss that was invested there by Nevix. Naga moving forward, not getting too fancy with this one, as they just want to try and build up towards their next Galactic Legend. Of course, they're already 52% for tracking in the Blaster Barrage are rewarded. Vinci holding on to the Meteor M for now, looking for a place to put it down on top of Fates, and they'll take their fate into their own hands here, desperate to try and claim it, as suddenly 99% has been accrued for Luminosity over the course of all this time. Vinci bubbles themselves with the Metallic Bulwark. Up in the air goes Rajaro. Good charge, but bad accuracy when it comes to the ultimate for now. Once again destroyed, caught out at the wrong time by Phi, and it seems like all of the dominoes are falling in the way of Virtus Pro Naga. The Galactic Legend is cut short. They took his pen away as he put quill to paper. The parchment has been burned at the stake as well. And Luminosity, they're running out of chances.
1-0 Virtus Pro. Ladies and gentlemen, they are one sub-game away to take the throne back, to win their fourth tournament in a row, if we are speaking about the Marvel Rivals Invitational. But in terms of Marvel Rivals Championship, they are undefeated. They didn't drop a single series. They dropped some map, yes, but not a single series. They took their path till the entire winner bracket, grand final, and they are one sub-map away to win this series 4-0. Can Luminosity do it? Trust me, unfortunately, not really lucky with the Feast of the Abyss, not managing to get any KO. So we will see what happens next, because Nevix almost got himself this ultimate ability and Sparker with the Horn of Proteus. And the big issue that we have is we don't have any defensive ability from Luminosity. And I'm pretty sure Virtus Pro got a good communication and they are aware of it. So they will try probably to go super aggressive and trying to secure the point fast.
We had such dreams. We had such stories of Luminosity cast down into the lower bracket in only round 4 by an upstart team called Supremacy. Wondering if maybe their tournament run was going to be over incredibly early, but no, they thought. They used their grit and determination to bring themselves to this point, only to fall ingloriously to Virtus Pro. I would refuse, Lunny, and I know that they would as well. Gamers are plenty. Fate coming in with the Ice Arts. Good cleave coming through its value onto Fincy. But for now, Virtus Pro, they can just leverage their own fate of both worlds to try and get away. Naga takes to the skies. Nice blessing of the deep right there. Perfectly spaced to get away from the depredations of Giganto. And now Crook will be able to move on forward. It's their own turn to start the party, but Virtus Pro have already got that first all-important engagement out of the way and gained the space needed to get control of the point. Fate's going to have their moment now to build up to their own fate of both worlds. The staying powers here for Luminosity, but Virtus Pro have what they need to try and break on through it as well. A miss there coming off of this, and there we go. It's going to be a ult here used by Phi, taking to the sky, and it's actually going to be a dual strike back. Oh, Phi was too far away from any defensive ultimates. Destroyed, got just the right timing, and the right timing on the damage boost as well from a fate of both worlds. Trust me, just doing their best to try and get rid of Sparker in the midst of all of this. No more blessing of the deep. Poseidon does not smile upon you this day, but Namor's his own god, and they're going to be found in Tartarus here as Nevix finds them on the other side. Virtus Pro might well have done enough here to stay in control.
And that's already 50% on the point, because Luminosity didn't have the chance, unfortunately for them, to get into the point first. And this is just free capping at this point. And with the duration of the fight, it might already be the last one leg. I hope they can come back. Trust me, we got Rajaro. Rajaro need to hit this Meteor M into one of the support ability. We got Saipe. That is going to tempo with the Fate of Offer at the time that Dridro can charge up. Fincy, good K on Naga there. And it might be really complicated. 80% on the clock. Trust me, taking so much damage there and being punished. Suddenly, can we continue? Can we purge them all? This is their plan. They are trying to TP with Naga. Can we cancel him? It might not be the case, but here leg will come. The last fight. If Virtus Pro is winning this one, that's gonna be the trophy for them.
The early picks may well be ruinous. Streetdrive right now, managing to do their best to escape from a Venom Cyber. Responds to a Feast of the Abyss. Dancing for their life, dancing for their supper, and dancing for the crown. The court jester has arrived. Your fate is just destroyed. dismantled, dismembered, and Morizaro will float with the Meteor M in hand. Right now, the feed is filled with Virtus Pro. The bears, they're feasting. They've awakened from their hibernation, and they have put Luminosity to bed. The crown will remain in place for now and forevermore, undeterred as the greatest team in the world. No one else has the sort of dominance that Virtus Pro does.
Clean 4 or Virtus Pro is once again your Marvel Rival Championship champions in this Season 1, and Sparker with the last MVP of the tournament. Pretty good. We spoke about him being really strong also on the Neymar, and he showed it once again. Virtus Pro are your champion. MVP well deserved. 28k damage. What a play. We had Naga on 24k. He swapped at the very end for the Doctor Strange, obviously, but it didn't work out well. Once again, Luminosity, they reached the top 2. They are one of the best team in Europe. They face the best team in the world. I am not scared to say that. And don't forget, you will have some more action in North America after this stream, where the best team from this region will face off for their title also. But man, I really want to see Virtus Pro versus 100 Thieves and Sentinels.
Well, at the moment, we've still got to decide who's better out of 100 Thieves and Sentinels in the current iteration of our meta. Could be anybody's game, but Sentinels certainly are back with a vengeance in North America at the moment. For us, though, it's always been Virtus Pro. It was never in question. EMEA has been the stomping ground of Virtus Pro since the closed beta, since European servers opened. Virtus Pro, formerly Team Cats, have been on top, and for now, they remain unchallenged. No one can reign forever, Lenny. The sun will always set on an empire, but for now, it's feeling like it's quite the expanse.
It will come at one point. Yes, it will come. At one point, Virtus Pro will drop a best of. That's pretty sure. This is only the beginning, of course, of the esport. But yeah, for now, they are indestructible. They are the best team in Europe, and they proved it once again. We will see you quickly after the highlight. And we are back. What an amazing highlight. What an amazing series. Yeah. What can it take to take down Virtus Pro? I am not sure. This is something that we will need to see in the future tournaments, because we might see some new esport. Of course, Season 2 is just around the corner. A lot of meta will be checked a little bit. So we might see other new players also, as we've seen All Business with the amazing top 3. We got OG in the top 4. We might see some team checking up their roster also. This is something that is quite possible, and I'm really looking forward for this.
Yeah, we'll see teams change their rosters. We'll see teams come out of the woodwork. All Business and Royal Beamers came out of absolutely nowhere, from well off my radar to really tear up things in this bracket. And of course, at some point, we're probably going to get international competition, so we can see how Virtus Pro stack up against the rest of the world. But I don't think anyone is as consistent as this team right now. We'll be able to head on over to North America real soon, but you can head on over to a store in-game at the moment to get yourself some new costumes for your favorite heroes. Claim the power of Asgard as Thor, take the place of Odin, and make sure that you're the strongest combatant on the battlefield, or run yourself towards vengeance and fury with Hawkeye's Ronin costume to make sure that when you ignite the battle, you look your best.
Yeah, amazing skins already available in the shop, but this is not the only one. Attain glory by any means necessary. Seek your revenge with Moon Knight's Feast of Vengeance and Black Panther Thrice Cursed King costumes. embrace the fury of Dracula's curse, and use your yearning for vengeance to ignite the battlefield. These 2 skins are also already available into the store. Amazing one, already bought the Moon Knight one because I'm a huge fan, and yeah, Moon Knight players, you heard it, that's gonna be an interesting pick in Season 2 with all the changes that he is getting, such as other characters. Of course, you got plenty of content creators that already covered the subject with all the patch notes and everything that is going to come into Season 2 that is happening in less than 1 week. Ladies and gentlemen, I really want to thank you all for tuning in for this amazing tournament, and I want, of course, Leg, to thank you again, because this is always a pleasure to cast with you. This is not the easiest for me, as English is not my main language, but you make it so easier for me, so thanks a lot, buddy. And yeah, thank you everyone, thank you amazing community. That was it for ourselves, and Leg, I will let you conclude this.
Yeah, thank you very much to our production team back at NetEase as well, Lyric and Spartan Tano, who took you through some of the other days as well. The entire talent team here at EMEA is so happy to have you join us every weekend, or at least every weekend for the last 2 weekends. We've still got North America to come, so make sure that you don't go anywhere. Be following on the channel where you're currently watching, and we will see you on the other side. But let's quickly have a look at our results here. It was a pretty fast day, to be honest. Luminosity 4-1ing all business, sweeping after losing that first map in Virtus Pro. Well, they weren't taking any prisoners today. That's the long and short of it. There were no prisoners taken. Virtus Pro just executed on all their plans.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, we are going to see some changes. I can't promise you that, chat, of course, but it's going to happen at one point. This is only the beginning. The game is only 4th month old, and we know that from other titles, it has been changing quite fast into esports. The esports scene is so new, and speaking of esports scene, as Leg just said, we are going to move quite soon into the North American tournament with the amazing casting lineup also that we have here, and amazing matches, because yeah, as you mentioned previously, Leg, we got amazing team like Sentinels, we got 100 Thieves, so big actions to come.
If you fancy improving your gameplay, by the way, all of these VODs are available within the tournament client. Just head up to tournament at the top of your navigation bar. You can go to EMEA on the PC side. You can go in, watch the VODs, have a look at how your favorite players play your favorite heroes, and then you'll be able to copy the players. You'll get one above all. Easy peasy. There's nothing else to it. So we'll be sure to see you for the next MRC. If you get to gold, then you will be able to join a faction and come here and let us yell your name. So make sure that you get involved, you get excited, and we will see you for the next MRC. Thanks for watching.